When the headlines move fast, perspective matters. On Editor's Cut, our editors come together with experts to distill the week's information blitz into clear perspective. Down the stories shaping the world, from markets and the economy to global conflicts and what lies ahead. This is where experience meets insight. No noise, no hype, just sharp takes on what to watch next. Editor's Cut, every Friday, 3:30 p.m. only on NDTV Profit.
Economy, business, world, technology. Noise filtered, numbers decoded. Insights that rewire your worldview. From governance to growth, we connect the dots. Your daily edge, your global advantage. India Business Report with me, Gauri Dwivedi, weeknights on NDTV Profit.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet. New year, new power panel, India market opening, now in its boldest lineup. This is where the trends get tested and stocks get conviction.
I'll recommend a buy call on a stock only when I'm fully convinced on the stock, with a table thumping buy.
And when the street wants the levels, he brings the chart.
Charts speak the truth, and I deliver the levels with no frills.
Parag Thakkar and Kush Bohra are now part of the morning crew with Tamanna, Neeraj and Alex. Same show, sharper voices. Every morning on India Market Open, your favorite market show just got better. On NDTV Profit, for your profit.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
When the headlines move fast, perspective matters. on Editor's Cut. Our editors come together with experts to distill the week's information blitz into clear perspective. Down the stories shaping the world, from markets and the economy to global conflicts and what lies ahead. This is where experience meets insight. You're watching live from the NDTV Profit headquarters in Mumbai. This is India Market Open.
Very good morning. You're watching India Market Open and it's looking like it's an exciting Monday. But I wonder, guys, we've been through this phase of believing that we're nearing the end of nearly an 80-day impasse on the US-Iran war. Are we there right now or not? At least the gift Nifty or the implied open is indicating we could almost be there.
Likewise, your bond deals, I think, and Brent is also mirroring similar notes. So I think probably the markets are pricing in something. If things change, again, as you said, no one knows, because last week as well, we've seen alternative days where we've seen gains come in and then we've given up those gains as well.
No,
right?
but this is more solid than that, I think.
Correct.
Because you've had Brent under $100 mark for the first time in 70 days. Exactly. Bond deals are doing what they are. I won't even call US markets as a indicator because they're on their own beat. But yeah, the India implied
from my
showing something quite
perspective, I
exciting.
only think that you'll be able to call something once you've had 2 or 3 weeks of sustained, after you've signed the deal, 2 or 3 weeks, nothing happens, then you can call it.
Yeah, and Brent continues to come off. Yeah.
I think the day both sides are speaking the same language and not in alternate universes, I suppose. So the US-Iran deal, frankly, you have to see it to believe it, is what I would say. Here are the latest updates. Trump says the deal with Iran is nearly negotiated, but they won't rush in. Iran acknowledges that there is a draft agreement, but sticks to its key demands. On Friday, US stocks rose in trade as crude prices and bond yields eased. If you pull up the indices and the futures, you're seeing a pretty solid run up. The Dow Jones up about 300 points. Remember that the US markets will be shut today for Memorial Day. Treasury yields also softened and a couple of things happening there. Kevin Warsh has taken charge as the new Fed chief, the 10-year at 4.5%. Oil prices slumped after Trump hinted at progress in talks under Iran. Brent is under $100 a barrel for the first time in the last 79 days. We'll just pull up those Brent rates again and look at the WTI futures. The US WTI futures at 92, Brent at 99. Let's pull up Asian markets and what that kind of open has been. It's been a strong one. The Nikkei, of course, leading the pack 3% up. And the India implied, once again, looking like it's quite positive, 210 points up. But from the start of that implied rate ticking, it has actually come down a little bit, so nearly 300 points up at one point. But in the middle of all of this, so there was an event yesterday at the US Embassy in Delhi where you had the US ambassador to India addressing people, etc. And then he got an unexpected call from Donald Trump.
Oh, it's fantastic visuals.
And put it on speaker. For a message for all of India. Let's listen in to what was happening there. It was an event celebrating America's 250 years of independence.
I love India. So I know you're there, and I hope you're making good speech. You have to be representative of our country, Sergio. But I just want to say hello to everybody. I love the Prime Minister. Modi is great. He's my friend. And I just want to say a very, very good evening to everybody. It's morning here, it's evening there. And I just want to say you're great. And we've never been closer to India. And India can count on me 100% and our country. If they ever need help, they know where to call. They call right here. We're doing well. We're setting records. We had a record economy, a record stock market, and anything India wants to get. I'm a big, big fan of Prime Minister Modi.
Okay, Peter Maguire joining us this morning. He's CEO Trading.com Australia. Peter, very good morning to you. I want to start with your take on fuel, actually, on Brent, because you once again have a downtick. But is it a sustainable one? Is it a convincing cue on what could be possibly the end of this war between US and Iran?
Well, good morning, Tamana. Happy Monday. I tell you what, it's been an action-packed morning, considering 5% or more than 5% down at one point, WTI and Brent. And as you said in the prelim, under 100, first time in 79 days. It's all positive. We've just got to see how the rest of this week works through. And as we unpack it, if it was to be successful, and I think that's what every trader is hoping and every person's hoping, then you would see a downdraft as far as risk premium being stripped out quick. Let's just see. But I do take Alex's point also at its time in motion. You've just got to check to see and check and balances whether everything is moving at the right speed at the right time. And this is something we've just got to work through. So it's positive at the moment, Tamana, but time will tell.
Much are you ascribing to that risk premium, though, Peter? And good morning to you, Alex here. If the war were to be settled, and nobody knows at this point whether it's going to take days or weeks, how much, in your opinion, could the rates drop once the dust settles?
Well, good morning, Alex. I think, you'd have to think probably 90 would be a psychological as far as Brent, WTI approaching that 85 sort of handle. Let's see the velocity. Let's see how the acceleration to get to that point. And as far as risk premium stripped out, there might be 10, there might be $15 more to go. And then it'll just be, a downdraft, I think, as far as, the unwinding of that, all the sentiment. And that will take, as you said, time. So we've got plenty of that, but I think that we're at a turning point right now. If it's sounding very positive, let's just see how it works through, and we'll be at 3 months by the end of this month.
Absolutely, 3 months at the end of this month. Peter, good morning. Hiral on this side. How are you looking at the precious metals, specifically when you talk about gold? Because investors are pricing in, Fed tightening. There is fear with regards to inflation. And if there is no progress, let's take that hypothetically in terms of US-Iran peace talks. What happens? Do you see gold moving below that 4,500 per dollar mark? Or are you expecting something different?
Well, Raul, good morning. I'll tell you what, there are so many different components. When you look at this, you're looking at bond yield 10-year at, 456. 2-year, who could imagine 412? Gold's had a nice run up this morning, was over 1.3% up. Silver's also been bid up. They've given it back a little bit of that as far as that hot air this morning. But I would think if it is positive, and let's assume that's the first scenario, if this is all positive, I feel as though you've got PCE to worry about and how that looks this week. And then you've got Kevin Walsh in the hot seat. Is he going to press a go button or a faster or slower button? And that's the dilemma that I think all traders are looking at. Where does he position himself? And if you were to see something unwind quickly as far as energy prices, what does that do to gold, US dollar index, and so on? So I would think that gold would take a run up from here. But the issue is certainly the uncertainty that can also be presented to the market with rate hikes and other points in, as far as economic growth.
Certainly something to watch out for. Peter, thanks as always for taking the time, and have a great day.
Thank you, Alex.
All right, let's talk about what happened last week. And 1/3% gains for the Nifty 50, the broader markets. At least the mid-cap index doing better than the benchmark if you take the whole week. And it gained about 1.1%. You have the small-cap index that kept pace with the benchmark, gained about 1/3%. The Nifty Bank about 0.6%. But the hero last week was the Nifty IT index, particularly on the back of what it did in the first 2 days of the session. Now, take a look at this. You had the mid-cap index outperform, but the PSU banking index fell for a 5th straight week. You had the Pharma index that snapped a 6-week gaining streak, and the Nifty Metal also snapped a 3-week gaining streak. On Friday, you had the Nifty 50 ending with gains of about 1/3%. The small cap index underperformed, fell about 0.1%, as a result of which the breadth was not necessarily very favorable, in fact ending 1:1. The Nifty Bank outperformed with gains of about 1%. You had, as I said at the end, an even split between advances and declines. But really the action was at the start of the week and it kind of tapered off towards the end.
Absolutely. But you know, what has changed is that undertone, which was slightly more negative, has now become positive. If you talk to investors, if you talk to a lot of your fund managers as well, where they are of the opinion that now things are moving in the positive zone as we speak. So the structure is seeming constructive, indicating a positive undertone. Now, the volatility is something that could remain high as well, and this is mainly elevated owing to the monthly F&O expiry right now. And now, you have 4th hike that has come in 11 days when you talk about crude. When you talk about petrol and diesel. So IOC, BPCL, HPCL, all of them have gone ahead and hiked petrol and diesel prices by around 2.7 per litre. The first hike was 3 rupees per litre, which was the 15th of May. Second hike, 0.9 per litre, that was 19th of May. Third hike, again, similar amount on the 23rd of May. And now the 4th hike, which is coming today, 2.7 rupees per litre, that is on the 25th of May. Now, in totality, prices have been hiked by 7.5 per litre in the last 11 days. Now, what will this do? This will actually help OMCs recoup nearly 44% of the losses. So watch out for this space pretty closely in trade as we speak. Yes, will be negative for a company like ONGC, but positive for OMCs. You know, another important comment that I picked up from Micron Technologies leadership team was that they are warning that the global memory chip shortage will persist beyond 2026. I quote, "We see demand for memory in AI centers remaining robust for years to come. However, supply will struggle to keep pace." That is what CEO Sanjay Mehrotra said during a recent investor call. And he emphasized that even with aggressive investments in new fabrication plants, the supply-demand imbalance is structural, not cyclical. The impact that we could see, Indian IT services and tech stocks, where there could be margin compression. If you talk about electronics manufacturing and assemblers, the input cost will be higher, there will be a supply deficit, and there could be production bottlenecks. And when you're talking about smartphones and consumer electronic brands, price hikes will be due on the back of higher input costs. Data centers and cloud providers, again, we will see escalation in capex and capacity limits. So that's the kind of India impact that we are seeing, because this is a very strong statement, Alex and Tamanna, when we're talking about the chip shortage. You're saying beyond 2026 is what it will continue. And that impact is till what, FY28. So there is that pressure in all of these sectors where somewhere or the other that'll come through.
Yeah, you know, I'm sort of thinking about it from the point of view, we're talking about the import bill ballooning because of crude, the import of chips that we still need to a large extent, even as we get self-sufficient, etc. Is going to add up to that, and maybe that's not something that we have entirely accounted for at this point. Definitely food for thought. In terms of markets today, I mean, that consolidation phase is still there, but with improving bullish undertones. The key battlefield for the Nifty 50 is 23,800 to 23,900. For the Bank Nifty, it's 54,500 to 54,600. Until these levels break decisively, expect choppy moves, range-bound trading, sector rotation, and stock-specific action. A strong close above 23,850 to 23,900 can trigger short covering. Fresh momentum buying, move towards 24,000 to 24,200 to 24,300 can be seen. Key downside support remains 23,600, then 23,400. Below 23,400, market structure weakens materially. Bank Nifty is stronger than the Nifty. Nifty Bank has outperformed sharply and reclaimed 54,000, showing stronger momentum than the frontline index. Resistance at 54,200, 54,370, support at 53,640, 53,465. So watch out for those levels. But let me go across quickly to Puneet, who's talking about the F&O setup this morning.
Well, thank you for that. Definitely, you watch out for the implied open upside, indicating we might cross the 23,900 mark yet again. And now, crucially important, if we can maintain those key levels, continuing to be above 700 and 23,800 at this point of time. Crucial support level for the market. And Bank Nifty also has just started to see that inch up yet again, as you rightly highlighted. So we're still in the middle of a support zone between the 53,400 as well as the 53,500 mark. And hence continue to maintain that where we could go in the medium term from here and then support one of those levels at least at this point of time. For the cash markets, you've seen selling yet again by the foreign investors, but slight inch up in the longs that they build on the F&O side. So the index long now at 13.95 for the foreign investors, where the put call ratio is very, very neutral in terms of both the puts and the calls at this time for the foreign investors. The open interest distribution also continues to be very similar to what it has been in the last week, where 23,500, 23,800 continues to be those two levels that we are watching out for. But in terms of stock-specific action, there has been quite a lot of open interest between KRN Industries, Shree Cement, as well as Uno Minda. All three were longs, were built up. Also on Pidilite and Nippon Life were the other two counters as well. While in terms of the open interest losers, you've seen stocks like Alchem Labs and RVNL continue to be, seeing some interest here as well. So is Bajaj Finance, shorts being covered as well. So overall, stock action continues at this point of time as we get into the last week of the earnings season, and hence the support levels for the benchmarks more important at this point of time.
Yeah. I think the action, though, continues to be outside the Nifty, as we have seen for the last several days, whether it's because of earnings or whether it's because of just the composition of the Nifty right now. You've seen all the action outside, and you might continue to do on the back of results as well. Let me start with the first stock on my watch list, Century Plyboards. It's a thumbs up, decent set of numbers. Revenue was up 24.5% at 1492 crores. EBITDA was up nearly 32% at 177 crores. Margins were also flat to positive, 11.9% versus 11.2%, and net profit up 49% at 78 crores versus 52 crores. Robust set of numbers here on Century Ply. This has anyway been in focus as MDF or particle board rates have been up, and if you pull up Century Ply for the last 1 month, you might see the trend that we have been seeing. So you might see a better day today than you have over the last 1 month. Torrent Pharma is the other one that we're tracking. This is also a thumbs up. It's an inline set of numbers broadly, but a beat on margins. The first quarter with this is also the first quarter with consolidated financials after they acquired JB Chemicals. So keep that in mind. The base business is strong. Organic revenue growth was at 16% year-on-year, and strong leadership was displayed in the generic semaglutide space with 38% market share. PAT was hurt due to higher depreciation and interest costs post the JB acquisition. So that's why you'll see the impact on that one number. US business growth moderated after strong quarters, and they expect US to be steady single-digit growth ahead. India will deliver mid-teen growth in FY27. Here are the core numbers. Revenue up 42% at 4,197 crores. EBITDA up 41% at 1,356 crores. Margins at 32.3 versus 32.6%. And net profit down 21.9%. Like we said, it's on account of that JB acquisition. Here's what Jefferies is saying. They've maintained a buy and they've raised their target price from 4,690 rupees to 5,350. They're saying growth momentum remains strong, led by healthy chronic portfolio and market share gains. JB Pharma integration is progressing well, with cost synergies expected to be realized over FY27 to 29. Base business has delivered strong revenue and EBITDA growth, aided by mix improvement and operational performance. India market share improving with extension and expansion in chronic therapies and new product launches. So they're pretty positive about the company. Ramco Cements is the third one on my radar. Also, if you look at this, revenue was up 8.9% at 2,610. EBITDA up 16.1%. Margins have improved 14.2 versus 13.3. Net profit at 151 crores versus 27.4 crores. There was a one-time gain, though, for 74.2 crores. So what is the reason for that thumbs down? The cement volume growth of 4% year on year is below industry growth, because if you see the numbers by themselves, they look pretty good. So why the thumbs down? This is the reason. Market share loss has been seen for the 5th consecutive quarter and 2nd consecutive fiscal year. Unit variable costs rose 4% each on Y-on-Y and Q-on-Q basis and caused a dent to the margins. MK believes higher usage of low calorific coal versus pet coke and higher lead could have resulted in higher costs. EBITDA per ton stood at 670 rupees. MK expected 750 rupees versus 605 year on year. This implies lowest profitability versus peers. That's why you might see some pain. MK has also downgraded the stock to a sell from reduce with a target price of 725 versus 900. They've said they remain disappointed with the below par profitability in an otherwise strong industry quarter. So this might be a bit of a painful one today.
Interesting stocks. I've got earnings as well on my list, and Eicher Motors stands out to me at the start. It is a thumbs up. The results largely in line with expectations. In fact, the top line and bottom line, if anything, the growth was slightly higher than the consensus. The margins were in line with expectations and rose as much as 90 basis points. You had an improvement in the margin that was led by a better average selling price, as well as improvement in the product mix and lower input costs as well. So some of those numbers on your screen, you had the revenue growth of as much as 16%, you had EBITDA growth of over 20%, margins, as I said, expanded to close to 25%, and the PAT growth of 12% as well. Pretty substantial and hefty dividend that is being paid out of as much as 82 rupees per share. HSBC's weighed in on Eicher Motors, maintained a buy but raised its target price to 8,200 versus 8,010. It says it was a strong Q4 beat led by better ASPs or average selling prices, a richer product mix, exactly what I've talked about, and lower input costs or commodity costs. Management is confident of sustained domestic and export demand. Inquiries remain strong in April 2026. Royal Enfield expanding capacity beyond its 2 million units via Greenfield and Cheyyar Brownfield. The premiumization in EV launches and financing JV with Volvo supports the medium-term growth trajectory. Remember that so far, before the expansions have been announced, Royal Enfield is operating at very high capacity utilization, and so it'll be interesting to see whether the volume picture changes at all once those factories come on stream. Fortis Healthcare is the second stock on my list, and this is a pretty good set of numbers as well. The occupied beds have actually risen as much as 17% when you compare with the same quarter last year. And you've had the top 6 specialties. These are essentially cardiac, orthopedics, neurology, gastro-oncology and renal that has accounted for as much as 62% of the overall revenue, and that pie has grown by as much as 18% on a year-on-year basis. The occupancy has remained stable at 68%, and that is despite the addition of beds. You had an improved performance also in the diagnostics business in terms of adjusted EBITDA, and that has aided the overall margin. This is an interesting metric that was pointed out to in the investor presentation. A majority of their hospitals, as much as 13 of them, are operating at an EBITDA margin of over 20%, and these have a 76.2% revenue contribution. In fact, those that have EBITDA margins of sub 8% are some of the newer facilities which will take a little time to come on stream. So you could see an improved performance down the line as well. Citi has weighed in on Fortis Health, maintained a buy with a target price of 1,120 rupees. It says that it was a strong quarter with steady growth in hospitals, and despite bed expansion, you had margins that remained resilient. Healthy momentum in hospitals business and sustained traction is seen in diagnostics. And finally, Greenlam Industries. You were expecting strong set of numbers for quite a few of these laminate players, and this is another instance of that. Strong top line growth, healthy margin expansion, and that has aided the performance. The EBITDA is up as much as 70%, resulting in a multifold PAT increase. However, you've seen a sequential drop of as much as 410 basis points in gross margin, and that is on account of input price increase. Remember that the company has taken some price increases in the fourth quarter, and it has undertaken price increases in April as well. I wonder if that will have a bearing on volumes and on revenue in the first quarter. But for now, this is a great set of numbers for Greenlam as well.
Absolutely. In fact, a lot of your not only large caps, mid caps, but a lot of smaller names that have reported numbers. So I think my read is SMID again will continue to remain in focus as well. And I think we're pretty much at the fag end to an extent of the earnings season. You know, I have Anupam Rasayan and Bliss GVS Pharma, both these counters that will be in focus today. Anupam has approved acquisition of up to 74% stake in Bliss GVS at 299. And this is through a SPA, 43.3% will be done. And open offer for another additional 26%. And they have an optional of additional 4.9%. So the total deal actually includes up to rupees 1,369 crores for the promoter stake plus the open offer. Now, Bliss GVS, they've received the public announcement from SBI Capital on the open offer by Anupam and to acquire the 26% additional stake as well. Now, why this deal matters is because it's a strategic move from a CRAMS to a formulations company. It actually transforms Anupam into a more integrated pharma player and entry into multiple high-growth therapy segments and strengthens the presence across regulated global markets. And it will build an end-to-end pharma capability-owned company. In terms of the deal overview, it's done at a PE of around 23 to 24 times. So it seems the acquisition is at a fair valuation. So watch out for both these names in trade as we speak. Secondly, Yatra Online. Operational profitability has faced severe pressure this time around. It's a smaller one, but the declining revenues, the margin contraction, and the geopolitical headwinds that you've seen, they have impacted business. This is the lowest operating margin for the company in the last trailing 4 quarters. And despite a fragile final Q4, however, they've locked in its most profitable full year in history. So 2 divergences over there, but the net profit is down this time around. Revenues down 26%, EBITDA down 51%, and margins at 5.8% versus a 8.7%. And lastly, Sartha Energy on my list. A highly efficient operational performance is what the company has reported. Strong profit, good margin expansion, and this is despite a modest revenue growth that they've seen. If you talk about the profit, 45 to 46% kind of an up move, and the revenues just a 1% up move. So that tells you how they are rationalizing as well. EBITDA, again, up 28%, and margins have improved substantially, I would say. Margins have come in at 27.7% versus a 21.8% as well. So watch out for this one in trade. So these are a few of the stocks that we are watching out for. But another earnings candidate that will be in focus from the FMCG pack is going to be Colgate Palmolive. In fact, last 1 or 2 trading sessions have been where you've seen good accumulation happening with regards to FMCG. Let me head across to my colleague Mahima, who's standing by to tell us more in terms of how the number has been and what our brokerage is making out of it. Mahima, good morning. If you have to look at a Colgate Palmolive, are toothpaste selling more?
So here what has happened is that we've seen in the last 2 or 3 quarters that Colgate has been under pressure in terms of where volume growth is concerned. But this quarter, volume growth is better than what the street was expecting. So the volume growth expectations was around 2%, but it's done 4%. So it's a healthy quarter per se in terms of volume growth as well as top line growth. Plus the oral care as a whole has done much better in terms of growth as compared to its peers oral care segment. Now premium segment has continued to outperform for them and overall has been growing 3 times the overall company's growth. Growth is largely driven by a mix of both volume as well as pricing. They've taken calibrated price hikes, and margins, however, were slightly impacted due to higher spends and of course GST related changes as well. Now in terms of where the numbers go, revenue saw an uptick of around 7%. EBITDA was down around 2.3%, margins came in at 31.9%, and net profit was almost flat. In terms of where the commentary goes, going forward, the management is expecting a balanced growth through volume recovery. Volume recovery over margins is something that they've guided in the con call. They expect elective pricing actions as well while continuing to invest in brands as well as premiumization. And overall, management has said that the gap between rural demand and urban demand is something that they're seeing narrowing going forward 600 in FY27. Now, in terms of where brokerages go, a lot of brokerages have kind of, either raised the target price or cut the target price. For Kotak, they have cut the target price to 2025. They're saying that growth momentum will sustain, but A&P, that is advertisement and promotion spends step up will impact EBITDA going forward. HSBC has raised the target price to 2150 with a rating of hold. They're saying that premiumization remains key for the long-term growth. And lastly, Jefferies has maintained buy and up the target price to 2600. They're saying that FY27 is expected to benefit from favorable base effect. So this is the overall view of how Q4 has panned out for Colgate.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Mahima, in fact, Alex and I are just discussing whether the numbers are good or bad. But I think the way everyone is looking at it is versus estimation. The number is seeming, especially in terms of the volume growth.
4% now, but...
Yeah, but the expectation was much lower. And it's only the oral care category which has helped. Now, whether the stock reacts or not is the key question here, because the trend is in favor of the FMCG names in the last couple of days.
I think in relative terms, Colgate has underperformed to other FMCG players.
In the oral segment, but in the oral segment, they've actually done better, apparently.
Which they always do.
Yeah.
So
which is why I'm not enthused.
Yeah. No, I would tend to agree with you a little, but yeah, maybe versus expectation.
So let's see, where the tide turns. So that's with regards to Colgate. But let's also look at the FTSE Emerging Market All Cap Index. There are a couple of additions that have come in. Interesting names. From the new age companies, you have Lenskart and Grow that has come in. So you could see some bit of positive reaction coming in there. Tata Capital, ICICI Prudential AMC, and you have a LG India. LG is an interesting addition that we are seeing because, in terms of the stock, not really done too much in the near past, but what is interesting is whose weightage has gone down. Reliance's weightage has been reduced to get all of these additions in as well. And Bharti Airtel, their weightage has increased. Now, Bharti Airtel as well, I think just a couple of days ago, it took over as the number 2 company in terms of market capitalization as well. So I think that's one of the factors that they would have considered. But interesting names that we need to watch out for once the market opens. We'll quickly slip into a short break. However, on the other side, get you the top trading strategies for today. And as always, we'll have Kush Bora and Parag Thakkar as well in the studio.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
When the headlines move fast, perspective matters. On Editor's Cut, our editors come together with experts to distill the week's information blitz into clear perspective. Down the stories shaping the world, from markets and the economy to global conflicts and what lies ahead. This is where experience meets insight. No noise, no hype, just sharp takes on what to watch next. Editor's Cut, every Friday, 3:30 p.m. only on NDTV Profit.
Economy.
Welcome back. You're watching India Market Open. I'm going to quickly pull up the implied open for you because it's looking like an exciting morning. Is there enough to celebrate, and will this sustain is the question. 190 points up, so a slight, I would call this a mild gap up right now compared to where our markets are right at this point. Parag Thakkar and Kush Bora with us in the studios this morning. Welcome to both of you. Kush, are you feeling optimistic about the indices?
One of them for sure, and no marks for guessing which one it is, right? Bank Nifty. Right? We've been maintaining a long call on Bank Nifty for the last couple of sessions. Friday outperformed by about 1% on the Nifty, so that for sure. But ये Bombay Heat का कुछ करो यार. This is very bad. I mean, you step outside.
Yeah. Fly to Switzerland. Nainital ही चले जाना है.
फिर वहाँ से आप शो नहीं करने दोगे ना.
Or may have patience for another couple of weeks.
It'll rain, right? I mean, is it in the offing, the predictions?
I think so. I saw showers over this weekend.
But that was thunder showers. It's already past the Andamans, no? And it's expected to hit Kerala soon. Yeah. So,
just another couple of weeks. Also have some kind of these cooling off or maybe getting a little excited, wala face.
Don't say cooling off.
Okay, my bad. Getting excited, but doesn't seem to be the case, Most of the street has said 23,800 is the resistance level, okay? I have consistently maintained that number for me is 24,000. उसके ऊपर close होगा तो कुछ reversal signs बनेगा, and that too we'll see how things go. But for the here and now, it took 5-6 attempts for the Nifty to break past, at least in terms of closing, above that 50-day moving average, and finally we got there, right? Only just, but we still got there, and we'll take that. Not a bad move. If we get this kind of a gap up today, now we are very close to this 23,900, 24,000 zone, which is an immediate resistance zone. So for me, this is not something where you go out and create long positions. If you have a long position from the last couple of days, it's a good idea to book partially, if not fully. So that's the view largely on Nifty. Like I said, Bank Nifty, that was the star of the show on Friday, and we did discuss if you want to take a positional bet for a host of reasons. The big boys not performing well. The momentum indicators do suggesting, some kind of a rebound. Even now, I think there is room. The only hitch there is, if the team can bring up, perfect. Also the 50-day moving average. At 54,600, there is a convergence of the 54,600. There's a convergence of the 50 and the 20-day moving average. There will obviously be resistance at around that level. We might open around that level today. If Bank Nifty is above, able to close above that mark today itself, then you have a further up move towards 55,500 and higher levels. In any case, the structure seems positive. Risk-reward ratio still favorable. I would suggest if you have a position, hold on to that long position. Push your stop losses up to 53,500 on Bank Nifty.
What about
fresh? I was just going to ask 1 second. Any fresh positions that you would recommend even at current levels in terms of Bank Nifty?
Very good question. Like I said, see, if we get this 200-point gap up on Nifty, I'm sorry, in most likelihood it will translate to about 500-600 points of gap up on the Bank Nifty, which is bang at this 54,600 resistance that I spoke of. If we dip maybe another 200-300 points, you get it somewhere close to 54,200-300 zone, that's when you create that long position. The risk reward ratio will be favorable, not at 54,600.
Individual stocks I was going to ask. And sorry Parag bhai for keeping you waiting.
No, I'll keep it short, I know.
No, carry on.
3 longs, Monday, weekly pick, that's Timken, and then the other 2 are GV, TND and AIA Engineering. So Timken targets are 38.45, 4,000, stop loss at 36.60. GV, TND, 49.95, 51.20 are targets. 47.50 is where you keep that stop loss. And AIA Engineering, relatively simpler targets, 4,100, 4,200, stop loss at 3,900.
We're going to see so many earnings reactions today, right? So Parag bhai, I'm going to throw it as an open question to you, and then maybe we'll get into specifics. Out of all of the earnings you saw an OEM, you saw a hospital company, you saw in the pharma space. What did you like?
So basically, see, one thing about Eicher Motor results, I saw that again inventory at the retailer level is very low, which is the same case in Maruti. So it means that at least auto demand on ground has sustained and the inventories are low, so you can hope for one another better month in spite of this petrol diesel price hikes and all. So that is one good thing. I saw so all this Building material companies are reporting good numbers. So Greenply reported good numbers. Somani Ceramic, Century Ply, Green all these companies have reported good numbers. In hospitals, Fortis Healthcare reported good numbers. And there, what I have read is promoter, which is IHH Malaysia, wants to increase stake also. So that should be constructive in my view.
What about Colgate Palmolive? What did you make of it?
So revenue growth of 8-9% for a mature category, absolutely mature category like is better. It is better than its peers also like HULs of the world in oral care space. I think the valuations at 35-36 times FY28 earnings are also reasonable. The only thing is now premiumization is a lever for them. Now you cannot grow volume significantly or you cannot grow...
How many more people will brush their teeth basically?
So premiumization is the only lever left.
More than once a day.
More than once a day. You know, this is the last interview I've actually done with Colgate Palmolive. This is a conversation we've had where they're now pitches that you should brush after every meal. so you at least, treble your basic consumption.
We leave those ads to the happy dents. No, you don't want to be having floodlights when you open your mouth.
I don't think it's a bad idea to brush more often, but one way or the other. Okay, many more results to cover. In fact, I'm going to go to Sharad, who's put it all together very cogently for you on what has worked and what's not from the result pack. Sharad.
Well, yes, largely for Hindalco, we have seen a good set of numbers, and already we had seen that Novelis came out with a very strong set of number, and Street is of course bullish on the early start of the Oswego plant as well. The consolidated revenue and EBITDA, they have hit their all-time high levels, and the Indian business also, if you look at the aluminium and the copper segment, they have done well as well. Apart from this, Divis Labs, a largely inline set of numbers coming in, and the growth is steady. Overall, this is driven by the custom synthesis segment. That's where the performance has been there. PAT, if you look at it, that's also going on the higher other income as well. Management has stated that there will be a double-digit growth going ahead, and peptides and contrast media, that is something which will be a key future driver as well. Net numbers have been largely in line. An interesting name, Kolte Patil Developers, comes to the list. Of course, a little bit of execution and lumpiness is there. That's why you're seeing the lower side on the numbers. But the operational numbers are pretty strong. Looking at the collections, it's up 18% on a year-on-year basis, and realizations is up 21% on a year-on-year basis. And there's a bullish commentary coming on the management, especially on their outlook. Of course, if you change the one-off adjustments, the profitability shows a 16% year-on-year basis. So these are the stocks which should be on your radar today.
Okay, quite a few of them which have not done too well. It's a mixed bag, I would say. Some howlers and some very good ones. From the mid-cap space, Parag Bhai, what are you liking right now? And you talked a short while ago about Eicher, you mentioned Maruti. The auto OEM space you're still constructive on. Looking at 7.5 rupee price hike has already been taken. There is clearly more to go.
Correct. There's clearly more to, especially in diesel, where the under recovery is too high. So I would say that I'm not going right now in CVs and tractors. I'm sticking to two-wheelers and passenger cars, where we have just started nibbling. We have just started.
Is EV a play right now?
EV is a perfect play. For example, Bajaj Auto, Chetak is doing very well. Ather is doing very well. TVS, of course, keeps on doing well. And plus the other thing that in Bajaj Auto, company is distributing 100% of its profits as pay out to shareholders, in which 150 rupees dividend, which also goes to promoter, but the buyback of 5,600 crores, promoter is not taking anything. Promoter is not participating. Bajaj Auto. Promoter is not participating in buyback, and the buyback is at 12,000 rupees. Stock trades at only 21 times FY28 earnings. So I would say that although the macros are negative for auto OEMs, there are some like two-wheelers and passenger cars, there's something to nibble in. I would not say go overboard, but start nibbling in Bajaj Auto, Maruti, Eicher, TVS Motors kind of.
And you might get opportunities down the line as well.
So you might average down. So for example, a small cap company like Minda Corp, 13,700 crore market, reported phenomenal numbers. And now that is a result of premiumization, increasing content per vehicle and increasing wallet share within the same customers.
Okay. So in the in the auto ank space, Minda Corp you like, anything else just to round that off?
Many other stocks. So there are some, so we because there are many mid caps and small caps in this space, and all of them actually quality wise they are all good companies. Leverage wise they are okay. So I would say many other companies which will benefit from this. Especially I liked result of Minda Corp and of course LG Bala Brothers and various other companies where results were not that great, but I would say the valuations are also now very compelling.
On charts, anything from this space which looks interesting, Kush?
I'm very happy.
You're very happy.
मैं तो पिछले 2 महीने से बोल रहा हूँ. I don't know what is the reason. Even if the OEMs are not doing well, the auto ang space has been on fire.
No, it's not about not doing well. It's that there's larger vulnerability to the West Asia crisis.
Totally agree. Totally agree. My only thing was that my fear was rather that because the OEMs aren't doing well, will it trickle down into the auto angs in let's say a month or two?
Yeah.
Thankfully, with this mohar that Parag Bhai is levied on these. Wow. I think that worry is now taken out. So despite having run up quite a bit, since the fundamental view is already there, I think technically also, right now also there isn't very, deep gashes or any kind of worry in some of these names. So I continue to like Bellrise, Gabriel, Samvardhana, a lot of these stocks we've given out on channel as the call as well. So I continue to favor this space. So like I said, Bellrise, Gabriel, Samvardhana, take your pick. Some of these are doing well, consolidating with a positive bias right now.
Since you mentioned LG Balakrishnan, and this is a manufacturer, of course, in case you didn't know, of chains and sprockets, essentially for automotive applications, right? It's a close to 5,000 crore market capitalization company. Trailing stock PE is 15.6.
Yeah, very attractive.
And it's been growing last 3 quarters at 20% or thereabouts revenue.
So I think last quarter was not that great because their expected ramp up did not happen in the Nagpur plant. But I would say that a decent company, clean promoter, under leveraged balance sheet.
Based.
Yeah. Under leveraged balance sheet. In fact, one of the names which Kush mentioned, Samvardhana Motherson, we discussed on the result day. The result was fabulous actually. And to have such a fantastic 25-30% growth on this high base, this company is a very large company, 1,40,000 crore market cap and 1,500 crore PAT per quarter. I think in such environment of the global, due to West Asia war conflict, in this environment, this kind of result looks fabulous.
Okay, before we get a quick word on Hindalco and a few of the other results as well which have come in, and a word on ICICI Bank from Parag Thakkar, been waiting to speak about it. I'm going to go across to Somit Sarkar joining us with all the chatter this morning. Be quiet. Heard on D Street. Samit, good morning.
Good morning. The sentiment is quite positive, but what remains to be seen is whether the opening gains sustain or not. Few stocks and sectors that dealers have highlighted. Firstly, it's bank. There was a basket bank that we saw on Friday, and that some flows are expected to continue. Even technically, the Nifty Bank Index now seems to be better placed at this moment. And for Premier Energies, there are sell flows on the HNI desk. Dealers are expecting a big block deal to come in very soon on this counter. The block deal might happen in the block window and not in a normal trade. And one of the large FIs seemed to be one of the anchor buyers for this block. So keep an eye out for Premier Energies in trade, and multiple stocks that we indicated earlier. Firstly, JSW Cement was part of our segment on May 22nd, where we did indicate that a bunch of DI mutual funds have bought in stake in the block deal that happened, and private equity was a seller, and that has come out to be true if you look at the bull deal data. For GAIL, we did indicate on May 22nd that the analyst meet that was supposed to be held post-market, the management was going to give strong commentary on the marketing segment, and we had clearly mentioned that the guidance that they would give for the EBIT for marketing segment would be in the range of 4,000 to 4,500 crore rupees, and that's what the management has said, that if the Middle East issue persists, then the marketing segment EBIT would be close to 4,000, and if it moves and if it's resolved, then the EBIT could be around 4,500. And lastly, Bliss GVS and Anupam Rasayan. On April 24th, we did indicate that there's a buzz of a potential M&A activity here. Anupam Rasayan was looking to acquire the promoter stake of Bliss GVS, and that is what has come out over the weekend. If you look at Anupam Rasayan, will be buying in the promoter stake and will also be making an open offer for the 26% of the public shareholding.
You know, absolutely cover confirmed, Somit, and in fact we'll be speaking with Anupam Rasayan later on in the show today. So hold on for that. Just want to talk about a couple of more developments that took place over the weekend, and you could see those reactions today on the trading day. Hindalco, if for one that you have been tracking, Parag bhai, good set of numbers.
Yeah, good set of. Aluminium is at 3,600. What more you want?
No, but valuation-wise, is it still a buy, more to accumulate?
That depends on your call on aluminium price now. So aluminium, see, in the aluminium alone, they are making EBITDA in the north of $1,750 per ton, which is huge. The price is 3,600. So they are one of the cost leaders in aluminium manufacturing. Plus Novalis actually surprised. Novalis commentary was very positive. So all in all, there's good going for Hindalco. So I think momentum will continue.
On charts, Kush, for Hindalco?
So the trend is very strong. That is not a worry. The worry is if you buy now, is there enough risk reward ratio? Doesn't seem to be so. Because, one thing maybe I should have mentioned in the opening commentary is that this week is the monthly expiry and we'll have back-to-back expiries on Tuesday and Wednesday.
Plus you have a truncated week.
Yeah, correct. So that is why, there could be fair bit of volatility in some of these names. Even if, they do well, in terms of numbers or momentum, there could be some capping technically. Hindalco has a call and a put base, a straddle at 1100 with a premium of about 40-45. I don't know if it will really cross 1140, 1145 levels today. But on the whole, the trend is fair. If you do want to buy it from a positional standpoint, around this 1100 mark seems like a good buy.
I just wanted to get your take on Sun Pharma, if you have a take very quickly, because the numbers came in Friday during close and seem to have disappointed. A lot of negative brokerage notes also today.
Yeah, so the stock price rallied significantly after, if you see that acquisition, stock has rallied from 1600 to 1900 non-stop.
Yeah.
So it had to correct a little bit, and this result gave a reason to correct because they have invested in specialty pharma business, and so they have compromised a little bit on the margins. So I think stock might come off a bit, but structurally nothing changes.
Okay, structurally nothing changes and it's positive. A good point to put it in context of the rally that already took place after that giant acquisition that they announced. But let's keep the focus on the pharma sector. A re-rating seems to be underway with the rally broadening across the entire value chain. At this point, when people are looking for defensive plays and safe havens, is pharma the bet that you need to make? Varsha joining in with more.
Well, in last 1 year, I would say pharma has outperformed with comparison to other sectors. Nifty Pharma, if you see, have gained almost 14% of returns in last 1 year. And, so the rally that we are seeing is not because of one company or one drug, because it is due to across value chain. Talking about the performance, so Nifty Pharma is of course up 14% in last 1 year. Now this was, the rally was due to broad-based performance across value chain, and US, continues to be the biggest swing factor for pharma earnings. So this is the main highlight when it comes to pharma. Even CDMO, specialty, all are contributing to the rally that we are seeing, and this is a not one company performance, but it's a intermediate, CDMO, specialty, all are contributing, and chronic therapies are gaining share, which is leading the margin expansion for all the companies. Now talking about individual, now let's talk about US business. Well, now US business is on the stabilization mode. Pricing pressure are improving. US generics pricing are seeing a low single digit erosion versus double digit, which was expected. Even US is now shifting from price erosion story to launch driven growth story. That's a very good point over here. Talking about the performance of the pharma companies, where Lupin US sales hit record, was up 55%. Even Zydus saw recovery when it comes to the US business, beat all the estimates. Gland was also strong when it comes to the US business. Talking about CDMO, the other factor which has led to this rally, Newland, fantastic results, margins at 40% with CMS mix at 61%. Laura CDMO also saw growth of around 33%. DVs, if you see, custom synthesis mix was at 56%, and now the shift is to high value segment. Now talking about the new growth drivers, of course the structural themes, we all know the semaglutide is the current hot topic when it comes to pharma, and biosimilars, GLP-1, all companies are progressing towards all these new therapies, which is leading to the next leg of growth for all the pharma companies. Lastly, on the FY27 outlook, every pharma company is of course bullish when it comes to the outlook. Mankind is guiding margins at around 25 to 26%. Lupin is targeting around 70% of chronic mix that will lead to a high margin one. Sun Pharma is guiding high single digit growth, and Quality Pharma, well, this is a small cap but is guiding almost 100 crores of PAT. So overall, everyone is bullish on pharma, considering the strong US pipeline that they have, US price erosion declining, and you have semaglutide biosimilars playing out the story for pharma.
Okay, thank you, Varsha, for that. This is an interesting story to look at as well. You know, Vishal Manchanda, Senior VP Institutional Research at Systematics Group, joins in. Vishal, good morning and welcome to the show. This is Hiral on this side. Are you also of the opinion that pharma as a sector is set for a re-rating? Because you have the US business, which is probably showing you a different trend from here on, that is gaining momentum. And there is CDMO-led growth that will be coming in. Is that the setup that you are looking at for probably FY27 onwards?
Yeah, hi, good morning, Hiral, and good morning, everyone. So, Hiral, I think my views are a bit different. I'm not a bull on pharma right now because I see the sector as a mixed bag. So broadly, I feel like there are two important segments for the large pharma companies in India. One is the India piece and the other is the US piece. While the India piece we know is probably a 9 to 12% growth story, with GLP-1 basically aiding the growth for the sector in the next few years. But outside of India, I think US is where I'll be a bit cautious because there are large value opportunities which are going to go off the base. But companies do have a pipeline in terms of replacing these high value launches. But we can see a few quarters of underperformance before the new high value launches kick in and kind of replace the old ones. So earnings growth probably for the large pharma companies should be in the mid-single digit range for the next 5 years structurally, but it'll be kind of maybe even flat. Earnings may be even flat for the next 1 or 2 years as the large drug comes out of the base.
You know, just wondering how you're looking specifically. I want to ask you about two. Sun Pharma. We spoke a bit about it before you came on, Vishal. Is it more of a profit booking that we're seeing? Were the results last quarter disappointing because of the margin squeeze? And Divi's, I want your view on both.
Right. So I think Sun Pharma results were in line with what we were expecting for them for this quarter. But among the large names, I would be more constructive on Sun Pharma, largely because of their lower dependence on US generics and the specialty engine doing very well for them. In the quarter, their innovative medicine portfolio grew 20% YOY. And I think I'm positive about the Organon deal they did. So largely because it's going to kind of put Sun Pharma on kind of one of the large global pharma companies from a large India pharma company. It immediately doubles their revenue base. There will be like immediate earnings accretion too because of the deal. Maybe we'll see some profit booking now. The stock has gone up post Organon deal and the Q4 earnings were not that great. So could be we'll see some profit booking, but maybe a good opportunity to structurally own the stock.
Vishal, so I take your point on being cautious on US. But the numbers that I see, Lupin, for example, you had 55% growth in Q4. I'm wondering if there are exceptions to the rule based on the formulations that some companies are selling. Is that the case?
So Lupin posted a very robust US performance this quarter, Q4. But that's the entire cause of worry because what's driving the numbers are not multiple products. These are like 2 or 3 drugs driving the numbers. And these are not drugs that are going to last in the base for long, maybe another 6 months or maybe another 12 months. And these opportunities will vanish. So you can imagine the impact. The contribution of these drugs to the earnings is very meaningful. So we'll have to be kind of, we'll have to wait and see how the launch pipeline unfolds. While these drugs are for sure going to vanish from the numbers.
So just to sum up, Vishal, and to put all of this together, you're saying that there's a high degree of possibility of a flat earnings performance over the next 1 year. And so therefore, from that perspective, you weighed in on US and on India. Is there a pecking order that you have right now for the pharmaceutical industry?
So among the larger names, Cipla and Sun is where I'm more comfortable about the growth delivery and the pipeline unfolding better than others in the next 2-3 years. So those are the names I would recommend there. I don't cover too many CDMO names except Divi's where I have a hold rating because of the valuation concerns.
Vishal, thank you so much for speaking with us. We always like getting your view on the pharma sector. Just going to go across to those live visuals that you're seeing on the side of the screen. We'll get them full frame. You have the Secretary of State of the US speaking to the media as he heads to Agra.
The role that Pakistan has. Do the Indians voice any concern to you? What do you tell them?
No, look, they're concerned about the things they're always concerned about, obviously. India is always pointing to the fact that there are armed terrorist groups operating from Pakistani territory that target India. They're always concerned about that. But as far as the role they played as a mediator and a facilitator in the Iran situation, it never came up. I don't think that they would complain about that. I mean, their issues with Pakistan are different.
Tell us about the Taj Mahal, going there.
I've never been there. I heard the only one I ever knew about was the one in New Jersey that the president used to have. But
have you been to that one?
No, look, it's one of the wonders of the world. I think it's important to show respect to the culture of the countries that you visit. We have a gap in our schedule because the Quad meeting couldn't happen until tomorrow. So it was a good opportunity to see some of the cultural sites here and pay respect to this country. And there's so much to see here, and it's such a big country with a lot of diversity and a tremendous history. So it'll be a good opportunity to see something that is iconic for the country. Okay?
Thanks very much.
All right, guys. Are you guys going to that or no?
Apparently it's closed press. If you want to take us.
Well, I don't think they let us have press coverage there, right? But they can see it. Have you guys ever seen it?
I've been before.
Okay, I think this is Marco Rubio speaking to his contingent, and obviously Secretary of State will travel with the US press as well. And he's saying, "Are you guys going to Agra?" One guy says, "No, I've seen it before." So I think the comments on what's happening with the US and Iran are important, and we'll have to wait and see. I don't think we can celebrate yet before things pair out. And that's really the question. Parag bhai, if you do see a gap up today, and I want to pull up the implied, if you see about 180-point gap up, if you have at least some of your stocks which are performing well, time to nibble into profits in small measure, or you just sit tight?
No, I think right now I am preferring to sit tight. Let's see. I think it should, hopefully, this is a hope again, that it should be as constructive as they call it.
Let me ask you this though, are you keeping dry powder still, or have you deployed
dry
mostly?
Powder I always keep.
To what extent?
There's a 5% cash.
No, but you had gone higher in cash, right? So you've deployed that over the course of the last week.
As I told you, some of the sectors corrected. Good companies corrected because of this oil going up and all. So that's why we have nimbled into it.
So let me get this straight. You'd gone to as high as 10-12% cash, right?
12%.
And then you've dropped down again to 5%. In what sectors have you looked to pick up?
So the new money we have deployed is in auto anchors kind of names. And we have already spoken about ICICI Bank, Grasim Bharti. Those are the top holdings of the portfolio. So financials, auto and cement. Cement restricted to Grasim Ultratech kind of names.
Okay, the first ticks are in. Let's pull those up and take a look at where the benchmarks are opening today. Remember, these are just the first few ticks, so don't perhaps read too much into it. Kush has described it as a chalawa in the past. By the way, in case you didn't know, that is a mirage. It's up as much as 279 points for the benchmark Nifty 50 and flirting with that 24,000 mark. The question is, do we hold? I would also like to pull up the Bank Nifty because that is what Kush spoke about more than the benchmark in trade or rather in the pre-open session. Pull that up and see where it's at. It is currently higher. It's unchanged. All right, let's see whether that changes over the course of the morning. Individual stocks though, pull up the Nifty 50 and see whether there are key movers. Not too much in the way of big movers. Ultratech Cement doing okay. Hindalco is up as much as 4.5%. Eicher Motors 3.3%. I would like to look at some of the other big movers on the earnings as well. Fortis, Greenlam Industries, Century Plyboards, Anupam Rasayan on the back of that Bliss GVS deal. Pull up both of those stocks and see whether it's moving. Century Ply up as much as 9%. Anupam Rasayan not too much. Bliss GVS is the Aquari company doing well. 9%, 10% up. Sarda Energy, good earnings. Yatra Online and Colgate Palmolive. I wonder what the initial takes on Colgate Palmolive are as well. Colgate is just about 0.1% in the green, Tamanna.
Colgate doesn't have a great reaction, but it's Century, which is really buzzing as one of the top gainers. BPCL is doing great, relatively 6.5% up. I want to look at IOCL, I want to look at HPCL, that entire pack, because after all, you have second hike in about a week. 7.5 rupees in all come through, and it's clear that we're not done yet overall. Sorry?
It's the third hike.
In a week.
In I think a week. Yeah.
No, so you've had 4 in all.
In 10 days.
It's 4 in all.
Okay, my bad.
2 in a
In 10
week.
days.
And you know, so this is what it's like, tiny pinches, right? So you forget when you got pinched last. So yes, you have had 2 hikes in a week, but of course, overall, since the hike started, they've been about 4 and 7.5 rupees up on it entirely. I want to look at ONGC as well. Just let's look at ONGC for a second. These are going to be the big ones today. I want to look at Narayana Hrudayalaya. Let's look at Fortis. You have all of those moves in terms of earnings coming in as well. And Century, of course, the hero over there. I want to look at ICICI Bank if we can, because this announcement of the extension of the CEO, Sandeep Bakshi, will also be looked at as positive. Is it going to be a big deal though?
Yes, it was expected. It was expected. But Mr. Bakshi has done such a wonderful job that for next 2 years, ICICI Bank shareholders just need to relax. He has done a wonderful job. Highest NIM, highest ROA, lowest NPA, and very, very comfortable valuations thanks to FII selling. So I would say that it is my largest holding. I have said this many times, and it is due to Mr. Bakshi's work, what he has done, and the entire team's efforts, of course. And I'll continue to keep that.
Yeah, but you know, how much should you put by store of the leadership? Because the top private banks all have good leadership. If I'm talking about the quality of leadership in corporate India, banks are at top of the heap. There's not really a bank where you can be too worried, and plus you have so much scrutiny on it. The RBI is also looking at it.
Regulated.
It's an extremely regulated entity. So how much should you set by store?
Banking is a leverage business. So what I feel is that if you are growing, first of all, if you are growing above the system, when you are at the scale of ICICI Bank, when you are growing above the system, when you are growing with a NIM of 4.3%, which is relatively very high compared to other banks, and if you are managing ROA of about 2%, and ICICI Bank is at 2.3%. So a scale, at this scale, to maintain this kind of NIMs, ROA, stable less than 0.5% credit cost, it is everything to put together. So I think I would say it's a all-round fantastic performance, and this cannot come without a excellent leadership.
Yeah. Okay. No, the leadership definitely helps. 2 more years of Mr. Bakshi, and that is giving comfort to Parag Thakkar. Milan Vaishnav joining us this morning. He's founder and technical analyst at Gemstone Equity Research. Milan, good morning to you. Let's just get a chart view very quickly.
Very good morning. Chart views, it puts us more in the comfortable zone because today we see the markets opening well above 23,800. And if we are now able to keep our head above 23,800, then it would drag the supports higher at that level. So we would be once again inside that old 700 point trading range with 23,800 acting as a support and 24,500 acting as a resistance. So in a way, we are back inside that 800 point trading range. But as I just mentioned, for that, we need to keep our head above 23,800.
23,800. You're well above, though, at least as of now, at the end of the pre-open session. What are your, or close to the end of the pre-open session, what are your picks this morning, Milan?
I would be looking at 2 things. One would be Federal Bank. I would be looking at buying Federal Bank above 287, keep a target of 301, and also have 279 as a protective stop. Another one would be Indraprasth Gas, IGL. I would be looking at buying it above 155. It's in a major bottoming out process. So buying above 155, a protective stop at 148, and expected price targets at 168.
Okay, stay with us. We've got to go to Sharath for a regular feature at 9:05. It's the big brokerage call of the day, and this one is CLSA, which has downgraded Aurobindo Pharma to an underperform. Sharath joining you to tell you why. Sharath, morning.
Good morning, Alex. This is largely seems like a tactical call coming in from CLSA on Aurobindo Pharma. There's a downgrade happening to hold from the outperform rating, and interestingly, the target price has been hiked minorly from 1,370 rupees to 1,490 rupees per share. Now, of course, they have stated fundamentally that the outlook for FY27 is steady, but the inflection year will be FY28. In inflection in FY28 will be led by two important parameters. The first is product launches, and the second is the ramp up of the existing portfolio. Interestingly, they see a limited upside due to a recent sharp rise in the share price. So it largely looks like a technical call coming in from CLSA.
Okay, Aurobindo just about 0.5% down. I want to look at NTPC if we can. There's a Bernstein take on NTPC where we are looking at quite a positive view coming in. They've maintained an outperform with a target price of 430 rupees. They're saying execution in line with our expectation. One of the few reasonably valued utilities left. Renewables is a big target for FY27, but grid could be a limitation. Concern is that NTPC might be ceding ground to private players and is going slow on new thermal award. Not the hottest mover this morning, but NTPC, do you have a view, Parag bhai?
Yeah, so it continues to be a regulated ROE businesses are somewhere, as I agree with the statement, that it is the most undervalued utility left right now, NTPC and Power Grid. Everything else in the power sector has just gone up too much.
Okay, let's pack in what brokerages are saying on Dalmia Bharat, another stock which is going to be on the radar. There's been a whole slew of brokerages this morning. The stock not moving much though. Puneet, what are they saying?
Well, thank you for that. So this is of course on the acquisition of Jaiprakash associate assets from the Adani Group as well, and hence most brokerages are being positive on what this particular transaction by Dalmia Bharat. Jefferies maintains a buy. Their view is that the acquisition marks a re-entry for the company in the central region of India, as well as strengthening the company's presence, barring the south as well as the east, which is already very heavily reliant for the company at this point in time. So the 5.2 million ton acquisition bodes well. They feel that this will increase the company's combined capacity, meaningfully, as well as supporting the company's long-term growth, and highlight that while the profitability might be impacted in the near term because of the ramp-up phase, they are positive. HSBC also continues to mention that the valuations of the deal is quite attractive at this point of time, and they feel this will add enough clinker capacity as well as brownfield capacity similar to what Jefferies had mentioned. And they feel a faster ramp up, if possible, for this transaction will better position the company, especially given valuations are favorable. And finally, CLSA also maintaining a target price of 2240 highlights that funding will likely be through internal accruals, so won't have impact too much on interest cost, and they feel supply increase will impact the regional pricing but benefit Dalmia in the long term as well. We also have Citi, and just one point from there, that they are expecting the transaction to be completed in the next 3 to 4 quarters, and feel this will strategically position the company to scale meaningfully in the new region.
Got it. Okay. Thanks so much for that. And a few stocks are standing out, by the way, big movers early on. And I want to check with Milan what he thinks about both Century Ply and Greenlam Industries in the building material space. Both seem to be likely to have a great morning. What do you think, Milan?
Nothing much on Century Ply as such. The stock is just consolidating near its intermediate support. Basically, is in an uptrend, but I don't see it moving higher much unless it moves above 800 rupees. And
Greenlam.
Yeah, another one was Greenlam. Allow me a moment. Just
pulling it up.
Yes. This looks a little more okay on the charts. We just need to move, wait for a move above 242, and then this move can propel the stock higher towards 255, 260. So a move above 242 should be awaited on Greenland.
Sure. In the pre-open, it's gap up, so it's 16% higher. Yes. And so therefore, in all probability, you're going to start around 270, 275 if it holds. So based on that, what's the call?
In that case, we should wait for some cool-off. We should not be chasing this kind of move.
Okay. On the fundamentals, these building materials companies, we spoke about it. Is the price a concern at all?
Yeah. I will also not chase it. 16%. 16% high. It's not. But as I told you, there are this space particularly looks resilient and doing well. And here is the space where the smaller players, the fragmented smaller players are suffering. And so that results into a market share gains for this organized players also.
Okay, so this is a space that's looking interesting, but what's not this morning? And just look at where the Nifty has ended in the pre-open session. We have 3 minutes to go for markets open. You are about 220 points up. So let's see if we hold on and get to the 24,000 mark. But Reliance Infra seeing a knock, 5% down. HBL, Power Systems also with a little bit of weakness. Divi's Laboratories, not so exciting on the results, but just about 1% or 2% down, nothing major happening. Then Aurobindo Pharma about 0.5% down. The advanced decline ratio and the breadth is very, very positive. This is a day for buying, Parag bhai? And moving with the market momentum, because even though now Trump is saying okay, let's see, everyone is saying let's see, we're closer than we have been for a while.
Yeah, so basically I would not jump and buy when it's so high.
Which one are you talking about? You're talking about the Nifty
entire market. I'm market. I am saying from deployment of cash perspective. I only have 5% cash right now. I would like to keep that.
But if you have cash, you should deploy.
No, you should buy selected pockets, I would say.
HFCL, I don't want to. Sorry, Tamanna, you want to make a point, please?
No. The only point I was making is that Brent is now 6% down at 97.58. We haven't seen these levels in 80 days. So, and this has been the lead indicator of what's coming.
Absolutely.
And the most efficient indicator of what's coming rather than posts, Truth Social posts, XYZ.
Yeah. Even I saw US 10-year is also 4.59.
Correct.
I think things are looking better, at least on the, as you rightly said, the leading indicators are showing that things are progressing in the right direction.
Yes,
I wanted to check on HFCL because it seems like it's going to have a good morning. What do you think on the charts? This is Himachal Futuristic Communications.
Good morning. Try a good last couple of months. April 6 is when the rally started from 70. So that's the kind of move that it's already had.
126%.
Exactly. So I don't think, one, you should be buying into it now. Two, I don't think you should be selling it entirely also. Definitely a partial profit book candidate. I think you should hold the rest with the trailing stop loss at about 150.
Okay, just about a minute to go. Milan Vaishnav, Fortis and Narayana Health on the charts, both reacting to numbers at the start today. Narayana at least 4% higher. What would you do?
Narayana Ridale, I think I would not do anything much on that. The chart is neutral. It doesn't warrant any action here as of now.
And what about Fortis?
Fortis, it looks much better on the chart. Fortis is a buy at open levels. One can buy and hold it for a medium term with an expected appreciation of 7 to 8% from current levels.
Milan, top pick before we go into the opening, very quickly, 10 seconds.
ATGL is something I would be looking at.
ATGL.
Yes, Adani Total Gas.
Adani Total Gas is your top pick right now. Before we get into the opening session, we are almost there. This is going to be an exciting Monday morning. Is it going to be an exciting week? Remember, you have a monthly expiry. You have a market holiday in the middle of the week. And that sometimes makes people jittery. But as of now, no jitters being seen at all. The first tick is good. 250 points up. You are deliciously close to the 24,000 mark. I wonder if we will make it, but you're seeing a strong momentum there. Advanced decline ratio is looking robust across the board. Positive move there. The bank Nifty really roaring about 1.5% up. I want to look at Nifty IT just very quickly. The mid caps also looking robust. Nifty IT not doing much. It's all about the banks today going forward. I also want to look at the India VIX very quickly. We'll just pull up the India VIX before I get to the Nifty heat map and see what's happening there. Look at that. This is an important indicator, 6% down, less than 17 on the mark. So you're seeing all of the smoke signals for what the market is preparing for, which is a possible end to a crisis which has bogged the markets for the last 3 months. We don't know if this could change, but I'm talking about the here and now. Let's pull up the Nifty heat map for you and just talk about what's happening over there at that point. It's a pretty green screen. Let's start with the losers first. Hindalco actually a good set of numbers, but now a percent down, maybe some profit booking coming in there. Sun Pharma continuing the phase that it saw on Friday's close after its numbers came off. Crude goes down, it's negative for ONGC, so that's an obvious one. But it's really the winners who are exciting. Eicher Motors, strong set of numbers. We talked about how, and Parag Thakkar talked about how, even at the retail level, inventories are low. That means despite everything happening across the world, it's not going to be such a huge problem, at least for a month or so, for an Eicher Motors. Shriram Finance, very positive brokerage views on it. That's possibly one of the reasons you're seeing that stock up 2.5%. And if you're going to look at an EV play, M&M is a great player over there, even as fuel hikes continue. Eternal about 2% up. Bajaj Finance, so that whole consumption play looking good. It's a robust opening across the board, Alex, this morning, and looking pretty healthy, at least on the Nifty. I'm sure broader markets are doing even better.
Yeah, just simply on the point in Eicher Motors, I wonder if it's also a factor of the expectation that if any OEM will be resilient in the face of petrol increases, it'll be Eicher, because who goes and buys Royal Enfield based on what the prices of petrol are doing, right? It's not going to give you the best economy anyway.
The numbers are good.
And the numbers are good.
Solid.
The numbers are good. Let's pull up the heat map for the sectoral picture, right? And you see a large amount of green, if not the entire screen in green. Okay, IT is seeing a little bit of a cool off for a fourth session in a row, and bear in mind that the first 2 days of last week were absolutely phenomenal, and so this index went home with gains of over 4% for the week last week, and so some cool off is really par for the course. Auto as a pack, and we've spoken about a couple of the constituents doing well, M&M as well as Eicher. No wonder then that it's at the top of the pack there. PSU banks actually are bouncing back a little bit. It had not a great week last week, but it's up about 1.5%, and Nifty Bank also doing particularly well, building on those early gains and now trading with gains of 1.6%. I'd be curious to find out from Kush what he thinks about the new levels for this benchmark. You have consumption doing okay, and you have several other sectors really that are gaining about 1%. Let's jump straight into the individual stocks now, and quite a few earnings reactions right up front. I'd like to talk about the healthcare players, Narayana Healthcare as well as Fortis. Let's pull those two up because you had a pretty robust set of numbers for Fortis Healthcare. It's up about 0.9%. The bigger move is with Narayana Health, which is up as much as 4% in trade, or rather 2%, 3% at this point. Greenlam Industries, let's pull that up, as well as Century Ply, both operating in a similar space and gaining about 11% for Greenlam. Century is up about 3% or thereabouts. Anupam Rasayan is acquiring Bliss GVS. The big reaction is, relatively speaking, for Bliss GVS, but it's not moving as much as the pre-open session had indicated that it would. It was up as much as 9%. Let's see if that changes over the course of the day. Torrent Pharma, it's a beat on margins. The stock is up about 1.3%. Ramco Cement, weak volumes, but the stock is still up about 1%. Let's see if it moves later in the day. Sarda Energy, good set of numbers. It should be up in about, it's actually cooled off from the pre-open session. It had actually pretty big gains in the pre-open session, now trading with cuts of about 3%. Yatra Online, a bit of a weak Q4, and that's reflected in the stock price, down about 3.5%. Colgate Palmolive was a weak set, not actually weak, actually a mixed set of numbers, down about 1/3% or so, better in the oral segment than its peers. Kolte Patil is weak execution, and you're likely going to see that in the numbers. There you go, 5.5% lower at this point. A few more interesting updates. NIBE is opening a new defense division or an operating unit, up about 3% or so. BPCL, IOCL, HPCL, for obvious reasons, all of those stocks up and about on account of the fourth price increase in petrol and diesel, now 7+ rupees on the tank. And Navin Fluorine, last of all, you have positive management commentary and a few stocks reacting in the space, up about 1%. But Tamanna, it's broadly a good start. I think the breadth is good and a lot of stocks reacting.
I think the auto space overall is definitely shining. Look at Minda Corp. 4.5% up right now. JK Tires is doing well. Of course, you're going to see everyone benefiting from lower crude prices also coming in. We should look at SEAT.
and look at the other tire plays. Eicher Motors continues to be a strong bet and performing well, as we said, top Nifty gainer a short while ago. So a huge number of winners there that we're seeing. I wonder if we have Manish Sonthalia with us, but before we go to him, just a quick word from Kush on the charts of what you've seen on the Nifty.
Not a bad move. I mean, I'll take this. 24,000, like we said, is the stiffer resistance, more than 23,800. We're acting up, around that level. I'll take this, though. I'll take this because if Nifty hovers around this level, consolidates, it'll give a reason for the broader markets to do what they've been doing, which is, stock-specific action will be plenty. More excited about the Bank Nifty. 54,500, 600, that's the resistance that we spoke of. Comfortably trading above that, no BTST pressure coming in, which is a very positive sign, by the way. Otherwise, you would have seen some cooling off in terms of, the BTST pressure coming. That's not happened so far. So if we do close above 54,600, I think our second target of 55,500 is very much on the cards. Just that be mindful of the, monthly expiry. 55,000 call has a good, strong call base. So around the 300-400 rupee mark, there is this option premium. So you could see some resistance around 200. But up until then, I think this has been underperformer. This short covering rally could take it to 55,500. So largely constructive on Bank Nifty even now.
More than the Nifty?
Absolutely.
Okay. Kush, Parag Bhai, Milan, thank you so much for joining us. I'm going to go across to Shimi Chaudhary, our Bureau Chief, National Bureau Chief, just talking very quickly about what is the communication coming in from the government on the latest round of fuel hikes. What are your sources telling you, Shimi? Can we expect more?
Yeah, that's right, Tamanna. This is the fourth round of hike, and the latest round on that, government sources saying that India had absorbed the global energy shock for 78 days before allowing a phased increase of around 7 rupees per litre across 4 revisions. And in fact, they pointed out that India recorded the smallest fuel price increase among major non-subsidizing economies despite the disruption, while fuel prices in several developed and emerging economies surged sharply. On petrol and diesel prices in India, they're saying that they continue to remain below most developed market and many emerging economies even after the recent hike. So definitely you can expect more phased-wise revision is what indication we are getting. In fact, they are also contrasted the current approach of direct fiscal absorption with the UPA-era oil bond mechanism, arguing that the previous system deferred the burden to future taxpayers, which they are not doing with the current hike. And they also said that over 1.3 lakh crore of oil bond liabilities have been redeemed since 2021. Sources added the fact that government and public sector oil marketing companies absorbing substantial under-recoveries during the recent crude price spike to prevent a sharper increase in retail fuel prices. But of course, you cannot rule out the next round of increase. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Shimi. So government sources telling NDTV Profit that under-recoveries still continue. And yes, I suppose an attempt to soften the blow as a 7 rupee hike has still been passed on. But the math is very clear. There is no choice at this point. Manish Sonthalia, Director and Chief Investment Officer at MK Investment Managers, joining in on the show. Manish, very good morning to you. We're seeing a positive trend across the board. And I'm not just looking at the Nifty and what's happening with the Bank Nifty, but if I look at crude, if I look at US yields as well, you're seeing all the smoke signals towards perhaps an end to this leg of the crisis, at least an opening up of the Strait of Hormuz. Do you think that it's the right time to shore up if any investor has been sitting on the sidelines and worried about what's happening next?
So thanks, Tamanna. So, there was not too much of a reason for Indian markets to be bearish, except for the Iran hostilities that we were seeing for quite some time, the Middle East crisis. And even in that sort of scenario, it didn't look like the 22,000 was going to break decisively on the downside. Having said that, we are mostly through the earnings season. And even now, fourth quarter FY26 numbers, we believe that looking out into, let's say, the first quarter FY27, as many as 44-45% of Nifty 500 companies are still alluding to the fact that FY27, the earnings growth is going to be north of 25%. So, this whole hiccup about how much of a damage to earnings would happen in FY27 pursuant to the Middle East crisis, if this was to be a short-lived phenomenon, and now it looks like that we are fag end of the settlement, this whole degradation of the earnings for FY27, which at one point in time was built to around 10% to 12%, we may have some upward legs to revision on the upside. And we could see something like 12 to 13%. In that sort of a scenario, given the negativity shorts in the system, it's a pullback trade, so to speak. So, yeah, it's a relief rally. And some of the sectors were definitely falling way below fundamental valuations, and that's catching up.
Okay, Manish, but hi, good morning, Alex here. I'm just wondering whether you can call it though, because you got to wait for the signatures to take place first of all, and then the ink to dry on the paper. And in this case, I think there's an expectation that the ink could remain wet for quite a while. You're going to have to wait for at least a few weeks for there to be a semblance of hope that this is now behind us. So can you say with certainty that earnings may not decline as much as earlier anticipated?
Markets are all about probabilities, and markets always discount the future. And so at this given, and we have been through this risk on, risk off, settlement happening, not happening, diplomatic, military, all of that is going through, and markets react on an up and down basis on a day-to-day basis. So currently it looks like to the markets that probably there is a settlement coming through, though the timelines are still not there. But I think as long as it happens within June, we should be fine, because oil inventories are really going to deplete fast if this extends beyond June. So if that be the hypothesis and oil prices are reacting, maybe there is some semblance of sanity in the global markets with regard to the Middle East crisis. That's all that I'm saying currently. Even said, I think breaking 25,000 on the upside decisively is looking difficult unless and until we see further impetus coming through in terms of earnings growth from the market.
Manish, good morning. Hiralia, from what Alex questioned you as well in terms of the earnings downtick that everyone is expecting now, we've already baked in, what that margin pressure could actually look like in the first half of FY27 to some extent, specifically on the back of the supply chain constraints. Even if the war has to resolve in the near future, in the near term, does anything then change? Because I think that's something which we are already baking in terms of the way markets are moving. And with that said and done, your earnings visibility is just that much for the first half, but probably will improve for the second half of FY27. What are the markets pricing in according to you?
So, inflation is good for nominal growth. So, till the last 2-3 years, we were struggling with nominal GDP growth. Now that inflation is on us, and you're not going to only see top line growth, but you're also going to see bottom line growth, provided the companies are able to pass through margins, the pricing increase or inflation increase. So it all depends on company to company as to what sort of pricing power they have. But suffice it to say, given that fuel price increase is happening, given that interest rates in the system is going up, global yields are moving up. Even in the US, you have long-dated securities rising. So if we are in an inflationary environment, then obviously there's going to be margin pressure, raw material, metals, etc. We have heard that there's going to be a 3 to 4% impact on the raw material cost across corporates in the first quarter or thereabout. And in that backdrop, some sort of a margin dent has to be taken. But nominal GDP growth, pass-through of margins is what we have to build in. As we stand today, Nifty 500 odd companies, quarter of them, that is around 25% of the Nifty 500 companies, can see a dent of around 4 to 5% on the earnings. It's not a blanket call that NSE 500 representative of corporate India will see absolute dent, because there are companies, almost half of them, is still guiding in an inflationary environment that they are going to see increase in profits to the extent of 25% and above. So, it's all going to be sector specific, company specific.
Manish, so in that context and based on what you're saying, assuming that, so inflation will come through. And what you've just pointed out is it depends on whether companies will be able to pass that on. So are we heading into a cycle where the market leaders will once again come to the fore. And so should you head that off and choose to get into some of these sectors where you're likely to see more consolidation and market leaders taking more share?
So market leaders will always benefit because they are large companies, and smaller companies will have that much of a headwind in an inflationary environment. I totally agree with you. But even within the large cap space, we have to be very sector specific. If you talk about Nifty 50, we have roughly 40 or 38% of the index, tied to banking, financial, and your IT. IT is mostly headwinded. Banking system credit growth is going to be around 12%. In that backdrop, what is going to be the 40% growth in Nifty 50 is what we got to figure out. But other sectors where large caps, you have defense, EMS, you have healthcare, hospitals, medicines. These are some of the sectors where obviously large caps will stand to gain. It's going to be sector specific, but your point is well taken that large caps are going to be more better placed in an inflationary environment than the SMEs.
Okay, Manish, thank you so much for coming in and joining. Always a pleasure to have you on. Manish Sonthalia there talking about how it's time to look at selective buying at this point, and we may be nearing the end of the chaos that we've seen over the last 3 months in global markets and oil prices. But time to focus on corporates. KRN Heat Exchanger is on our radars, shifting into a higher gear. Q4 profits jumped 57%, margins improved, and revenue has doubled in 3 years with plant rising exports and strong bus AC demand. FY27 growth could also accelerate sharply. Let's hear from Puneet before we have our conversation with the management. Puneet, what's worked for KRN?
Well, thank you for that. The 3 key things, one, as you rightly mentioned, very strong set of numbers for Q4 and for FY26. So revenue is up 36% for the company. EBITDA is up 77% with the margins now crossing 18.7% in Q4. Profits also up 53% have been a key boost. The other aspect to watch is that revenue essentially doubled from the FY24 levels, which was at 307 crores to 600 odd crores in FY26. The margins also subsequently have moved upwards itself, now at 18.7% for the full year, and profits have also doubled from 39 crores to 76 crores in this time frame. What they're guiding for FY27 is essentially increasing, the plant 2 utilization, the new plant that has come in from roughly around 20 to 25% at the end of this year, 26, to almost 50% in FY27. This will drive the next leg of growth. What could that be in terms of quantification in the near to medium term will be something to watch. The bus AC target is also 160 crores in FY27, and exports to grow to 30 to 50% of revenues from the 16% currently. That will be the other key question, because UAE and the US are major revenue contributors. What happens in the Middle East, I think we spoke to the management in the month of March. I think a key update on those factors will be some things to watch from this chat.
Absolutely. But before I get to what's happening in the Middle East and the US, Santosh Kumar Yadav, thank you so much for joining us. Of course, the CMD of KRN Heat Exchanger and Refrigeration. I want to talk about your revenue targets and what really has been the big driver for this financial year and for the quarter, because you're also looking at an uptick, a solid uptick in revenue for Q4 consolidated. What has been the big driver there, and for your EBITDA increases as well?
So Tamanna, as you know, we have new facility now is ramping up well. So we are receiving revenue from domestic as well as from export side. Of course, we have some hit from UAE in month of March, but in April also we again started with UAE. But now we have good revenue expecting from North America and Europe, and of course data center from domestic customers.
Okay, sir, tell me a bit about the UAE hit in the month of March. You're saying everything which was disturbed in the month of March is now rectified. You're back to where you were. There is no real loss which has been incurred.
So month of March, our dispatch, of course, is stopped because that time vessel is not available and freight costs are quite high. But now in month of April, late April and early May, we already started dispatches to UAE, but not same pace. You can say slowly is increasing because freight cost almost 4 to 5 times high compared to earlier freight cost.
Assume कि freight अभी भी high ही होगा. Even now you will have high freight rates, even though
yes. So we receive some compensation from customer because we discussed with them. It is already increased 4 to 5 times. So some we are bearing, but mainly is customer bearing from our side.
So what is the split of how much you are bearing and how much your customers are bearing, Mr. Yadav?
So 75% is customer and 25% by us.
Okay, so you are managing to pass on that extent of split. In terms of the total revenue, how much of it is coming from UAE, and is there any hit you're seeing on the US front at all?
So last year, what we achieved around 100 crores, so around 30% from UAE and 30 to 40% from USA and 30% from Europe. So this year we are expecting around just double export compared to last year. So mainly 50% will be from North America and 25% UAE and 25% from Europe.
Mr. Yadav, good morning. This is Alex. You referred to the second unit and the implications of the increased capacity utilization there. But I'm just trying to understand what the scale up of this would be. At the peak in FY27, what will it end up in, say, Q4? And what is the ramp up looking like?
So this year we are planning to achieve around 50% of the utilization from new facility, and our earlier facility almost full. So you can say compared to almost more than 80 or to 90% percentage, like in the growth of the total revenue you can see, and mainly growth will be from new facility only.
So 80 to 90% growth on a year-on-year basis in revenue. And so therefore, let me draw that further, Mr. Yadav, because you've already doubled, I think, your revenue in 3 years, right? So the doubling will be significantly faster. Obviously, within the next year and a half itself, you will double. So therefore, if I look forward to a complete 100% or close to 85% at least, I think your unit 1 is at 85%, right? So if you match that 85% in year 2, then what will your revenue increase go up to?
So total revenue will be like, last year we around, you can say achieve 600 crore as a console base. So this year we are like adding old facility plus new facility 50% lesson. You can say compared to around 80% of the growth on the last year.
No, sir. So what I'm basically asking is if you draw that forward to perhaps 3 years, and you're talking about the total utilization as you envisage it for the second unit as well, what is the kind of revenue number that you're seeing in 3 years' time?
So in console base, you can see around 2,000 crore plus.
Okay, and on the EBITDA front, sir?
EBITDA will be like 20% plus.
Okay.
Sorry, I just have one quick question on your margins, if that's okay, Mr. Yadav. You've clocked at about 18.74% for this FY. You were at 19% in FY24. What is the margin outlook for FY27? Are you going to stay between the 16 to 18% range?
So it will be slightly upside because this year we are going to receive from PLI, from central government, and we have already now approved from by state government like called RIPS. So last week only we received the approval of RIPS. Other than this, our export will be just double compared to last year. So that will be also, you can say, benefit for on the EBITDA side. Also, data center is also growing. So we have some good margin in data center as well. So if I add these 4 things, then slightly we are able to increase our EBITDA compared to last year.
So I think, the second unit is something which is absolutely important as well. But thank you, for joining in on NDTV Profit. The stock right now seeing gains of 1.5%. But another stock that is in focus on the back of earnings is Fortis Healthcare. In fact, I did get an opportunity to speak to the management. Vijay Kedia, CFO at Fortis Healthcare, joins in. Let's listen into what he had to say. The stock is up nearly 2%. Vivek, good morning and welcome to the show. Always a pleasure to speak to you. My first question coming to you is the kind of performance that we've seen in the fourth quarter. That does tell you that, yes, we are seeing strength in terms of both the segments. Now, the question is to move forward. Sustainability is going to be the key. And what is it that you're looking at in terms of the coming years, then taking cues from the fourth quarter?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for inviting me. Good morning to all. So you're absolutely right. So this quarter is good quarter for us, and hospital business contributed a major way in this. Diagnostic business has recovered well. So overall, the very good quarter for us. And you might have seen the incremental growth is gradual. If you see quarter on quarter, we are improving. It is not a sudden growth, and it is a more structural in nature than anything else. So we are quite hopeful that this growth momentum will continue. In hospital business, the growth is majorly contributed by the volume growth, and which has further contributed by acquisition of 500 beds, which we have done last year, and around 250 beds brownfield expansion we have started. So both this factor has contributed majorly in the revenue growth and the profitability growth of the company.
Okay, so Vivek, let's break this down and let's look at the margin front of it as well. Your diagnostic margins have kind of peaked, and a significant improvement is what we've seen if you have to look at FY26, the exit number. Now, if you have to look at the B2C price competition that is coming in, the changing test mixes that we look at, do you think this kind of number is going to be sustainable in terms of FY27, or are you seeing normalization at slightly lower levels?
No, actually, we are seeing that this number may go up further. The profitability margin, particularly in the diagnostic sector. And here, the margin improvement mainly coming from the change in the mix. And mix is more to our focus is more on the high-end test and focus on some good metro geography like NCR, Mumbai, and things like that. Calcutta is again a very good market for us. And all this is contributing very good. So we have acquired 51%.
Vivek, that is going to be in terms of the profit margin. Sorry to cut you in. I'm talking about the operational side of it as well, because that's where you're talking about the B2C pricing competition that does come in. You have a lot of players who are offering, tests at a much lower rate, right? And that becomes the key point over here. So my question is, do your EBITDA margins actually get normalized somewhere? We're talking about what, 23.6% in FY24 overall. And how are you looking at that aspect of it? And two, any data that you have in terms of market share for a Fortis in the diagnostic side of business?
Yeah, so when I say, when you are seeing margin of 23.6, the immediate answer is this is not the stopping point for us. Okay. And we are seeing that margin improvement will be about 25% over a short period of time. And I was just elaborating from where this margin improvement will be coming. It is mainly coming from the B2C improvement. If you see 52% plus of the revenues coming from the B2C segment, where, the price increase is a very little lever which we are using for. Our lever is more on a specialized test, genomic and things like that, which are, a major leap we have taken, and which this business is growing more than 20% for us. And we expect this will continue to grow. This is on the one hand, overall ARPA average revenue per test will go up because of this, but also, it will also lead to, higher margin on per test. So that should lead, and plus, overall strategy to deepen our presence in the geography where we are present, mainly in the NCR region, in the Mumbai region, Calcutta, and Kerala being the main market for us.
Okay, understood. Now, if you have to look at expansion as well, you mentioned about the number of beds that you are looking to add. What is that schedule looking like in terms of brownfield commissioning, and any gestation with regards to where occupied beds goes, because there could be some bit of an operational drag that could happen on the dilution front there?
No, you are absolutely right. So our focus is on the brownfield expansion, and wherever the opportunity comes, we grab it for the acquisition front. So in brownfield, we have chalked out a plan of 2,000 bed expansion over a period of time. Last year, we have operationalized 250 beds. Current year, the target is to operationalize around 500 bed in the current financial year. Last year, we have acquired 500 beds through acquisition, and we are exploring various other opportunity, and I expect similar type of number we can achieve in going forward also in the through acquisition. And you are absolutely right. Initially, when you acquire something, there is a little bit work you need to do to integrate the hospital within your network. Sometimes you have to do some renovation work. Sometimes you have to do on the IT sides integration, and all those things generally take a quarter or so. And that's why that much one can budget, and then because of the Fortis brand and the Fortis way of working, when we implement in the system, that is those units have seen start working in the same way like Fortis units are working.
Okay, so what is that ARPOB driver that you're seeing? That's your average revenue per occupied bed, because you are seeing growth that has been supported by high-end medical procedures as well, robotics, you have top specialties in renal sciences as well. So if you have to look at all of this, do you see optimization happening in your specialty mix, specifically in your mature NCR hospitals, to push this number higher?
You have made very good point. The robotic is the main focus area for the company. We are doing around 10,000 robotic procedures annually. We have 25 plus robots in our network, and we are growing every year on the robotic side. As far as specialty is concerned, our focus is on the oncology side more. That will remain our focus area. Many of our units which were not having radio onco, we may be starting in a year or so, and that should lead to higher specialization. Neuro is another specialty which is growing very fast. With robotic, ortho is doing quite well for us. So our focus is on the high end work. And as regard your question on ARPOB is concerned, if you take out the new unit which we have acquired, where traditionally the ARPOB is low, and as I mentioned, initial quarters we run the hospital suboptimally sometimes, and that lead to lower ARPOB. So that is what you have seen in the current financial year, current quarter. If you take out the impact of the new unit, our ARPOB growth is around 5%. 50% of that growth can be attributed to what price increase. Balance is for the specialty mix and.
Okay. Fortis in focus. That stock also doing well, about 2% up now, come off its highs of the day, but a decent set of numbers. Let's get the big conversation on. Sanjay Parekh, founder and CIO of Soham Asset Managers, in the studios with us this morning. Sanjay,
Hi.
Always great to have you on. Welcome to the NDTV Profit studios.
Good morning.
And it is indeed a good morning, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just as we were starting, I was looking at a report which claimed that a UAE flagged tanker carrying LNG to India has switched on its signal in the Strait of Hormuz. I do not know if it's correct or not, but they're quoting Kepler.
Yeah.
So maybe it is. Once this opens up, and it's a matter of when rather than if,
yes,
what is the extent of reversal we see? And are we just seeing a sneak peek of it today?
Yeah, I mean, see, we had false alarms, so that's why market's a little more apprehensive. I mean, we've gone up 200 points, but I think
it's a jittery welcome.
It is certainly, because we still don't know exactly. This has to. It's not only MOU; it has to really decisively get over, and there is damage done because we import 5 million barrels a day into at least $40. So $200 million check we've cut for last 2 months. From here, certainly, if it gets better, the crude was the biggest issue. Crude gets easier. It has impact on currency and hence then markets. And then also the cost of equity goes down because the pressure on 10-year also eases. So it's very, very important that crude eases off. Government has now increased 7.5 rupees, but there's much more to go in diesel. The gap in petrol is reduced now. There's still loss. But diesel is still, the gap is larger. So we will have to continue with that and navigate through this, And if this gets easy, that's great. But if it does get prolonged, then we may have to do something to attract capital flows.
How are you looking at portfolio positioning right now, though? If you think about the various sectors and opportunities available to you, on a technical basis, it's been pointed out that banks are now looking relatively better, right? Our technical analyst in the morning looks at Nifty Bank. But in your portfolio, on the earnings front, are you also thinking that banking is something to focus on?
Yeah, so we were predominantly a large cap product. So 70% always should be large cap. We were at 72% in February. We moved today to 83%.
Wow, okay.
So first is, we said which are the ones which will get less affected. And then, of course, larger caps is the first criteria. And then we said, can we have the leaders which are reasonably available? So we moved into Adani Group stocks more. Then we moved into Bharti. The Sun Pharma is what we increased our exposure because that made sense to be a little more defensive. Even Reliance, we increased our weight. Maruti and M&M, we always have weights. These are all leaders. And they are strong balance sheets or the larger banks, or DLF in real estate. So each of the leaders, Samvardhan Motherson in auto. So we realized that these are the leaders and businesses which will navigate this pain. We will have pain. And that's how we looked at it. And then larger caps will be better off. So it's worked for us for now because it's really given us a lot of outperformance.
Sanjay, I'm just looking at your heavyweight sectors. Two of them which are amiss right now is IT.
Yes.
And FMCG is something I know you've been talking in the past as well. You absolutely don't like that sector with the way valuations pan out. But currently you have valuations which have come off quite a bit in terms of consumption as a space. And I think from an earnings perspective as well, there is some bit of a tailwind that we're seeing right now.
Right.
Do you think that could be a sector which you would look at in terms of the next, say, a year or two?
Yeah, so FMCG wins 0 for 4 years.
Yeah.
And our problem was, you see the historical growth rate, it was weak. Valuations were at 45, 50, 55 times. And then we said we want to play consumption, but in a different way. So can we have consumption through Bharti or retail banks or telecom, of course, and then Maruti. And we thought that is a better proxy to have Maruti at a much reasonable valuation than HUL at a much steeper valuation. So that worked well for us. Our representation to consumption is high. But FMCG, we are still not, because the moat is also getting attacked. The distribution piece is getting attacked. The QC will eventually ask for a bigger pie of the margins. So that's how we are. And then now we participated through a small way into Zomato, because we found it at a reasonable...
I was just going to ask you, so are you now betting big on the QC space or that platform space?
No, not big. So we just do our valuation and we said, okay, even if QC grows at 60% on F5 30 with our assumptions, we get it to net present value and we said we'll make 16 to 18% return at the price we bought. So we bought in a small way and kept space to buy more. But we like that model. They are leaders. They have net cash. There is intense competition. But I think it has, they have a right to win.
Have you by any chance had a look at Zepto? And, there's a lot of word about where this is going to be priced. Would you be interested in looking at it at IPO or would you wait for a little bit?
No, we will only have one name, and that's Zomato. Because, the losses on Zepto from 85 rupees is come down to 49 rupees, and they will get the capital. I believe they will get the capital. And it is intense competitive space. There are 6 large players with deep pockets.
Amazon, Flipkart, everyone
all of
is
them.
there.
Even Reliance is coming back.
Yeah.
So you'll see all of them coming and trying to get the share of the pie. So I don't think competition is going to subside, and I really believe even Zepto will get the capital.
Yeah.
I believe so. But I think within that also, Zomato is really ahead in terms of even EBITDA per order on QC, much ahead.
You mentioned earlier, and standard disclaimers here, but you mentioned earlier in your conversation about, taking positions in Adani Group stocks, and there has been huge development from perspective of how risk was perceived and regulatory issues and what has happened in the US. What is the view right now?
Well, I think, I've been following the group from 2008. I think very few people would have followed. And I really believe each of the companies, the risk is really managed well. If you at company level, each of them, the financial leverage is well in control, and clearly the execution focus is very, very good. And we really like a lot of businesses in the group, but because of the group exposure, we have chose to be in Port and Ambuja. These are the businesses we like. Of course, we really are positive on Adani Enterprise as well and Adani Green, but we would want to have a risk management of weight being limited.
I do want to ask about, and ports, look, ports a lot of people speak about, so let me not ask about ports. I want to ask about Ambuja, because we've been speaking about the price increases that some of these players have taken, and the goal to bring, if I'm not mistaken, 1,300 rupees EBITDA per ton is the goal, and they want to take it to 1,500,
yeah,
right?
It was higher, yeah.
So, but what do you think about Ambuja vis-a-vis peers?
No, I think they've yet to deliver. They certainly, there is scope for improvement. From the ambitious goal of 1,500 and in the interim moving 1,300, they're still far off. But I really believe that they'll get it. They, in the last 2 quarters, have been weak. Even next quarter could be weak. But I really believe the valuations now at 10 times on a lower EBITDA per ton. Most of the analysts now don't factor 1,300 and 1,400 rupees per ton. So that's the best part. So at that, if you are getting at 10 times, 10 and a half times on FY27, it's fine. So we are absolutely comfortable. But the near-term cost inflation will reflect in the cement companies in the Q1.
Okay. Sanjay, you have that 4-year exit kind of a strategy that you've been following as well. Any exits that you have made so far right now, if you have to look at FY26 or looking at 27, where you're saying that, okay, now you're not seeing any moat in those segments and those kind of stocks, number one. And to your view when it comes to IT, because that again is a sector which you've avoided.
Yeah, no, IT we've been again underweight, and we've been really talking about this AI risk almost 1.5 years back. And but we didn't want to be zero because of the overall portfolio construction framework. So we do own Infosys, and we got hit. We have a little less than 4% on the weight, but I really believe IT could be, it's reasonably, optically looking reasonable on valuation, but the growth is missing. And the next 3-year growth also, I believe, will be very, very low. And hence, there could be a dead cat bounce. Some of the players may do well who are really better off on the AI side, but I really am quite cautious, and we will not increase our underweight right now.
Do you have an opinion, since we're talking about IT, on the larger AI theme globally? Because the contention that certain people have made is that you're piling money into companies that are spending a lot of money on capex without the idea of when the revenues will come through and how much revenue will come through. It's the perfect recipe for something that could blow up down the line. Nobody's saying it will. It may actually be the opportunity of a lifetime, but there's a risk, right?
Yeah, no, it is. You're valid. So it's evolving. It's really tough to take a call. The amount of money they're guzzling is like $1 trillion put together.
Yeah.
So it's serious money for somebody who is really asset light.
And it's debt.
Yeah, and so we really don't know, and we have to see whether the revenue models are established. There is competition there as well. You can't have a moat of you being a single player. So it is competitive as well. So who will be the leader there? Some of them can really go through big write-offs as well. But it's too early, I believe, that, the verdict is yet to be out there.
Interesting. Okay. I think, we could go on for quite a while, and it's an absolute pleasure speaking with you as always, especially because you've come to studio. Thanks so much for taking the time.
My pleasure.
Okay, we'll take a very short break, but on the other side, in conversation with Arvind Panagria of Columbia University, he was till recently the chairman of the 16th Finance Commission and has interesting views on why the rupee should be allowed to depreciate even if it hits 100. I'm going to ask him about that after we return.
Investments in Specialized Investment Fund involves relatively higher risk, including potential loss of capital, liquidity risk, and market volatility. Please read all investment strategy-related documents carefully before making the investment decision.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
Investments in specialized investment fund involves relatively higher risk, including potential loss of capital, liquidity risk, and market volatility. Please read all investment strategy related documents carefully before making the investment decision.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
When the headlines move fast, perspective matters. On Editor's Cut, our editors come together with experts to distill the week's information blitz into clear perspective. Down the stories shaping the world, from markets and the economy to global conflicts and what lies ahead. This is where experience meets insight. No noise, no hype, just sharp takes on what to watch next. Editor's Cut, every Friday, 3:30 p.m. only on NDTV Profit.
Economy, business, world, technology. Noise filtered, numbers decoded. Insights that rewire your worldview. From governance to growth, we connect the dots. Your daily edge, your global advantage. India Business Reports with me, Gauri Dwivedi, weeknights on NDTV Profit.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to. Get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company, weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet. New year, new power panel.
One of the viral conversations most of last week was about whether the rupee should be allowed to depreciate as much as it needs. And it was sparked off by a comment on X by Arvind Panagria, who's professor of economics at SIPA Columbia University. He was the chairman of the 16th Finance Commission till very recently as well. Mr. Panagria, thank you so much for speaking with us. And I actually want to start with that very comment that has now gone viral. You argue that the RBI should allow the rupee to depreciate even if it goes to 99, 100, 101. What's the reason for this?
Main argument is that, in the end, if this problem, meaning the conflict in West Asia, is going to continue for a longer time, then defending the rupee at the current exchange rate can easily, eventually exhaust all foreign exchange reserve. And so it, in effect, in the long run, if the problem persists, you can't defend it. Now, it could be a short-run problem. So, minimally, of course, it will take 3 months for the oil supplies to come back, even if war were to end today. But it could, let's say, in short run, last 3 to 1 year. Even then, if you let the rupee depreciate today, tomorrow it will recover once the problem in with the war in West Asia is resolved. Then the import bill will come down. Also, if the rupee has gone, depreciated further, it will become cheaper for the dollars to buy rupee, and therefore dollars will come back, meaning the capital flows will come back in large volumes to take advantage of the cheaper rupee. And so therefore, in a way, the appropriate thing is to let the rest of the adjustment take place. Because in the end, in the economy, the adjustment is to take place to what the current reality is. So either way, whether it's a short-run issue or a long-run issue, it's really better to let the exchange rate do its job and preserve the foreign exchange reserves ultimately for any future interventions that may be required. In any case, on an ongoing basis, the RBI requires some intervention to smooth out the daily fluctuations. But this is more of a sort of medium to long-term issue.
No, so then the question is, why is the RBI ostensibly, reportedly, defending the rupee at all? Is it a perceptual issue that causes a defense of the rupee because no one really feels comfortable if the rupee keeps falling the way it is? And what is the actual harm to the economy?
At least the RBI says that its policy is not to defend the long-term trend in the rupee, and it only intervenes to smooth out the fluctuations. Now, it is a matter of judgment whether the RBI is in fact doing what you have just said, whether it's really defending against something that is a long-term movement. What RBI does also depends on its own judgment. So if RBI is thinking that, well, this is really going to go away in a matter of a week or 10 days, meaning the current pressure on the rupee, and really the exchange rate that is going to really survive is closer to where it is currently, then it will go in and defend. And it's totally possible. So it's hard for me to read the mind of the RBI, but that's certainly one possibility. And rupee certainly has depreciated quite a bit in the last couple of months, or if you take a little longer, then even more it has depreciated over the last 6-month period. And that, of course, also has to do with the fact that there had been a lot of outflows of capital from India. And at that time, RBI did let go of the rupee, meaning it did allow it to depreciate. So it's not as though it doesn't allow it to depreciate. I just was concerned. The reason for the tweet was really the concern that, this 100 rupee per dollar kind of psychological benchmark does not force RBI to kind of, try to stay at 96, 97, because the closer it gets to 100, the closer it is to the psychological mark. And that I think is what motivated me, that look, it may not hit 100, but if it comes close to it, 98 or 99,
don't
it's okay.
Start pulling out the
that
big
was
gun.
The spirit in which I sent out that tweet.
Okay. Now, you also talk about some of the other options that are being mulled and reported, including by us, that FCNR deposits and NRI deposits could be considered, and you're saying these are bad ideas. Why is that?
Right, so those options actually appeared in the newspapers on the day I tweeted that the RBI was considering those options. Now, one doesn't always know whether the reports were correct or not, but nevertheless, as a precautionary measure, I had felt that even in 2013, it was really unnecessary to give this 3-year guarantee on a very high interest rate. On dollar deposits, which is what we did in 2013, for the simple reason that we had our own reserves at the time, on which we get a far lower interest rate, because these reserves are held in the US Treasury bills, and at that time the interest rate on the US Treasury bills was probably somewhere between 1% and 2%. we guaranteed for 3 years in these foreign currency accounts to the NRIs at 3.5%. And so this was a net loss effectively. And something similar had been done earlier in 1998, I remember, because even I bought those bonds at 8% interest or 9% interest. It was a great deal for those of us who bought these bonds, but not such a great deal for the government of India. So that is the thing, that you are going to pay a pretty high cost in guaranteeing high interest NRI deposits or floating bonds in the US market in dollars. We got our own reserves, and $700 billion is a comfortable reserve. And that, I think, is what motivated me to make that point. Now, with respect to other measures, the main measure I would suggest currently, given that a lot of the pressure is coming from the oil price, the crude oil having become much more expensive, therefore allow the petrol and other fossil fuel, crude oil based energy products to rise in prices.
Yeah.
That includes things like even LPG. I understand that LPG has wider ramifications for a large number of families, as does petrol. But in a way, the government is not there to guarantee a fixed price of any product. Ultimately, the prices are determined in the market, and if crude becomes more expensive, we should allow the petrol and LPG prices to rise at least to some degree. So that's the other instrument I would suggest.
Yeah, politically difficult options, frankly, and some of them are already being put into place. So is an appeal to citizens to spend less forex, not travel abroad if they can help it. Things like that. Don't buy gold for a year. These are appeals from the Prime Minister. What did you make of that appeal?
No, I really think that, on that, the Prime Minister himself has taken a voluntary approach. He tried to do moral suasion, so he tried to to convey the message to the citizens of the country, which is, the Prime Minister, a country's leader, is well within his rights to do that kind of moral suasion, appeal to the citizens' own obligations to the nation. And that is all he has done. That, and so voluntarily, if citizens are willing to take some measures, rather than go to, say Thailand or Vietnam, go to maybe, Kolkata or Varanasi, that's perfectly okay, I think, but certainly this is not something that the government should do mandatorily.
Right.
That, I think, will not be a rational thing to do.
Right.
And ultimately, if the exchange rate is allowed to adjust to play the role of rationing the foreign exchange, then in that case, in any case, the fact that that the dollar becomes more expensive will discourage, on economic grounds themselves, many of the citizens to stay at home rather than go abroad.
Stay at home or then choose Varanasi over Vietnam, as you have talked about. Thank you so much, Mr. Panagria, for speaking with us and joining in on that conversation. Arvind Panagria there. So, from an economist lens, it makes sense, right? Let LPG prices go up instead of going and defending the dollar. But real politics is a very different kettle of fish.
It is.
So already every time there is a small price hike, there is a long list of, reasons which are explained.
Yeah.
Because that communication has to go.
And if you stretch that argument further, if there was only economic theory that was used to decide state policy, then at the state government level, you wouldn't have so many freebies, would you?
Yeah. That's why economists and politicians are usually two different career sets.
Yeah.
Sometimes they do overlap, but very rarely. You need to pick one at the end of it.
Yeah, you need to pick one at the end of it. But how this pans out and the points that, Dr. Panagria has made is also very interesting over here. But it's anyone's guess again from here on as to what happens, what the government does, right?
Right.
But I think one stock that we should be looking at, in fact, two of them, the Manna and Alex is, you have Anupam Rasayan and a Bliss GVS Pharma. A very interesting development that we've seen over the weekend as well. And they've signed an agreement to acquire a stake in the pharma formulations company, which is Bliss GVS Pharma. Estimated value is around 1,370 crore rupees, and the buyout will aid the company gain foothold in high growth therapy segments as well. Vishal Thakkar, Deputy CFO at Anupam Rasayan, joins in. But before that, let me get in my colleague Varsha, who will just tell us the rationale and what does she actually make out of that deal as well. Varsha, over to you.
Well, I would say, a few years back, Anupam did a backward integration by acquiring, but now they are doing a forward integration by acquiring Bliss Pharma, I would say. So this is nothing, just a forward integration into formulation business. Now, onto the business rationale, one is that this is a strategic move from CRAMS to formulation, which will transform Anupam into a more integrated pharma player, and company will have an entry into multiple high growth therapy segments, which will strengthen presence across regulated global markets and will also build end-to-end pharma capabilities. On the global opportunity also, US FDA approval in Palghar unit supports growth and expanding footprint in US, Canada and Europe, and the regulatory approval will enable high margin markets. And talking about lastly the valuation, considering the deal, if you see the PE comes out around 23 to 24 times, which is reasonable comparing to the formulation player that you have in Indian market. So overall a fair valuation, but yes, this is nothing but a forward integration to formulation business which will help Anupam, but maybe market is not liking the growth coming out of the inorganic acquisition that Anupam has been doing in the last 2 years, but overall yes, a positive one.
Got it. Okay, so that's with regards to this, both the stocks. Bliss GVS obviously is seeing the kind of gains that are coming in, but I think the shareholders of Anupam Rasayan not so happy right now. We'll get to know more from Vishal Thakkar, Deputy CFO at Anupam Rasayan, joining in. Vishal, good morning and welcome to the show. Always a pleasure to speak to you. It seems that the street is not very enthused with the decision that the board has made in terms of the acquisition. What is your read?
I will leave that opinion to you and to decipher, because I would talk about the strategy well, and I'll say that this is a very interesting growth strategy that we have undertaken. As even your one of the co-anchors was saying, that this is a very, very strong complementary business that we are acquiring. This is a business which has a lot of growth potential. The capacity is limited right now, limitedly used right now. So there is a strong headroom left out for the growth. Second, also, if you look at it from the geographies that we talk about, Anupam is very strongly and historically strong in Europe, US, and regulated markets, including India as well, along with the regulated markets. So I believe that we will be able to help that company grow well and offer our customers, our Anupams as well as Bliss customers, whole suite of product from KSM to a formulation. So we are super excited. We believe that we would be able to deliver kind of a performances that we have seen with Tanfac as well, like 4 years back when we acquired Tanfac. From there, we have really done well in terms of helping them grow in terms of technology, products, and customers. And I think that's what we can do here as well.
So Vishal, is the strategy going to be more of forward integration versus backward integration? Because usually you see companies who look at backward integration in terms of getting economies of scale. You are looking at forward, integration, number one. And two, what percentage of, I would say in terms of raw materials or supply chains of Anupam Rasayan that Bliss GVS Pharma will be able to use as well? Because that seems to me, comes across to me as a good tie-up.
Yeah, so see, if you look at Anupam, today is in the KSM. Today, if you look at 20% of Anupam's revenue come from pharmaceutical industry today as well. And that's the end market that we have, and where we are into KSM, and Bliss is more into the formulation and end market side. So as we go, there will be reasonable overlap that we will be able to see. But most important, it's not only about the total, that how much supply I can do to Bliss, but when you go and talk to the end customers, when you offer a full-blown solution, you really make a very compelling rationale for them to work with you. And it's not only formulation; it's also about the CDMO part of the business, where Anupam can be very, very strongly working with them to build it, because Anupam has been historically very strong on CDMO and CSM play. So to my mind, it's going to be very, very interesting.
Vishal, good morning, Alex here. So I'm just trying to understand a couple of things, right? So if you're talking about the contribution that Bliss will bring, where do you see that moving over the next 3 to 5 years? Slightly longer term is what I'm asking you, Vishal.
So see, I'll tell you growth vectors today, and see, I've just signed the agreement on the weekend. So I will tell you what are my growth levers here. One, the capacity is around 30%. I believe that we can bring it up to 70-80% quickly. One. Two, the geographies that we talked about, like Europe, US, India, they're hardly present right now. They are started working with that geographies to grow, and that's something which we will be able to accelerate. CDMO projects that they have been trying to work with, and there are a couple of few of the conversations that are there, and we would like to take them further and grow them faster. And then offering with the current CDMO, new CDMO, and new customers, the whole platform of Anupam, TimeFact, Anupam, Jayhawk, and Bliss, because all of them will have some other role to play, and that's something which we'll be able to offer. So we see a very strong hyper growth that we can offer here.
Interesting. Okay. So let me ask a specific question with regard to the focus that Anupam has so far had, and whether this addition will change things materially, because you talk about formulations now coming into the picture and CRAMS now, maybe to a certain extent that mix is something that your investors will want to figure out. How is that going to move with the addition of Bliss?
So see, I'll tell you, Anupam, if you look at Anupam's performance even today, we have been growing strong on an organic basis as well. Today we have crossed around 2,360 odd crores of top line with a PAT of 222 crores and a good operating cash flows of 334 crores. So we are growing well there. There, if you look at it on a year-on-year basis, I've grown over 60% in terms of our consolidated numbers. So that will continue to grow. I'm not saying that it is in lieu of that. And if you look at there also, all my segments, including Pharma has grown to 20% of my revenue, which was practically 2 to 3% 5 years back. So we'll continue to grow. But then you will always have leverage that you can offer to yourself by acquiring something like TimeFact and leverage them because of our expertise to grow them well. Same with Jayhawk and same with Bliss will be. So like in TimeFact also, if you look at it, the management runs the same way that they have been running. It's only that how we have helped them grow. So that's how we will be doing it, because each business will have its own nuances, and there'll be a very, very nuanced approach to managing those businesses.
Okay, Vishal, the question that I have for you on that front is overall in terms of Bliss GVS. If you have to look at the capacity utilization, what 30% is what is reported so far. So you will need an incredible amount of capex to get that to good utilization levels, which is optimal. And the turnaround timeline is what the street will be looking at. And how do you expect this deal to then become EPS accretive for you?
First, if you look at even today, I am only taking 300 crores of debt, and balance is of course the equity. So if you look at it from that perspective, today also it should be EPS accretive to my mind. One. Two, if you look at from a growth perspective, the capex is practically done for now. They are sitting on a cash of around 160 odd crores. So to that extent, there is enough balance sheet size and balance sheet headroom to support the growth whatever we need, because now it's only working capital requirement which will be limited to my mind. But whatever it is there on their balance sheet itself that they can grow. Today also they are a dividend paying company. So that balance sheet is pretty light. In fact, very, very light, that it can support a very strong hyper growth. So I think financing is not where I'm going to be worried on. And there is a strong opportunity coming because they have a lot of US FDA approved products as well, US FDA plants, EU GMP plant, WHO GMP plants. So there is only, we need to just refocus on growth with that organization. And I think that they should be able to do wonders there. They've been doing well, I would say.
Okay, so are you also taking into consideration the open offer costing? Because if the open offer, in terms of the mandatory, you're talking of 26%, right? 299 per share, around 800 to 850 odd crores is the addition that you will need. So how are you going to fund that aspect? And post that, what will the consolidated debt to equity look like on the books?
Again, I'm saying that the balance, whatever it is. So if you see, only 300 is what I'm going to take it on my balance sheet as a debt or NCDs. Balance all will come in as a quasi equity. So see whatever is that number now it is 1 percentage point or a 2 percentage point or a 26 percentage point of the share of the complete company shareholding. We would work with that, but balance all will come in as an equity or a quasi equity. There is no leverage issue.
There's no leverage issue, Vishal. So therefore, just to double down on Hiral's question, do you anticipate that the slight increase, and where does debt to equity stand at post the deal therefore? And will you be comfortable with that? Will you bring it down over the course of FY27, FY28?
So see, at some point, today if you look at it, there is my debt is today around about 1500 crores on a gross basis, and on a net basis it's around about 1100 odd crores is my gross net debt. If I add this 300, I'm going to 1400 crores or 1500 crores at best. So am I concerned with an EBITDA of around about over 500 crores of EBITDA right now? And if I add the balance from this acquisition and also coming from Jayhawk, I think I'm pretty comfortable, because see, today Jayhawk's EBITDA is not in my balance sheet today. It's only 1 month of revenue. If I add that up and if I add Bliss, I think I'm pretty much in the vicinities of, on a pro forma basis, on the vicinity of around 700 odd crores of kind of an EBITDA. So all in all, I'm not concerned. But yes, at approaching time, we will see what are the other approaches to deliver ourselves. We'll explore that as we go further.
I understand, and so you want to complete that point? You were saying, but
there is no urgency to do that.
No urgency.
As and when appropriate.
Understood. All right, Vishal, I'm sure that we'll speak several times over the course of the current year. Thanks so much for taking the time. Lots to unpack, of course, and we look forward to speak to you soon.
Thank you, Alex. Always pleasure to talk to you.
Our pleasure entirely. All right, well, that brings us to the end of this edition of India Market Open. It's been an exciting one, and we're ending with gains of about 1%, 40 points, Hiral, off the 24,000 mark. I wonder if we're going to be seeing that. You can find out.
Closing levels will be interesting.
Closing levels. But before that, Ask Profit up next. Ask all of your questions. And stay tuned. We've got a great town hall lined up in just a bit. Tune in at 11 o'clock. Actually, best. Stay tuned.
Investments in specialized investment fund involves relatively higher risk, including potential loss of capital, liquidity risk, and market volatility. Please read all investment strategy related documents carefully before making the investment decision.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबां केसरी.
Investments in specialized investment fund involves relatively higher risk, including potential loss of capital, liquidity risk, and market volatility. Please read all investment strategy related documents carefully before making the investment decision.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversation.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise
and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
When the headlines move fast, perspective matters. On Editor's Cut, our editors come together with experts to distill the week's information blitz into clear perspective. Down the stories shaping the world, from markets and the economy to global conflicts and what lies ahead. This is where experience meets insight. No noise, no hype, just sharp takes on what to watch next. Editor's Cut, every Friday, 3:30 p.m. only on NDTV Profit.
Economy, business, world, technology. Noise filtered, numbers decoded. Insights that rewire your worldview. From governance to growth, we connect the dots. Your daily edge, your global advantage. India Business Reports with me, Gauri Dwivedi, weeknights on NDTV Profit.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet. New year, new power panel, India market open, now in its boldest lineup. This is where the trends get tested and stocks get conviction.
I'll recommend a buy call on a stock only when I'm fully convinced on the stock. With a table thumping buy.
And when the street wants the levels, he brings the chart.
Charts speak the truth, and I deliver the levels with no frills.
Parag Thakkar and Kush Bohra are now part of the morning crew with Tamanna, Neeraj and Alex. Same show, sharper voices. Every morning on India Market Open, your favorite market show just got better. On NDTV Profit, for your profit.
Welcome to NDTV Profit. I'm Mahima Vachajani and with me is Puneet Zaveri and you are watching Ask Profit, a show that gets all your stock related queries answered. Before we start taking all those queries, let's take a quick look as to how the markets are doing. The Nifty 50 almost trading at its day's high point. A 250 points of an uptick is what we've seen today, up almost 1%. The Bank Nifty also trading 1.8% higher, outperforming the benchmark,
above the 55,000 levels for the bank Nifty. Let's try to pull up the Nifty 50 heat map and see as to what is contributing the most to these gains. And I think Eicher Motors tops that list. Now trading 5.4% higher, followed by Tata Motors. So entire auto pack in focus, and Puneet will be busy today. Shriram Finance, Larsen & Toubro, as well as Mahindra & Mahindra and HDFC Bank are some other names that are doing fairly well in trade today. Interglobe Aviation, third day in a row, gaining well, up by about 2% as we speak. But on the flip side, you have Hindalco under pressure. You have ONGC, Max Health, TCS, as well as Tata Consumer Products under pressure. So that's with regards to where the Nifty 50 goes. Let's try to pull up the sectoral heat map and see as to how sectors are doing, and then the broader end of spectrum. With regards to where the sectors go, all sectors in the green is what we see, and that's something that we've seen, in the last so many days. So good to see that. PSU banks and banks leading that pack, followed by auto as well as oil and gas and realty. The least gainer is the Nifty metal today. Let's try to pull up the mid cap 150 and the small cap 250 as well. The mid cap 150 is up by about 0.8%. So slightly underperforming the benchmarks, and the small cap 250 is up, let's try to pull that up by about 1.2%, so largely in line with the benchmark. So that's with regards to where the markets go. But let me welcome in our guest for the day, Saurabh Jain, Equity Head Research at SMC Global Securities, and Gaurav Sharma, Associate VP and Head of Research at Globe Capital, joining us now. Welcome to both of you, gentlemen, and a very good morning to the both of you. The first question that we have is from Jyoti Baheti, who is writing us from Hyderabad, Telangana, asking about Kirloskar Pneumatic. Her buying price is 16.15 and 10 shares is what she's bought. Wants to know a view from 6 to 12 months perspective. Gaurav, hi, a very good morning to you. I'll come to you on this one. Your view on the charts.
Hi, Mahima. Very good morning to you, to my co-panelists, and all the viewers of NDTV Profit. As far as Kirloskar is concerned, the stock is looking very much upbeat. It has performed exceptionally well in the past. This is actually the time one should be considering taking some profits off the table. It is quite likely the stock would witness a pause or a consolidation.
This question coming in now. This one it's on from V Murli from Bangalore, and wants to know on CCL products. He's holding shares at 581, asking what he should do with his shares right now. Saurabh, let me come to you. Very good morning to you. We missed you over the last couple of weeks. Saurabh, what's your view on the stock now?
See, it's a small company, largely into the commodity business. We expect tea and coffee prices to rise upwards, and eventually will help company like CCL products. So my take is positive on the company.
Also, Gaurav, I think you were giving your view on the previous stock, and I think then we had that glitch in terms of the internet connection. Please go ahead and complete your view.
Yeah, hi Puneet. Very good morning to you. Apologies for the network glitch. I think the internet is struggling today. So I was talking about Kirloskar. The stock saw a very steep rise in just about past 2-3 months. It has rallied from 1,000 to 1,600 plus levels in just about a 2 months time frame. This is time one should be taking profits off the table. As far as valuations are also concerned, they are fine, not very expensive, not too cheaper as well. But a consolidation is pretty much likely. The stock is otherwise would face some resistance pressure somewhere closer to 1,800 odd levels. So part booking is what I'll be suggesting. As the viewer is having an outlook of 6 to 12 months, consolidation to upside trajectory can be witnessed. I will suggest them to hold on to their position with a stop at 1450 levels.
Okay, all right. The next one is on Vikran Engineering. Our viewer Nidhika from Pune has bought 1100 shares at the levels of 86 rupees. She wants to know as to what should she do further with this counter. Gaurav, I'll stick with you for this one. Of course, the stock is up today almost 14% on the back of its Q4 numbers, but any view on the charts?
Stock is underperforming. Yes, today it did manage to post a steep up move on back of good amount of volumes and very stellar numbers, but further rise towards 80-82 should be utilized to offload your position. Sell and rise is what I'm suggesting at the moment for Vikran Engineering.
Got the view, Gaurav. Gaurav, also if you can give a view on NCC as well. It's been largely an underperformer over the last year or so, but is it a good time to buy? That's the question coming in from B. Soumya from Chennai. What would you recommend?
Valuations are comfortable. The stock has performed well. This quarter numbers have also been very much impressive, but the street has not appreciated that. Having said that, I think yes, one should hold on to the position. Even fresh positions can be considered here. Take a tight stop at 140 on a closing basis and look for targets close to 170 in the coming, say, 1 to 2 months.
Okay, all right. So that's the view coming in on NCC. I think we've got our first caller. Parab, I think, is calling us from Pune. Parab, a very good morning to you. What's your query about?
Happy morning. My query to a fundamental analyst that how he thinks the next 4 quarters earning will shape up, and if the market can rally against the consensus. And my question is regarding the IEX. Can this power sector boom help to IEX to get better business?
Okay, Parab, got your question. I'll take this up with Saurabh then. Saurabh, your view on IEX with regards to, of course, one he mentioned with regards to power demand, but also with regards to the entire market coupling coming into picture. From a 1-year perspective, how are you looking at IEX?
See, our view remains a bit negative because monopoly has been challenged and the valuations have risen tremendously when the PSU bank rally was, PSU stocks rally was on. Even after the correction, now stock is trading around 8 times to book value. And if you look at the kind of growth that this company is witnessing, it is not in contrast with the valuation still the market is giving. My sense is that stock would continue to underperform. It is better to exit.
Got that view. But the next question coming in now, it's on Sri Renuka Sugar. And our viewer has actually done quite a bit of research on this one. He's sending us his query stating that if there could be a fundamental turnaround is what his question is. And if it could benefit from the demand supply chains as well. And he wants to hold this for the long term, Saurabh. Any view that you have currently on Sri Renuka? Because last year, couple of years, it has been an underperformer. What would be your opinion?
Largely, sugar stocks destiny depends upon the government's will. They decide the price of ethanol and the sugarcane prices on all. Now, the move is largely to more blending towards ethanol. I think the blueprint has already been there. That in the future, maybe from 20%, the India will move to 30% ethanol blending. But I think this is not resulting in any kind of a high rise in profitability for the sugar companies because the government determines the ethanol prices. So in my sense, I think we are betting against these odds. So my sense is it is better to avoid.
Okay, the next one that we have is coming in on Sun Pharma. Our viewer has bought, is it, okay, it's Spark, not Sun Pharma. So Sun Pharma Advanced Research is what we're talking about. Our viewer has purchased it at the levels of 160 and wants to know whether to continue to hold this from a long-term perspective or not. Chandan Jain from Hubli is asking this. Saurabh, I'll stick with you for this one. Your view?
View remains very constructive on the pharmaceutical in the research entities. Our sense is that many of the drugs are going off patent and Indian pharmaceutical companies will latch on to that those market share. Talking about Spark, I think they are also being into the research and I think this company can do wonders going forward. And I think market is also taking cognizance of that fact and the stock is moving in line with the other pharma stocks. My sense, it is better to.
The other questions coming now on CEAT, and Anjali from Bangalore is holding shares at 3458. Now we've seen Saurabh, the tire stocks actually being slightly under pressure because of commodity cost impact, and there are certain spaces, right? Cement, tires, those who benefit when the prices are lower for commodities. Are you seeing that she should continue to hold this counter, or if a buying price comes back, she can sell this counter? What would be your opinion?
I think if you look in totality, there is a problem with respect to the raw material prices, as you have just mentioned, and also their expectation that maybe the sales growth coming from the OEMs may taper off going forward, which will again result in lower sales to the OEM. My sense is it is better to get out as you get your price.
Okay, all right. Let's also talk about Hindalco Industries. Now, the company recorded a consolidated revenue and EBITDA growth in terms of where Q4 FY26 stands, and was driven by strong performance in its India aluminium and copper business. In fact, let's try to see what the stock is doing, up 1.8% as we speak. And if you try to pull up the numbers as well in terms of where the Q4 goes. It's been strong in terms of where the Q4 performance goes, but there you go, revenue up 17.5%. Let's try to pull up the EBITDA number as well and see as to how that's fared in terms of where the Q4 goes. EBITDA up to 25.3%. But we are joined by Satish Pai, the MD at Hindalco Industries. Satish, a very good morning to you. Starting with the first question with regards to revenue and EBITDA hitting an all-time high. Do you reckon that this was budgeted for when you started the year?
No, I don't think this is what we thought would happen at the beginning of the year, because the Middle East situation has actually taken a lot of aluminium off the market and driven LME prices much higher than, let's say, anyone expected. So which is why Q4 has been so good.
Got it. Well, the next question, Mr. Pai, also has to be, what we've seen on the demand and supply mismatches that exist currently. Is there something that you can give us a perspective about? How long will it take to recover? And do you believe that it can be extended to Q2 or also to FY27 as a whole?
I tell you, the nearly 3 million tons of aluminium has been shut in the Middle East for various reasons. So I think that this aluminium that is a deficit is not going to come back before December of this year. So it's fair to say that the first 3 quarters of this year, you're going to see a very strong aluminium prices at the current levels of 3,500 probably.
Okay, all right. Mr. Pai, with regards to your Novelis hot mill, it's expected to restart, right? Can you confirm whether the hot mill has restarted yet? Any ramp-ups planned, normalization in terms of shipments as well?
So I think we are fairly confident now that we are on, towards the end of May, that hot mill is going to start by end of May, early June. So by the first week of June, we are quite confident that the Oswego hot mill will start. And in a couple of months at the most, it will reach its full capacity.
Also, Mr. Pai, in terms of the leverage that we've seen, right, in terms of these companies, for specifically the high leverage, is that a worry for you? Any particular quarterly plan that you can give us some perspective on for the leverage?
No, I think that what gives me confidence is because I'm looking at the consolidated net debt to EBITDA and the commitment we gave that we'll keep it below 2. So we do know the quarterly plan of Novelis. We know they're going to spend 2.3 billion of capex to complete Bay Minette. We know Oswego is restarting. So yes, the 4.1 can become 4.5. But we are fairly confident that by Q4 of this year, Novelis net debt to EBITDA will start its downward trajectory, and the consolidated net debt to EBITDA will stay below 2.
Okay. With regards to Chakla coal mine, what's the status there? And also with regards to the Bandha coal mine, how would you see the timings for these mines and the impact on the cost structure for new capacities coming on?
So I think that fair to say from a coal mine perspective, this FY27 is the most critical year. So we did the box cut of Bandha in April. We hope to do the box cut of Chakla in the next couple of months. And we are hopeful that from Chakla, we should start to see coal by Q4 of this year. Bandha, because the strip ratio is a little bit higher, will take some time. So this year is fairly critical for us to get these 2 mines started. Meenakshi will take some more time because, that will start probably late FY28 is our, current plan.
Also, Mr. Pai, what's your take on the commodity price movement with the conflict, right now in place? Or if we assume that the conflict will settle in the near term, what are some of the key expectations that you have as of now on commodities?
So look, the one very clear way to look at, let's say, aluminium prices is to see the forward curve. So you're currently running at 3,600 spot, whereas next year prices are $400-500 below. So it's in a backwardation. So what the market is expecting is that this year, because of the Middle East aluminium going off the market, this calendar year, the prices are going to be firm, but people do expect the Middle East aluminium to come back by December, and hence the prices of aluminium will correct next year.
Got it. Mr. Pai, what about your outlook in terms of where FY27 stands? And this is from a perspective of the entire consolidated entity that I want to know about.
No, I think that, look, the consolidated entity FY27, we should be having a good year because I think the India business will do well. LME prices are high. And the most positive for us will be Novelis will be coming back. So they started that comeback in Q4, but once Oswego is back up by June and Bay Minette gets commissioned. So the most positive thing for the consolidated Hindalco business will be the comeback of Novelis.
All right, Mr. Pai, thank you so much for taking out the time and, being so candid with your answers and, of course, taking out the time and speaking with us at NDTV Profit. So, viewers, that was, of course, the management of Hindalco. The stock, of course, down by about 1.8%. And this is the case with Hindalco, right? Every time with Novelis commentary coming in, the stock is bumped up and then we see some correction coming in when Hindalco earnings come out. So, just, the nature of the market. But viewers who are watching us for Ask Profit, it's now time for our rapid fire round. Saurabh as well as Gaurav, try to keep your answers as short as possible. The first one that we have is on L&T. Viewer Sai from Vijayawada has bought it at the levels of 3963. Wants to know the stop loss and target for this year. Gaurav?
Hold your position, take a stop at 3700, look for targets beyond 4400.
Bellrise bought by a viewer Gauri Shankar at 94, which is close to the IPO price, and wants to know about how the results were, Saurabh, and if she should continue to hold. She's not actively looking to sell, but what's your view on the stock now?
My take is better take money off the table, book profits.
Okay, Shakti Pumps is the other one. 60 shares bought at the levels of 900 by Amit Gupta from Delhi. He says, should he book loss? He's already down 40%. Gaurav, your view?
From a long-term perspective, we are positive. From a trading standpoint, little bit of jitters are there. Hold is a suggestion.
Correct. Next one's from Shankar from Bangalore. Wants to know if it's a good time to enter NTPC green at the current market price. Would you recommend that, Gaurav?
Yes, one can enter.
Okay, the next one's on Sansera Engineering. Our viewer Bindu from Hyderabad has bought 44 shares at the levels of 2415. Continue to hold, sell from a long-term perspective, Saurabh?
It's a hold.
NIT Learning, Gaurav, a smaller counter, but Karthik wants to know if with this one, if he should continue to hold his shares at 281. So he's currently sitting on a slight loss. What would you recommend?
Can you please name the stock?
NIT Learning Systems, Gaurav. The code for that is NIITMTS.
I'm afraid we have not started tracking it. Won't be able to comment.
No worries.
Okay, the next one is on Piramal Pharma. 6,000 shares bought for a target of 200 plus is what our viewer is saying. Should I continue to buy more, hold, wait? What should I do? Shubham is asking. Gaurav, your view on the charts?
Hold on your position.
Electra Green Tech bought at 1672 by our viewer Sana and wants to know if she should continue to hold this counter average down. Saurabh, any view?
No need to average. Try to get out.
ITC 400 shares bought at the levels of 400 rupees. Continue to hold, Saurabh, from a long-term perspective?
Better to exit.
Sundaram Finance, Balaji is holding shares at 4,900. Gaurav, he wants to know a 3-month view for his 20 shares.
Sideways to positive is what I can see. The lower band of the stock is at 4,400. That should be the stop loss.
Okay, MTA Tech 5,000 shares bought from a 3 years perspective. Krish from Bengaluru wants to know whether they can continue to hold or not. Saurabh?
Expensive valuation, book profits.
Balu Forge is the other one. Our viewer M. Ahmad wants to actually know about a 6-month view on the stock. Gaurav, he's bought shares at 450. What would be your opinion?
450. It has already multiplied. Hold the stock with a closing stop at 1,800.
Okay, HFCL 250 shares bought at the levels of 82. Continue to hold or sell, Gaurav?
Book partial profits here. For remaining, take a stop at 140.
Premitha from Bangalore is holding on to Titagarh at 1,000 odd rupees and wants to know what she should do with the 450 shares. Saurabh, should he continue to hold?
I think company like Titagarh would struggle with the costing. My sense is better to exit.
Okay, Happy Forgings, Shrikant from Bengaluru wants to know if this is the right time to make an entry into this counter. Gaurav?
Stock is already trading higher. Wait for a dip towards 1250, then consider entering.
All right, Gaurav and Saurabh, thank you so much for taking out the time and helping us answer all those stock-related questions. But viewers, a very interesting and a special show is lined up for you next. We are doing a town hall with none other than Vijay Kedia, and this is your chance to go ahead and ask your stock-related questions to him. So do stay tuned and keep watching NDTV Profit.
Investments in specialized investment fund involves relatively higher risk, including potential loss of capital, liquidity risk, and market volatility. Please read all investment strategy related documents carefully before making the investment decision.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
Investments in specialized investment fund involves relatively higher risk, including potential loss of capital, liquidity risk, and market volatility. Please read all investment strategy related documents carefully before making the investment decision.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversation.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
When the headlines move fast, perspective matters. On Editor's Cut, our editors come together with experts to distill the week's information plates into clear perspective. Down the stories shaping the world, from markets and the economy to global conflicts and what lies ahead. This is where experience meets insight. No noise, no hype, just sharp takes on what to watch next. Editor's Cut, every Friday, 3:30 p.m. only on NDTV Profit.
Economy, business, world, technology. Noise filtered, numbers decoded. Insights that rewire your worldview. From governance to growth, we connect the dots. Your daily edge, your global advantage. India Business Report with me, Gauri Dwivedi, weeknights on NDTV Profit.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet. New Year, new power panel. India Market Open. Now in its boldest lineup. This is where the trends get tested and stocks get conviction.
I'll recommend a buy call on a stock only when I'm fully convinced on the stock. With a table thumping buy.
And when the street wants the levels, he brings the chart.
Charts speak the truth, and I deliver the levels with no frills.
Parag Thakkar and Kush Bohra are now part of the morning crew with Tamanna, Neeraj and Alex. Same show, sharper voices. Every morning on India Market Open. Your favorite market show just got better. On NDTV Profit, for your profit.
I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate content.
Welcome to the NDTV Profit Town Hall, and our guest this month on the Town Hall is none other than ace investor Vijay Kedia. Kedia ji, as we head to the studio, आप ये शुरू होने के पहले एक मुझे गाना बता रहे थे. Should we instead of walk and talk to sing and talk?
Yes, we can. तो गाना इस तरह है कि जैसे आपने उसमें पूछा ना कि ये बॉटम मार्केट का किधर है,
हाँ.
तो उस पर मेरा गाना था कि कोई भी समझ ना पाया नहीं कोई पाएगा, जब तक रहेगा लेते नया लो बनाएगा, थक जाएगा बिक जाएगा, वहीं पे तो बॉटम है, ये बॉटम है, इस बॉटम का नहीं है कुछ पता.
Wow.
ये एक भ्रम है और इस भ्रम का नहीं है कुछ पता.
Wow, ये है dialogue from where we're starting off the whole show with Vijay Kedia. So the concept of Town Hall is to get more than one view coming in. कि चूँकि आप आए हैं तो सिर्फ मैं ही क्यों सवाल पूछूं. हम सबसे सवाल पूछवाएंगे, हमारी पूरी टीम यहाँ पर है हमारे स्टूडियो में. हम हमारे व्यूअर्स के भी सवाल लेंगे. प्लीज सर, as we start, and we'll try and get a sense from someone who is excellent at reading the markets. That really is Vijay Kedia. हर बार आपका कुछ भी हम अगर गूगल करते हैं तो पहले निकलता है आपके टॉप इन्वेस्टमेंट का लिस्ट. लेटेस्ट क्या है आपकी लिस्ट में?
नहीं, लेटेस्ट तो कुछ नहीं, मैं ही हूँ अभी लेटेस्ट के अंदर में. अभी कोई नया कुछ नहीं है.
आप तो एवरग्रीन भी है और लेटेस्ट भी है. आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट यू आर नोन टू पिक विनर्स. तो लेटेस्ट मेरे ख्याल से जो पब्लिक डोमेन में है, क्विक हील आपके इंटरेस्टिंग था थोड़ा. you've looked at वेबसॉल, you've looked at a few IT स्पेस में, साइबर सिक्योरिटी स्पेस में कंपनियां. ये स्पेस आपको क्यों इंटरेस्टिंग लग रहा है?
नहीं, ये क्या क्विक हील वगैरह बहुत एक्सपेंसिव है. अभी लोगों को सोच समझ के लेना चाहिए, क्योंकि अभी वो कंपनी टर्न अराउंड और इसमें टाइम लगेगा जैसा लग रहा है उनके कॉन कॉल वगैरह से. तो वन हैज़ टू बी वेरी केयरफुल. और अब वेबसोल वगैरह में मैंने लिया था, लेकिन मैंने लिया उसके बाद बहुत बढ़ भी गया वो. तो मेरे ख्याल से मार्केट में थोड़ा शांति, थोड़ा सोच समझ के काम करना चाहिए. पुराने वाला पहले वाला टाइम नहीं है कि कुछ भी ले लो और कुछ भी बढ़ जाएगा. वो टाइम ख़त्म हो गया मार्केट में. तो मेरे को लगता है कि वन हैज़ टू बी वेरी केयरफुल और सोच समझ के काम करना चाहिए।
आपने जब हम यहाँ आ रहे थे आपके ओपनिंग गाने में नए बॉटम की बात की, न्यू लोज की बात की, क्या हम वो बॉटम बना चुके हैं? बिकॉज वी आर सीइंग दैट इन द मार्केट्स टुडे एज वेल। 80 दिनों के बाद ब्रेंट 100 के नीचे आया है, जो बॉन्ड डील्स आपको इंडिकेशन दे रहे हैं. व्हाट यू आर सीइंग राइट नाउ ऑन द स्क्रीन, आर यू विजय केडिया एज एन एस्ट्यूट इन्वेस्टर फीलिंग लाइक द वर्स्ट इज ओवर?
नहीं, ये बोलना मुश्किल है कि वर्स्ट इज ओवर, क्योंकि वर्स्ट इज ओवर मतलब अभी खाली इंडिया को हम आइसोलेशन में नहीं देख सकते हैं, पूरी दुनिया को देखना पड़ेगा कि वर्स्ट इज ओवर. और यहाँ पर इंडिविजुअल स्टॉक का अपना सबका अलग अलग अपना चाल रहती है अपनी. तो हम 6,500 शेयरों की बात कर रहे हैं, तो ये बोलना मुश्किल है कि वर्स्ट इज ओवर. और जहाँ तक इंडेक्स का सवाल है, ये भी बड़ा डिसेप्टिव है, ये भी कोई आपको सही आंकड़े नहीं देता है मार्केट के, क्योंकि अभी इंडेक्स में समझिए 30 शेयर्स हैं.
निफ्टी की आप सेंसेक्स की बात करें?
हाँ, सेंसेक्स में 30 है, निफ्टी में 50 है समझिए. हाँ. अब 30 में से अगर आप 10% शेयर्स तो ऐसे हैं जिनका सबसे ज़्यादा वेटेज है. फॉर एग्जांपल समझिए बैंकिंग का, NBFC का, रिलायंस के 5-7-10 शेयर निकाल लेंगे तो मालूम पड़ा कि 1/3 तो इंडेक्स ऐसे ही उन्हीं से ज़्यादा इफेक्टेड है. तो वो एक सही पिक्चर देता नहीं है इंडेक्स जो है, वो सही पिक्चर इकोनॉमी का सही पिक्चर मेरे ख्याल से.
आर इंडियन इंडिसेस आउट ऑफ डेट?
हो सकता है वो लोग, क्योंकि अभी आप देखिए जो थोड़ा सा फैशन में आ जाता है तो फिर उसको उसके बाद में डाल दिया जाता है, पुराने को फिर निकाल दिया जाता है, बार बार ये
आप किसकी बात कर रहे हैं?
नहीं मालूम नहीं, ये तो होता ही रहता है. ठीक है, उनका भी अपना कोई मैट्रिक्स होगा उनको ये करने का, लेकिन वो मेरे ख्याल से वो पूरा सही इकोनॉमी का सही आंकड़ा नहीं देता है. जो इंडेक्स है वो पूरा रियल इंडिकेटर नहीं है वो इकोनॉमी का, जो एक्चुअल में अंडर करंट जो चल रहा है उसका वो ट्रू इंडिकेटर तो नहीं.
व्हाट इज द अंडर करंट राइट नाउ जो रियल इकोनॉमी में अब चल रहा है? उसमें कौन से सेक्टर्स हैं जो उस तरह की अपॉर्चुनिटी को बता रहे हैं?
देखिए, एज एन इन्वेस्टर मेरा काम क्या है कि जैसे मेरा एक कोट भी है कि स्टे इन्वेस्टेड इन ए सनराइज इंडस्ट्री एट एनी कॉस्ट, स्टे आउट ऑफ ए सनसेट इंडस्ट्री एट एनी कॉस्ट. तो मेरा काम क्या है? मेरा काम यही है कि यही समझने का कि अब आने वाले 10-20 साल कैसे जाने वाले, कौन से सेक्टर के अंदर में सनराइज सेक्टर कौन होगा. उसमें मैं गलत भी हो सकता हूँ और गलत होता भी हूँ इसके अंदर में. अभी फिलहाल मेरे को ऐसे लगता है कि जैसे मेरे दिमाग में ऐसे आता है, जैसे बॉडी के लिए ऑक्सीजन जरूरी है, वैसे किसी भी कंट्री के लिए एनर्जी जरूरी है. तो मेरे को लगता है कि एनर्जी सेक्टर ऐसा है जो ऑक्सीजन है कंट्री के लिए, तो उसके बिना अपना गुजारा नहीं है. और हम उसमें ज़्यादातर हम इंपोर्ट पे डिपेंडेंट हैं उसमें. तो मैंने एक बार ट्वीट भी किया था कि जैसे प्रकृति ने सनलाइट दिया इंडिया को, ठीक है, गल्फ को उन्होंने क्रूड दिया, उन्होंने तेल दिया, उन्होंने उसका प्रॉस्पेरिटी कितना बड़ा उसका उन्होंने फ़ायदा उठाया. हम सनलाइट का फ़ायदा उठा नहीं पाए. हम उस तरीके से सोलर के अंदर में इस तरीके से हम वो नहीं कर पाए जो अभी हो रहा है, जो पिछले 2-3 सालों में हो रहा है. ये हम 20-30 साल पहले भी कर सकते थे. या रिन्यूएबल में कोई भी रिन्यूएबल, चाहे आप विंड एनर्जी लीजिए या कुछ भी लीजिए, वो हम कर नहीं पाए. चलिए ठीक है, जब आँख खुलती है तभी सवेरा होता है, ऐसा समझना चाहिए. अभी शायद गवर्नमेंट को जागरूकता आई है कि अभी जब तकलीफ में आदमी अपने अंदर के वो जो उनके सेंसेस जो जागृत होते हैं, तो शायद अभी.
लेकिन इसमें एक चीज़ है कि आप सही कह रहे हैं, ग्रीन एनर्जी इज़ हॉट, रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी इज़ हॉट, बैटरी एनर्जी स्टोरेज सिस्टम्स इज़ हॉट, हर कोई बेस्ट कर रहा है, लेकिन उसमें ज़रूरी नहीं कि सब सक्सीड करेंगे.
नहीं, वो मुश्किल है. आप सही बोलते हैं कि ये सक्सीड करना वो बहुत मुश्किल है, क्योंकि जितने भी ये हम ज़्यादातर जो हम बातें कर रहे हैं ग्रीन एनर्जी की, समझिए चाहे विंड हो या सोलर हो या इलेक्ट्रिक हो या बैटरी स्टोरेज हो या ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन जो भी है, इसके सारे जो रॉ मटेरियल, इसकी पूरी जो नब्ज है वो चाइना के हाथ में है. तो मैंने ट्वीट भी किया था कल या परसों कि ये सारी चीज़ों पे हम जो हमारी जो डिपेंडेंस है वो चाइना पे है, और वो बड़ी खतरनाक बात है, क्योंकि उसके साथ में हमारा कई तरह के डिस्प्यूट है, हमारे बॉर्डर के डिस्प्यूट भी है. अभी जब 3 दिन पहले वो बोलता है वो गंगा के किनारे के जो भी है वो सारे वो मैकमोहन वो जो लाइन वाइन है वो बोलता है वो उसको मानता नहीं है चाइना. तो हमारे उसके साथ में कई तरह के डिस्प्यूट है, बड़ा सेंसिटिव मैटर है. तो वो आर्म ट्विस्टिंग भी हो सकती है इंडिया के लिए कि हाँ भाई अब हम पर डिपेंडेंट हो गए ना, तो चलो अभी हम जो बोलेंगे वही होएगा. तो वो जरूर एक तलवार लटकती रहती है. तो जितनी जल्दी हम आत्मनिर्भर हो जाएं, सेल्फ डिपेंडेंट हो जाए रॉ मटेरियल में, हर चीज़ों में, उतना जल्दी वो अच्छा बात है.
आत्मनिर्भरता आपके पोर्टफोलियो में भी झलकना चाहिए. आगे चलकर. तो this is the plan for the show, folks. There's going to be some Q&A with Vijay Kedia here. Our team here in the studio will be asking some questions as well, and you have an opportunity at home or wherever you're watching this to send in your questions. And we already have some questions coming in, but I'm going to start with the in-house team at NDTV Profit. Sharad Dubey is waiting. Sharad, Vijay Kedia से आपको सवाल पूछना है तो आपको भी गाना गाना पड़ेगा, तभी वो करेंगे.
गाना तो मुझे हो नहीं पा रहा है, बट सर आपने बहुत बढ़िया ट्वीट किया था कि भारत के जो टूरिज्म सेक्टर है, अभी तो गर्मी की छुट्टी भी आ रही है, और जो टूरिज्म सेक्टर में ऑफ कोर्स हम लोग परफेक्ट तो है नहीं, पर यहाँ पे बहुत पोटेंशियल होता है. तो आप किस तरह देखते हैं और किस तरह अगले 4 से 5 साल में आपको पूरे ये हॉस्पिटैलिटी इंडस्ट्री, डोमेस्टिक टूरिज्म को कैसा लगता है?
देखिए, मेरे को ऐसे लग रहा है कि ये चीज़ भी हम बहुत पहले कर सकते थे, और मैंने 4-5 साल पहले भी ट्वीट किया था कि जैसे इंडिया के अंदर में सब चीज़ आपको मिलती है, नदी भी है, पहाड़ भी है, समंदर भी है, रेगिस्तान भी है, हेरिटेज भी है, ग्रीनरी भी है, गर्मी भी है, ठंडी भी है, स्नो है, सब चीज़ जो दुनिया को देखने जाते हैं. हमारे 200-300 साल के टूटे हुए मकान देखने चले जाते हैं स्पेन में और इधर उधर इटली के अंदर में. ये 250 साल 400 साल पहले वॉर के पहले था और इसके पहले था. सारी चीज़ें आपको हिंदुस्तान में मिल जाएगी, लेकिन प्रॉब्लम हमारे पास में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर नहीं है, वहाँ पर पहुँचने का साधन नहीं है, वहाँ पर ठीक की होटल नहीं है, हाइजीन की प्रॉब्लम है, और टूरिस्ट के साथ में बर्ताव भी जो भी है वो थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम है. तो अब इस साइड जागरूकता आ रही है सरकार के अंदर में, तो ये सेक्टर बहुत बड़ा होगा ऐसे लग रहा है कि अगर रियली अगर तो मैंने ट्वीट किया था कि $1 ट्रिलियन का ये सेक्टर हो सकता है अगर इसको हम ठीक से अगर फोकस करें इसके ऊपर में. लेकिन अब इस बात का फ़ायदा क्या, ये बात तो हम समझ गए, चलो ऐसा हो सकता है, और होगा वही जब गवर्नमेंट चाहेगी. आपके मेरे चाहने से कुछ होगा भी नहीं. गवर्नमेंट अगर चाहेगी तो वैसी फैसिलिटी देगी, वैसे नियम बनाएगी, वैसे कानून बनाएगी, तो काम होगा. लेकिन अगर आप ये पूछना चाहते हैं एज एन इन्वेस्टर में इसका कैसे फ़ायदा उठाऊं, तो मैं आपको बताता हूं, अभी मेरे निगाह में उस थीम को पकड़ के कौन सा शेयर्स लेना है ऐसे मेरे दिमाग में कोई आइडिया नहीं है. पहले मैंने इसको समझ के 3-4 साल पहले मैंने एयरलाइंस का स्टॉक लिया था.
आपने महिंद्रा हॉलीडेज के बारे में भी बात किया था.
उसमें तो मैं हॉलीडे पे चला गया, जब से मैं लिया हूँ तब से मेरा हॉलीडेज हो रहा है. उसके अंदर में
आपके पोर्टफोलियो प्रॉफिट का हॉलीडे हो गया.
हाँ, प्रॉफिट का एकदम हॉलीडेज हो चुका है मेरा एकदम ऑलरेडी. तो वही मालूम नहीं कि वो सुबह कब आएगी ये मालूम नहीं है इसके अंदर में. तो इसी बोलकर उसको कोई भी न्यूज़ आप पढ़ते हैं या कोई इन्फॉर्मेशन है या कोई बात आपको समझ में आई कि ये स्टोरी आगे होने वाली है, ये एक मुद्दा हो गया. उसका एज एन इन्वेस्टर मैं कैसे फायदा उठाऊं, ये दूसरा गणित है, ये टोटली डिफरेंट है.
सो ऑन द सेकंड पार्ट, ये सोचने वाली बहुत अच्छी बात है कि वी शुड ट्रैवल विद इन द कंट्री, और प्रधानमंत्री जी का ये एक मैसेज भी था कि आप बाहर मत जाइए इस बार, अगर हो सके तो आप इंडिया में ही हॉलीडे कीजिए. हाउ डज एन इन्वेस्टर, एन इक्विटी इन्वेस्टर बेनिफिट फ्रॉम दिस, बिकॉज दिस इज राइट नाउ नॉट अ फुल ब्लोन ट्रेंड.
तो वही मैं बोलना चाहता हूँ कि उसको वापस अपने पकड़ना कि मैं ऐसे इसका फ़ायदा एज एन इन्वेस्टर कैसे उठाऊँ, ये बहुत डिफरेंट गणित होता है. तो मैंने वो एयरलाइंस के शेयर्स लिए थे, फिर ये वॉर हो गया, उसमें तो मेरा तेल निकल गया जब तेल वेल के दाम ऐसे वैसे हो गए. और एयरलाइंस के अंदर में ऐसे होता है कि वो 3 महीना उनका ख़राब होता है ना, तो उसको सुधारने के लिए उनको 13 महीना लग जाता है, उनको 2 साल लग जाता है उन लोगों को. अभी एयर इंडिया का आया 20,000-30,000 करोड़ का लॉस आया, 26,000 या कितने थाउजेंड का लॉस आया. जितने में उन्होंने एयरलाइंस खरीदी होगी इतना का तो लॉस ही आ गया उस कंपनी के अंदर में उसको मतलब. तो ये बड़ा ट्रिकी है. तो इसमें तो मेरा तो टेक ऑफ हो गया उसके अंदर में तो उसका मालूम नहीं है. इसी तरह होटल वगैरह जो आप सोचना चाहते हैं हॉस्पिटैलिटी में होगा, लेकिन वो सब शेयर एक्सपेंसिव है, उसमें पैसा कैसे बनेगा ये मालूम नहीं आज के दिन मेरे को. वो अपने रेडार पर रखना चाहिए कि कभी कोई ऐसी अपॉर्चुनिटी मिले तो उसके अंदर में फिर आप उसमें इन्वेस्ट कर सकते हो. इसका क्लियर कट आंसर अभी नहीं है कि हाँ ये काम हम कर लें तो इस पे हमको पैसा मिलेगा.
Okay, one more question from our team here. Puneet there,
Namaste Kedia ji.
He's a research analyst with us, covers a lot of the sectors, but not quite energy. For energy, we'll go to Zamit Sarkar in a bit, which is exciting to Vijay Kedia. Yes, Puneet.
नमस्ते केडिया जी. सर आप हम बोल रहे थे कि सनराइज सेक्टर्स पे देखना चाहिए कि उसका एक्सपोजर निफ्टी में बहुत कम है एट दिस पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम, बट जैसे आपने वेबसॉल की बात की, एनर्जी की बात की, बट वो सेक्टर्स में रनअप हमने भी काफ़ी देखा है. जैसे EMS में भी वो रनअप 2-3 सालों में बहुत ज़्यादा हो गया था. सो आप अपॉर्चुनिटी इवैल्यूएट कैसे करते हैं कि जब वो सेक्टर काफ़ी चल जाता है या उसमें स्पेसिफिक स्टॉक्स चल जाते हैं और एक्सपोजर भी बहुत कम है, जैसे EMS में भी बहुत कम कंपनियां थी, जहां अब हम देख रहे हैं कि एनर्जी में भी जो अभी रिसेंट लिस्टिंग्स हुई है, तो आप अपॉर्चुनिटी को इवैल्यूएट कैसे करते हैं कि बहुत जल्दी कूद पड़ते हैं या थोड़ी देर रुकते हैं, देखते हैं कि उस सेक्टर के कैसे नए नए कंपनीज लिस्ट हो रहे हैं, तो हाउ डू यू इवैल्यूएट दैट अपॉर्चुनिटी?
तो मैं उसको मेरा तरीका क्या है कि, और जैसे मैं पहले भी कई बार बोल चुका हूँ कि कोई ऐसा एथलीट जो पहले इसने रिकॉर्ड बनाया हो और वो जब बीमार पड़ता है या आउट ऑफ फॉर्म होता है तो मैं उस पर अपनी नज़र लगाता हूँ और मैं वेट करता हूँ कि वो वापस कब टर्न अराउंड करेगा वो एथलीट, तो मैं उसको उसके अंदर में पैसा लगाता हूँ। तो कई बार मैं सालों सालों वेट करते रह जाता हूँ उसके लिए। और यूजुअली मैं एक एग्जांपल ऐसा भी देता हूँ, समझो कोई ट्रेन है वो चर्च गेट से जा रही है और सपोज विरार जाने वाली है या और आगे जाने वाली है, तो मैं बोरीवली में वो ट्रेन नहीं पकड़ूंगा, मैं उसको चर्च गेट पे पकड़ने की ट्राई करूँगा। और जब नहीं शुरू हो रही है, जब माने खड़ी भी है, तभी मैं उसके अंदर में जाने की ट्राई करूँगा। 5:30 बजे वाली ट्रेन को 5:30 बजे नहीं पकड़ूंगा, मैं 5 बजे पकड़ने की ट्राई करूँगा या 5:15 बजे पकड़ने की ट्राई करूँगा, ताकि मेरे को विंडो सीट मिले। मेरे को फुटबोर्ड पर खड़े होकर ट्रैवल नहीं करने का मेरे को।
कितने साल हो गए आपको ट्रेन में ट्रैवल करते हुए? सच सच बताइए।
ट्रेन में करते हुए कि मतलब लास्ट कब किया था?
हाँ, चर्च गेट विरार वाली जो आपने डिस्क्राइब की, व्हेन इज द लास्ट टाइम यू वेंट देयर?
अब ऐसे तो मैंने गांधी जी को भी देखा नहीं था, लेकिन उदाहरण तो उनको मैं देता ही हूँ ना। मैं ऐसा तो है नहीं कि मैं उनका एग्जाम्पल नहीं दे सकता। अब ऐसे मैं अभी वंदे भारत में किया था, अहमदाबाद गया था या आया था या गया था वंदे भारत में।
दैट इज अ फैंसी ट्रेन जो आप विरार चर्च गेट की बात कर रहे हैं।
अरे तो एग्जांपल तो अभी मैं चंद्रमा को देखा, थोड़ा एग्जांपल तो ये देता हूँ।
नो प्रॉब्लम, जस्ट मेकिंग द पॉइंट दैट आप इतने रिलेटेबल और डाउन टू अर्थ एग्जांपल दे रहे हैं। बट आई जस्ट वंडरिंग, सवाल आया कि लास्ट टाइम विजय केडिया जी कब गए थे मुंबई लोकल में? ऐसे थके हुए कौन से एथलीट आपको दिख रहे हैं जैसे आपने डिस्क्राइब किए पुनीत को?
नहीं, तो वही मैंने बताया कि
आउट ऑफ फॉर्म एथलीट्स।
तो जैसे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर ऐसा शेयर्स है। पहले तो एक बात बता देता हूँ, जो हम लोगों ने शेयरों के नाम लिए ना, जैसे वेबसोल, क्विकहिल, इसको मैं लेने के लिए नहीं बोल रहा हूँ भाई, इसमें अपना अपना करना है, सब महंगे शेयर्स है इसके अंदर में, तो वो अपना चंद्रमा खुद सोच लेना भाई, बाद में मेरे को ढूंढना नहीं, मेरा नंबर मत ढूंढना कि मैं बोला नहीं हुआ। तो अपने मेरे को इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर ऐसा एक सेक्टर ऐसे लगता है कि जो थका हुआ है, क्योंकि आप देखिए ऊपर से सब 1/3 भाव में आपको मिल रहे हैं उनके अंदर में, और वो एक तो इसके लिए, और दूसरा उनकी ऑर्डर बुक बढ़ती जा रही है। हर इंफ्रा कंपनी में आप देखेंगे, लार्सन टूब्रो से लेकर छोटे से छोटे में, लार्सन का भी अनाउंसमेंट आएगा, हमने 2,500 से 5,000 वाली कैटेगरी में हमको ऑर्डर मिला। छोटी कंपनी भी 200, 400, 500 करोड़ के रोज उनके अंदर में ऑर्डर मिलते हैं मेरे को। तो मेरे को ये इन कंपनियों को, तो मेरे को लग रहा है कि ये जो सेक्टर है ये आगे अच्छे करने वाला है। लेकिन इनमें भी हर चीज़ में एक प्रॉब्लम है, इनमें भी समझ के चलिएगा, इनके अंदर में इनका वर्किंग साइकिल, पेमेंट साइकिल, ये बड़ा ट्रिकी है, क्योंकि गवर्नमेंट पर डिपेंडेंट है, और गवर्नमेंट के पास में पैसा रहता है तो मालूम पड़ा वो साइकिल में बांट दिया, साड़ी में बांट दिया। मैडम सब
हमें कुछ नहीं मिला है साइकिल साड़ी, आप मेरी तरफ क्यों देख रहे हैं?
बहन और भांजी, आप उसमें से नहीं आते?
नहीं, मैं बहन और भांजी
बहन योजना, भांजी योजना।
आई एम नॉट अ रेसिपिएंट ऑफ गवर्नमेंट्स लार्जेस्ट एंड ओनली दोज हु डिजर्व इट एंड नीड इट शुड बी।
ऑफ कोर्स, मैं ऐसे मजाक नहीं बोला। तो कहने का मतलब गवर्नमेंट को इसे वो पैसे बांट देती है, तो फिर ये प्रोजेक्ट वगैरह के अंदर में डिले हो जाता है, ऐसा जो मीडिया में पढ़ते हैं वो ऐसा है। तो उनमें भी एक कैविएट है इनके अंदर में। तो लेकिन मेरे को लग रहा है कि ये जो सेक्टर है, इसके बिना हमेशा मैं बोलता हूँ इंडिया का विकास नहीं हो सकता, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के बिना विकास नहीं होएगा, तो ये ठीक करना चाहिए।
Okay, we have lots of queries from in-house, but I think it's only fair we take at least some viewer queries as well. और बहुत सारे आपके लिए सवाल आ रहे हैं, तो कुछ हम लेंगे जितने ले सके। विजयवाड़ा से सुगुनाकर का सवाल है, I'm sitting on 45% PSU bank gains. एक तो congratulations to you. Time to exit and rotate this space. ये इनका सवाल है। 45% काफी है।
तो 45% तो बहुत बढ़िया है भाई, इनको पूछना चाहिए कि कौन सा शेयर लिया, टिप बता थोड़ा सा भाई, तो अपने को नेक्स्ट टाइम लेते समय बताना अपने को। 45% पीएसयू बैंक में मिला तो बहुत बढ़िया है कि ऑफकोर्स अच्छा रिटर्न है, लेकिन अब रोटेट करना चाहिए, इसका एक जेनेरिक आंसर मुश्किल है, डिपेंड करता है कौन सी बैंक के अंदर में आपका। जनरली पीएसयू बैंक जो है वो बड़ी सस्ते मिल रहे हैं अभी उनको, अगर आप मैट्रिक्स अगर उनका देखोगे तो प्राइवेट बैंक से वो अभी सस्ते मिल रहे हैं, लेकिन डिपेंड करता है कौन सी बैंक में है। तो ये मेरे लिए बोलना मुश्किल है कि उसको रखना चाहिए।
PSU versus private banks, there was a time when PSUs were in fashion, not so much private bank. अब फिर से प्राइवेट बैंक थोड़े से फैशन में आने लगे हैं, आपका इस पर व्यू? और इज डिपेंडेंट?
मैंने एक पीएसयू बैंक लिया हुआ है 2-1 साल से, और वो बैंक मैंने मेरे हिसाब से वो इंडिया का सबसे सस्ता मोस्ट एफिशिएंट बैंक है वो।
Which one?
नहीं, बैंक ऑफ महाराष्ट्र लिया मैंने, लेकिन उस बात को 1.5-2 साल हो गया, शायद 1.5 साल हो गया होंगे, और उसने मेरे को ठीक ठाक रिटर्न भी दिया मेरे को उसको, लेकिन मैं बेच सकता हूँ कभी भी, तो इसके लिए ये नहीं है कि मैं कोई रेकमेंड कर रहा हूँ, हो सकता है मैं कल ही बेच दूँ, इंटरव्यू के बाद जाकर बेच दूँ मैंने। तो इनमें भी ऐसी बातें हो रही है, गवर्नमेंट ने अभी कुछ ट्वीक किया, कुछ उन्होंने पॉलिसी कुछ चेंज की है, तो उसके कारण ये बैंकों में थोड़ा सा फर्क पड़ेगा, PSU बैंक के अंदर में भी। तो वो आपको पढ़ना पड़ेगा, आपको समझना पड़ेगा यहाँ पे कि भाई उसके लिए आगे क्या डिसीजन लेने का।
Okay, so that was a query on PSU banks. So we have Alex here who wants to ask a question.
विजय जी नमस्कार। आपने लोकल ट्रेन की जिक्र की और आपने चर्च गेट की बात की। मैंने अक्सर देखा है कि लोग रुमाल फेंकते हैं ट्रेन स्टार्ट करने से पहले, सो दे बुक देयर सीट्स। आप अनलिस्टेड शेयर्स खरीद रहे थे, आर यू स्टिल डूइंग दैट मोर देन बाइंग इन द सेकेंडरी मार्केट?
या अभी मैं यही कर रहा हूँ और मेरा यही व्यू है। मेरे को अभी समझिए ये पब्लिक मार्केट से प्राइवेट मार्केट में ज़्यादा मेरे को अपॉर्चुनिटी लगती है। जैसे मैंने बताया, स्टे इन्वेस्टेड इन अ सनराइज सेक्टर, यू शुड ऑलवेज लुक आउट फॉर द सेक्टर विच इज गोइंग टू सनराइज। तो वो मेरे को लिस्टेड स्पेस में वो जगह थोड़ी सी कम नज़र आती है। फॉर एग्जांपल जैसे मैंने साइबर सिक्योरिटी कंपनियों में इन्वेस्ट किया हुआ है, और समझिए सोलर में तो एक कंपनी में इन्वेस्ट किया, और भी AIVI की एक कंपनी में इन्वेस्ट किया। ये अपॉर्चुनिटी जो है वो लिस्टेड स्पेस में नहीं है, वो अनलिस्टेड प्राइवेट मार्केट के अंदर में वो अपॉर्चुनिटी है। तो अभी मेरा फोकस उसी मार्केट के अंदर में, और मैं आस्ते आस्ते मेरे लिस्टेड शेयर्स बेच के मैं फिर वो प्राइवेट मार्केट में इन्वेस्ट करूंगा। ऐसे मेरी अभी तक मेरी ऐसी धारणा, ऐसा ही मैं करते आ रहा हूँ ऐसा।
बट यू नो दिस अपॉर्चुनिटी इज नॉट अवेलेबल टू एवरीवन। आप जिस अपॉर्चुनिटी की बात कर रहे हैं, जहाँ आप प्राइवेट कंपनियों को चुन पाते हैं, यू हैव एक्सेस टू दोज मैनेजमेंट्स, टू देयर बुक्स, बिकॉज यू आर यू आर एन एस्ट्यूट इन्वेस्टर। आप जाने माने एक निवेशक हो जो ये देख रहे हैं और वो सोच रहे हैं कि यार हमारे पास तो वही ऑप्शन है लिस्टेड स्पेस वाले, उनके लिए क्या सलाह है?
नहीं, उनके लिए सलाह है कि जो चीज़ आपके हाथ में नहीं है तो उसको भूल जाना बेटर है, क्योंकि इसके अंदर में नुकसान भी होता है। इसके लिए मैं ये नहीं बोल रहा हूँ कि अपॉर्चुनिटी आपके लिए नहीं है, इसमें रिस्क रिवॉर्ड, इसमें रिस्क भी बहुत ज़्यादा है इसके अंदर में। ये कंपनियाँ जब डूबती है तो जीरो हो जाती है वैल्यू। कम से कम लिस्टेड मार्केट में आप 50 रुपये वाला शेयर 30 रुपये में बेच के निकल सकते हैं, 40 में बेच के 5 रुपये में बेच के निकल सकते हैं एटलीस्ट समझ। यहाँ तो पूरा जीरो हो जाता है यहाँ पे। तो उसके लिए मैं भी जो इन्वेस्ट कर रहा हूँ, तो ऐसा नहीं है मेरी जो भी मेरी नेटवर्क छोटी मोटी है, अभी तमन्ना बोलेगी आपकी जैसे मेरी भी हो, ये बीच में बोलने
ऐसी छोटी मोटी नेटवर्क हम सबकी हो।
मैं मोटा बोल रहा हूँ, समझिए बात को। तो उसका मैं कोई 1-2% एक कंपनी में इन्वेस्ट करता हूँ प्राइवेट मार्केट में, या उससे भी कम। मेरे को कोई सोच के नहीं बता रहा हूँ, याद नहीं है मेरे को। तो बहुत ऐसा लिमिटेड करता हूँ कि अगर समझो पैसा अगर बाय द वे अगर जीरो भी हो जाता है तो मेरे को दुख जरूर होगा, तकलीफ नहीं होगी, कष्ट नहीं होएगा, लेकिन दुख जरूर होएगा, अरे मेरा पैसा डूब गया।
Has it ever happened where you've had a private equity investment which went wrong?
रॉन्ग में अभी तक ऐसी कोई कंपनी अभी तक ऐसी नहीं आई है जो कंपनी बंद हो गई हो सकता है 1-2 कंपनी बंद होने वाली हो, ऑक्सीजन पे है उसके ऊपर में, तो शायद हो भी जाए, ऐसी बात नहीं है, लेकिन उसके लिए तैयार रहना चाहिए। ये अब अभी तक नहीं हुई तो ऐसा नहीं कि कल नहीं हो सकता।
लेकिन आप उसमें क्या देखते हैं? When because there's not big track record to check for companies in this sector. They don't have as much data publicly available as a public listed company. तो आप उसमें क्या देखते हो? आप फाउंडर का जज्बा देखते हो, आप टैम देखते हो, what do you see?
नहीं, तो उसके अंदर में मैं कई चीज़ें देखता हूँ। ऑफ कोर्स वो फायर इन द बेली जिसको बोलते हैं, और फ्रूगलनेस कि हाँ भाई वो जो प्रोमोटर जो फाउंडर जो है वो कितना फ्रूगल है। वो ऐसा नहीं है कि मेरे से पैसा उठाकर 5 स्टार में जाकर पार्टी कर रहा है, मेरे को वैसा वो फिर आपके लिए फिर आपको लोकल ट्रेन में दिल्ली वो चर्चगेट विरार वाले में ट्रैवल करना पड़ेगा अगर ऐसी कंपनी को पैसा दिया तो आपको। तो जो ऐसी कंपनी को पैसा देना चाहिए जो लोकल ट्रेन में सफ़र कर रहा हो, मैंने इनिशियली मैं ये वो नहीं बोल रहा हूँ। और तो उसमें एक तो वो फ्रूगलनेस और फायर उसके अंदर में होना जरूरी है, एंड ऑफ कोर्स उसका मार्केट साइज इतना बड़ा होना चाहिए। जैसे कोई जो भी चीज़ के अंदर में वो है, आज हमको लगता है कि ये क्या होने वाला है। जैसे जोमेटो आया, हमको मालूम नहीं है कि ऐसा भी कोई कैटेगरी हो सकती है इंडिया के अंदर में कि आपको जल्दी से क्विक कॉमर्स में ऐसे ब्लिंकेट आपको लगता नहीं था अगर कोई।
You like this space, quick commerce?
नहीं, बहुत एक्सपेंसिव हो गया, मैं तो नहीं लूँगा, मैं खाली मंगा लूँगा मैं। और वो भी मैं डाइनिंग में मेरा 40% मेरे को डिस्काउंट दे देता, मैं वो यूज़ कर लेता हूँ, दैट्स इट। और उसको हाँ कभी कभी
ग्रोसरी आप मंगाते हैं?
नहीं, ग्रोसरी तो मालूम नहीं, वो आदमी मंगाते होंगे ग्रोसरी, मैं तो खाता हूँ खाली ग्रोसरी।
So no Eternal, no Swiggy and no Zepto?
हाँ, मैं पर्सनल यूज नहीं करता हूँ।
No, I'm not talking about personal use. I'm talking about any investment.
हाँ, मेरा नहीं, ये बहुत एक्सपेंसिव है, वो मेरे लायक नहीं है। वो देखिए, आपको अपने टपरी की चाय पीने वाले 20 रुपए में, मैं 400 रुपए में जाकर ऊपर सर्विस टैक्स उस पर GST देकर मैं 5 स्टार में मेरे को क्यों पीने का भाई, कोई दिक्कत नहीं मेरे को।
Okay, so this is equivalent of 5 star में चाय.
That is how the parallel is drawn. We have tons of questions inside the studio. We have tons of questions coming from out there. You know where to find us, right? All of that on your screen. If you want a question with Vijay Kedia on the town hall, I have to take a very short break. I'll be right back.
Investments in specialized investment fund involves relatively higher risk, including potential loss of capital, liquidity risk, and market volatility. Please read all investment strategy related documents carefully before making the investment decision.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
Investments in specialized investment fund involves relatively higher risk, including potential loss of capital, liquidity risk, and market volatility. Please read all investment strategy related documents carefully before making the investment decision.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
When the headlines move fast, perspective matters. On Editor's Cut, our editors come together with experts to distill the week's information plates into clear perspective. Down the stories shaping the world, from markets and the economy to global conflicts and what lies ahead. This is where experience meets insight. No noise, no hype, just sharp takes on what to watch next. Editor's Cut, every Friday, 3:30 p.m. only on NDTV Profit.
Economy, business, world, technology. Noise filtered, numbers decoded. Insights that rewire your worldview. From governance to growth, we connect the dots. Your daily edge, your global advantage. India Business Reports with me, Gauri Dwivedi, weeknights on NDTV Profit.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet. New year, new power panel, India market opening, now in its boldest lineup. This is where the trends get tested and stocks get conviction.
I'll recommend a buy call on a stock only when I'm fully convinced on the stock. With a table thumping buy.
And when the street wants the levels, he brings the chart.
Charts speak the truth. and I deliver the levels with no frills.
Parag Thakkar and Kush Bohra.
Welcome to the town hall with Vijay Kedia, the ace investor who has a very interesting way of putting things simply and to the point. One of our favorites with our viewers as well. So in this format, we have, of course, the NDTV Profit team who's here to ask questions. We have questions from all of our viewers as well. Kedia ji, before we get to the Q&A, ये जो 3 महीने, लगभग 3 महीने से चला है, US ईरान का वॉर, स्ट्रेट ऑफ हॉर्मुज में जो हो रहा है, उससे जो उथल पुथल हुई है, एक व्यू है कि उसकी वजह से इंडियन मार्केट थोड़े डाउन है, एक व्यू है कि वो ठीक भी हो जाए तो जो हमारे वैल्यूएशन की प्रॉब्लम है या एआई ट्रेड नहीं है हमारे पास, वो प्रॉब्लम है, वो फिर से सामने आएंगे. व्हाट डू यू बिलीव?
तो मेरा व्यू मैम ऐसा है इसके अंदर में कि आप ये समझिए कि उसके कारण बाजार खराब हुआ तो शायद ये कोई ज़रूरी नहीं है, कोई ना कोई मार्केट को तो बहाना चाहिए कि ये नहीं होता तो कोई और बहाना होता. तो ये अभी चूंकि सामने अभी ये बहाना आ गया जिस बोलकर हमको लग रहा है इसके कारण बाजार खराब हुआ. अदरवाइज आप देखें तो 71,000 का जो इंडेक्स लो बनाया था वो तो ऑलरेडी बहुत पहले लास्ट ईयर शायद कुछ लो बनाया था इंडेक्स, मेरे को याद नहीं आ रहा है, वो ऑलरेडी 71,000 बन चुका था, फिर वापस सेकंड टाइम उसने रिपीट किया ये. तो वो इसका ये बहाना हो गया. ऑलरेडी हमारी वैल्यूएशन हाई भी थी और ऑफकोर्स इसमें इट हैज़ एडेड फ्यूल टू द फायर. जो ये तेल के कारण, ये जो क्रूड वुड के कारण जो ये प्रॉब्लम हो गया तो वो ऑफ कोर्स ये हमारी इकोनॉमी को हर्ट तो कर ही रहा है.
नहीं, और एफआई इन्वेस्टर्स भी जा रहे हैं,
वो शुरू से ही जा रहे हैं, वो 2-3 साल से निकल ही रहे हैं उनको. तो ऑफ कोर्स जैसा हम सब जानते हैं, सब पढ़ते ही हैं कि, और मैं भी कई बार बोल चुका हूँ कि इंडिया जो है वो उनके लिए पूरी बास्केट का एक फ्लावर है, समझिए, पूरी बुके का एक पार्ट है वो. तो उनके लिए जैसे अपने लिए अपने पोर्टफोलियो में 20 शेयर्स रहते हैं, 30 शेयर्स रहते हैं, वो उनके पोर्टफोलियो में इस तरह 20-30 कंट्रियों के शेयर्स रहते हैं. हमारे यहाँ कंपनियों के शेयर्स रहते हैं. तो उनको यहाँ से निकाल दिया, उधर डाल दिया, चाइना डाल दिया, कोरिया डाल दिया, या कहीं ना कहीं उनका वो काम है करते रहने का. वो वापस उनको यहाँ थोड़ा सा ठीक लगेगा तो फिर वापस आएंगे, जब आएंगे तब आएंगे. तो ये तो चलता रहेगा.
उसमें एक थ्योरी चल रही है एक रिपोर्ट के कारण कि वन ऑफ द रीजंस दैट फॉरेन इन्वेस्टर्स आर एग्जिटिंग इज बिकॉज देयर इज सो मच मनी कमिंग इन फ्रॉम सिप एवरी मंथ. डोमेस्टिक इन्वेस्टर्स डालते जा रहे पैसे, इसलिए मार्केट का सही लेवल नहीं मिल रहा है. तो उसमें एक थ्योरी अब चलने लगी कि उसके वजह से डिस्टॉर्टेड है.
तो अच्छी बात है, डिस्टॉर्टेड है तो हमको, हमारा हिंदुस्तान तो हम ही को बनाना पड़ेगा, हमारी इकोनॉमी तो हम ही बनाएंगे. तो ऐसा तो नहीं होगा कि रिटेल इन्वेस्टर पैसा नहीं डाले और एफआई तोड़ के 30-40-50% शेयर को यहाँ पर साफ कर दे, उसके बाद में बटोर के ले जाए और हम यूं ही रह गए दास्ता देखते देखते. ऐसा तो नहीं होना चाहिए ना. तो वो तो ठीक है, अगर रिटेल इन्वेस्टर पैसा डाल रहा है तो अच्छी बात है, कम से कम वो मार्केट को सपोर्ट मिल रहा है. फिर एफआई जब भी आएगी तो फिर उसको शेयर कैसे मिलेगा वो समझने वाली बात है. लेकिन वो उसमें नहीं जाना चाहिए, वो आए नहीं आए कोई दिक्कत बात नहीं है. आप ये समझ सकते हैं इस बात को दूसरी तरीके से कि हम आत्मनिर्भर हो रहे हैं कि हाँ भाई ठीक है, रिटेलर अपनी कंट्री में अपने शेयरों में पैसा डाल रहा है, बहुत अच्छी बात है.
So आत्मनिर्भरता इन मार्केट एंड इन्वेस्टमेंट एज वेल. ओके, महिमा हैज अ क्वेश्चन फॉर यू.
से सर, सो मेरा सवाल ये है कि अगर कोई अपना पोर्टफोलियो आज अगर बनाना चाह रहा है, लेट्स से अगले 10 साल के लिए, आपने एनर्जी की बात करी है, सनराइज सेक्टर, बट फ्रॉम द पर्सपेक्टिव कि हमने बहुत वैल्यूएशन करेक्शन देखा है मिड कैप्स और स्मॉल कैप्स में भी, तो एक अपार्ट फ्रॉम एनर्जी कौन सा दूसरा सेक्टर आप देख रहे हो, 1-2 सेक्टर्स, एंड डू यू थिंक कि उन सेक्टर्स में आपका एक्सपोजर मिड कैप स्मॉल कैप्स में ज़्यादा होना चाहिए या अभी भी यू हैव टू प्ले बाय द लार्ज कैप थीम?
तो अगेन मैम ऐसा होता है ना कि सब ये इंडिविजुअल इन्वेस्टर्स के लिए अलग अलग थ्योरी काम करती है. सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट ये है कि आप किसके अंदर में आप अपनी रात की नींद नहीं खोते हैं, ये सबसे ज़्यादा किस में आप कंफर्टेबल ज़्यादा हैं. तो अगर आप पूछेंगे नए इन्वेस्टर की अगर बात करेंगे तो मैं बोलता हूँ उनको तो म्यूचुअल फंड में इन्वेस्ट करना चाहिए. उनको कभी भी मार्केट में डायरेक्ट इन्वेस्टमेंट नहीं करना चाहिए उनको, क्योंकि जोखिम भरा काम है ये. यहाँ पर रिस्क बहुत ज़्यादा है यहाँ पे, और तेज़ी मार्केट में सब शाणे हो जाते हैं. जब तेज़ी मार्केट चलता है तो उसके अंदर में सब आदमी पैसा कमा लेते हैं. जो बाज़ार से घुसा है स्कूल में बैठ कर भी अगर वो मार्केट खेल रहा है तो भी वो खेलने वाली बात है. तो इस बोलकर उससे परहेज रखना, उससे दूर रहना चाहिए. और नए इन्वेस्टर को तो म्यूचुअल फंड के थ्रू करना चाहिए। 5 साल 7 साल मार्केट में निकल गया, आपको अनुभव हो गया, आपने पैसा वैसा खो दिया, आपको थोड़ी तकलीफ हो गई, तब आप सीखते हैं। सो मेरा कोट भी है कि व्हेन यू आर राइट यू अर्न, बट व्हेन यू आर रॉन्ग यू लर्न। हम सीखते जब भी है जब हम रॉन्ग होते हैं। तो ये एक प्रोसेस है। यहाँ पर जल्दी पैसा कमाने का ये तरीका नहीं है, साधन नहीं है जल्दी पैसा खोने का सबसे बड़ा तरीका है ये, कि आप कितनी जल्दी पैसा यहाँ पर खो सकते हो, ये उसका सबसे बड़ा स्थान है ये। और बाकी ये सीखने का काम है। तो नए इन्वेस्टर को तो डायरेक्ट नहीं करना चाहिए, और जो पुराने हैं समझिए, तो अगेन मैं बोल रहा हूँ, तो मेरा यही काम है, मेरा एक ही काम है मेरा, तो मेरा दिन रात मेरा दिमाग इसी में लगा रहता है। तो मैं आज कुछ अगर बोल के भी जाऊँगा तो कल मैं उससे निकल भी सकता हूँ इसके अंदर में, इस बोल कर मेरे को खुद को नहीं पता है। बाकी मेरे को जैसे सोलर वाले जो भी शेयर्स हैं, सोलर वाला के एनर्जी, रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और कुछ एक PSUs बैंक समझिए, ये मेरे को अच्छे लगते हैं, सेफ लगते हैं। लेकिन अभी आगे का माहौल थोड़ा 4-6 महीना थोड़ा ऐसे ही थोड़ा अनसर्टन रहने वाला है, तो वो थोड़ा सोच समझ के काम करना चाहिए।
Are you fully invested right now?
नहीं, अभी मैं था, अभी वापस मैं कैश में हूँ थोड़ा बहुत।
May I ask how much, if you're comfortable, how much is your cash holding?
ज़्यादा नहीं होगा। मेरे पास लिक्विड शेयर्स अभी भी बहुत है, जैसे मेरे पास, जिनको मैं चाहूँ तो 3-4 दिन में मैं खाली कर सकता हूँ। तो ऐसा मेरा पोर्टफोलियो अगर मैं मिलाऊँ तो शायद मेरे को ध्यान नहीं, 15-20% होगा मेरे पास में।
So is that a well thought out strategy at uncertain times? क्योंकि इस वक्त जिस सिचुएशन में हम हैं वहाँ काफ़ी अनसर्टनिटी है, हमें पता नहीं क्या होने वाला। आज बहुत खुशी है, कल गम भी हो सकता है। सो इज दैट अ वेल थॉट आउट ऑफ स्ट्रैटेजी कि स्टे निम्बल, स्टे लाइट?
हाँ, मेरा ऐसी मेरे को लग रहा है 1.5 साल से कुछ ऐसे ही मेरा चल रहा है कि मैंने शेयर बेच के
1.5 साल से। सो बिफोर दिस US Iran थिंग?
हाँ, इसके पहले से वो करीब 25 के बिगिनिंग से वो ऐसा ही है कि मैं कैश में था, फिर थोड़ा बहुत प्राइवेट मार्केट में इन्वेस्ट किया मैं, जैसे कोई सोलर कंपनी में इन्वेस्ट किया प्राइवेट मार्केट में भी, और कुछ और कंपनियों में इन्वेस्ट कर रहा हूँ मैं। और फिर थोड़ा तो मैं जो लिस्टेड कंपनी उनमें थोड़ा बेच के मैं मेरा वो रखता हूँ और उनके अंदर में लगाता हूँ। मेरे को अल्टीमेटली उसमें से शिफ्ट करके
प्राइवेट ही जाना है,
प्राइवेट भी जाना है, ऐसा सोचता हूँ। माइंड चेंज हो सकता है, लेकिन अभी मेरा फोकस ये प्राइवेट।
आई डोंट थिंक यू कैन लीव इंडियन मार्केट्स।
नहीं, वो भी इंडिया के हैं, वो चाइना के नहीं है।
नहीं, मतलब इंडियन लिस्टेड मार्केट आप छोड़ नहीं पाएंगे।
नहीं, छोड़ तो नहीं, पूरा तो छोड़ नहीं पाऊंगा ना, पूरा छोड़ने का बात भी नहीं है, थोड़ा बहुत भी अगर छोड़कर इधर उधर कर, उनको तो थोड़ा पैसा चाहिए ना।
अच्छा, व्हाट इज योर टेक ऑन इन्वेस्टिंग इन US मार्केट्स, इन ग्लोबल मार्केट्स? आप कुछ लिमिट तक कर सकते हैं, उसके साधन हैं?
हाँ, वो $2.5 लाख का जो है, तो थोड़ा बहुत मैंने किया था, संयोग से गूगल लिया था, तो वो गूगल 3-4 गुना हो गया तो उसके अंदर में तो। लेकिन एक दूसरा शेयर्स लिया था, मेक माई ट्रिप, तो वो बड़ा भी है, बढ़ के वापस डूब गया। तो वो तो शौकिया है, वो खाली ऐसे ही कि हाँ भाई ठीक है, एक ब्रांडेड जैसे आप पहनते हैं, ब्रांडेड ऐसे मेरे पास गूगल है, बोलने के लिए ठीक है दोस्तों में, अरे मेरे पास गूगल है। और कितना है गूगल? वो परसेंट पोर्टफोलियो का 1% भी नहीं होएगा, मतलब तो वो मेरा उधर इतना।
सो फॉर इंडियन इन्वेस्टर्स हु आर लुकिंग एट दैट ऑप्शन, क्योंकि हम देखते हैं ना कि यहाँ पर इंडियन मार्केट का क्या इज नॉट गोइंग दैट वेल, बट US मार्केट्स, इवन दो दे आर इन दैट वॉर, all the results are good, they have that tech play, they have that AI play, they have that chip play. Is that an option that investors should look at?
मेरे को लगता है कॉमन इन्वेस्टर के लिए वो ऑप्शन नहीं है, वो मिथ है, वो खाली एक फैशन है बोलने के लिए कि मैं। अब आप इंडिया मार्केट समझ नहीं सकते हो, US मार्केट कैसे समझोगे भाई? और ऑलरेडी US मार्केट ऑलरेडी इतने हाई पे है, ऑलरेडी ऐसे ट्रिलियन डॉलर के आप लोगे तो वही शेयर्स लोगे कि हाँ मैं ये ले लूँगा, NVIDIA ले लूँगा, ये ले लूँगा, वो ले लूँगा। वो मैंने पढ़ा 3-4 दिन पहले एक इंटरव्यू में, नाम भूल गया, एंथ्रोपिक ने बोला ना किसने बोला, कि अगर मेरी सेल्स $1 ट्रिलियन की नहीं होगी तो मेरी कंपनी फेल हो जाएगी। अभी आपको क्या आइडिया है भाई, ये कौन क्या कर रहा है, क्या खाली हम लोगों ने नाम सुन लिया, खाली हमको वो क्या बना रही है, किसको बेच रही है, क्या वहाँ पर तुरंत फेल होने में भी टाइम नहीं लगता है। और जब इतना बड़ा वहाँ पर वो सब चल रहा है, यूफोरिया हो रहा है, मेरे हो सकता है मैं मेरिट हूँ, मैं ये नहीं बोलता, मेरी एक कंपनी 90 बिलियन का क्वार्टरली सेल्स करती है, $10 बिलियन बोलता है मेरा ज़्यादा बढ़ गया, $10 बिलियन ज़्यादा बढ़ गया, सोचिए क्या, वो अलग गेम है। लेकिन अभी ये पूरा वो बहुत भाव वहाँ इतना वो सब बढ़ चुका है, वहाँ भी ये यूफोरिया ही चल रहा है वहाँ पे।
वो ट्रेन विरार पहुँच चुकी है, वो ट्रेन विरार पहुँच चुकी है।
हाँ, मेरे को तो ऐसे लगता है बोरीवली पहुँच गई है वो, या हो सकता है हाँ और भी आगे जाए, लेकिन वो इतनी क्राउडेड है और मेरे को मालूम नहीं, मैं समझ नहीं रहा हूँ भैया। तो मैं जो समझता हूँ मेरे को उसमें, और देखिए हम पैसा जब कमाते हैं ना, जब उस मार्केट में आप पैसा कमा सकते हैं जहाँ पे आपको वैल्यू दिखाई नहीं पड़ रही, आप वेट कीजिए उसको। जैसे मैंने बोला, वो इन्फ्लेक्शन पॉइंट जब आता है, जब वो एथलीट एक रिकॉर्ड बना के थक गया है, वो विश्राम कर रहा हो, ठीक है, उस समय आप उसके अंदर में ध्यान रखिए कि वापस कब उठ के दौड़ेगा। मेरे को उस मार्केट बड़ा पैसा मल्टीप्लाई उस मार्केट में आपका होने वाला है। ऐसे मार्केट में पैसा आपका मल्टीप्लाई हो भी जाए, मेरे को नहीं करना है कि भैया।
ओके, वी हैव वन क्वेश्चन फ्रॉम समित।
सर, आपने एनर्जी मार्केट की बात की, वहाँ पे अगर हम देखें तो टेक्नोलॉजी काफ़ी चेंज हो रहा है, वैल्यूएशंस भी एक्सपेंसिव है, तो कौन से साइड में आप प्रेफर करेंगे? नया जो न्यू एनर्जी टाइप्स है या ऑयल एंड गैस? जैसे कि आप कह रहे थे कि एक बड़ा खिलाड़ी अब विश्राम ले रहा है, तो अभी के टाइम पे अगर आप देखेंगे तो ऑयल प्राइसेस के ऊपर होने के कारण ओएमसीज में काफ़ी गिरावट देखने मिली है।
ओएमसीज में?
हाँ, ऑयल मार्केटिंग। तो वहाँ पे आपको अभी इंटरेस्ट लग रहा है कि आप फिर भी न्यू एनर्जी से स्टिक करेंगे, बट वहाँ पे वैल्यूएशंस भी थोड़े बहुत एक्सपेंसिव है?
ओएमसीज तो क्या ना, वो मालूम नहीं, वो कभी पैसा कमा के देता नहीं है, कभी कभार आपको दे देता है। वो गवर्नमेंट का उसमें इतना कंट्रोल रहता है उनके अंदर में, तो वो तो मैं तो उसमें इन्वेस्ट नहीं करूँगा। वो एक बार पहले किया था टेम्परेरी थोड़े दिन के लिए। उसके अलावा मेरे को लगता हो सकता है कमोडिटीज़ का जो साइकिल जो है ना, वो जैसा हम सुनते हैं वो पूरा टर्न अराउंड हुआ है। जैसे चाहे वो एल्यूमिनियम हो, कॉपर हो, जिंक हो, स्टील हो, वॉट एवर इट इज़, ये कमोडिटी साइकिल जब चलता है तो 3, 4, 5 साल चलता है और कमोडिटी बहुत तेज़ी से आगे बढ़ती है। लेकिन उसके अंदर में निकलना भी पड़ता है उसके अंदर में। और इसके कमोडिटी में एक सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट बात होती है, ये जब लेना चाहिए जब हाईएस्ट पी पे मिलता हो, और जब बेचना चाहिए जब लोवेस्ट पी का भाव होता हो। इसमें उल्टा साइकिल चलता है, क्योंकि हाईएस्ट पी इसका मतलब कंपनी में कमाई नहीं है लेकिन भाव मेंटेन है, 4-5 साल में गिर गए लेकिन कमाई नहीं आ रही है, कमाई आगे आने वाली है। तो आज के दिन आपको हाईएस्ट पी मिलेगा, हाईएस्ट उसका वो मिलेगा, तो उसमें लेना चाहिए। जब वो सस्ता हो जाता है, सिंगल पी पे आता है, तब वो निकल जाना चाहिए उसके अंदर में। मैंने आगे लग रहा है उसके अंदर में, तो मेरे को कमोडिटी के साइकिल हो सकता है कि ये बढ़े, लेकिन लोग पहले समझ चुके हैं। अभी आप देखिए कमोडिटी में भाव भी बहुत सब बढ़ गए हैं, जिंक वाले, कॉपर वाले शेयर्स नीचे से सब मल्टीप्लाई हो चुके। लेकिन लगता है शायद ये साइकिल और 2-3 साल चल सकता है। जिस तरीके से लोग बातें कर रहे हैं, ईवी टीवी के कारण एल्यूमिनियम लगेगा, कॉपर लगेगा, डेटा सेंटर, केबल टेबल, ये सब। तो ये स्कीम ये थीम रहनी चाहिए। अच्छा,
okay, we'll take some questions from our viewers now, and I'll take a few because before our time runs out we should do some justice to what our viewers are saying. सिद्धेश देवलेकर का सवाल है, please share view on cyber security sector and your top picks.
तो इसमें ऐसा है कि साइबर सिक्योरिटी में मेरा शायद जो भी 3-4 कंपनियां इन्वेस्ट है लिस्टेड है, उनके अंदर में मेरा सब में इन्वेस्टमेंट है। 2 कंपनी तो मेरी शायद लास्ट ईयर ही लिस्ट हुई है, और एक कंपनी 2 साल पहले लिस्ट हुई, उसमें मैंने 7-8 साल पहले इन्वेस्ट किया था। तो ऐसे 4 कंपनी होगी शायद, वो उसमें मेरा इन्वेस्टमेंट है। वो किल इसीलिए लिया था, लेकिन वो बहुत महंगा शेयर है उसमें।
ये आपको क्यों पसंद है, ये स्पेस क्यों पसंद है?
तो मेरे को ऐसे लगता है कि ये अल्टीमेटली जो आगे जो वॉर होने वाले हैं ना, उसमें सबसे बड़ा हिस्सा ये साइबर सिक्योरिटी के थ्रू होंगे वॉर।
माइथोस वॉर,
मिथोस कभी कोई भी वो समझिए, इसके अलावा कोई भी कि समझिए आपका, जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल आपका एयर इंडिया, जैसे समझिए एयरलाइंस कंट्रोल टावर जो आपका है, उसी पे अगर कोई अटैक कर दिया कोई दूसरे आपका एनिमी कंट्री, तो आपका पूरा जो सिस्टम है एयर का वो ब्लॉक हो गया। या समझिए आपका पावर प्लांट है, आपका न्यूक्लियर प्लांट है या पावर प्लांट है, उसी पर अगर किसी ने अटैक कर दिया आपका, तो आपका पावर आपका रातों रात में या क्या मिनटों में पावर आपको ऑफ हो जाएगा आपको, तो आपकी कंट्री रुक जाएगी। तो इस बोलकर ये तो छोटी, ये तो बहुत बड़ी वाली बात है। ऐसे छोटे छोटे हर कॉरपोरेशन में, हर ऑफिस के अंदर में, तो साइबर सिक्योरिटी मेरे को लगता है कि ये आपकी वेन्स के जैसी हो गई, जैसे बॉडी में आपको ब्लड वेस्ट चाहिए वैसा ये हो गया। इसको अगर आपने अटैक किया तो पल्स पे अटैक कर दिया किसी भी कंट्री को, तो ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। तो मेरे को लगता है कि, लेकिन इसके अंदर में बहुत कंपनियां, छोटी मोटी भी बहुत कंपनियां हैं, और मैंने भी जिसमें इन्वेस्ट किया है, आपको जरूरी नहीं है कि वो कोई बहुत टॉप क्लास की कंपनी। इसमें तुरंत, इसमें एक चीज़ ध्यान रखना चाहिए कि जो आज आपको लग रहा है कि अरे ये कंपनी ये बड़ा काम कर रही है, कल वो ऑब्सोलीट हो सकता है। वो 1 महीने में कोई दूसरी कंपनी आ गई, और अभी जैसे आपने नाम लिया मिथोस विथोस, ये सब, वो सब कौन आकर किधर, क्या वो 0 डे की बातें कर रहा है, वो मिथोस वगैरह जो बातें कर रहे हैं कि जो यहाँ पर 10-12 साल लगता था किसी बग को पकड़ने में, वो 0 डे में पकड़ लेता। तो मालूम नहीं इसमें कौन सी कंपनी रहेगी, कौन सी कंपनी नहीं रहेगी, ये समझना चाहिए। तो इसी बल्कि रिस्की सेक्टर है ये, इतना केक वॉक नहीं है कि साइबर सिक्योरिटी के नाम से कुछ ले लिया, एआई के नाम से बने, कुछ भी एआई के नाम से कुछ भी लेने से काम नहीं होगा। यहाँ पर जनरली एआई में जो ऑटोनोमस जो काम कर रहे हैं, उसको भी लोग एआई बोल के आजकल चला रहे हैं कि मैं एआई कर रहा हूँ। तो मैं एक एग्जांपल आपके दिया था, यहाँ पर एआई माने एयर इंडिया, वो 26,000 करोड़ का लॉस है उसके अंदर में। तो यहाँ पर इस बोल के खाली नाम में नहीं जानेगा कि हाँ भाई एआई बोल दिया। और अभी वो जो नए जो आते हैं समझिए ऑफर लेके नए स्टार्टअप्स आते हैं, वो सब एआई बेस्ड सभी एआई बेस्ड
हर चीज। अच्छा, सबसे अजीब आपको कौन सा इस तरह का पिच मिला कि वो एआई उसमें डाल रहे हैं और आपको लगा ये थोड़ा सा?
नहीं, अभी 5-7 दिन पहले कोई आया था, कोई लड़का आया था मिलने के लिए, तो वो अपने कंपनी के बारे में बातें ज़्यादा कम बातें कर रहा है, वो ज़्यादा मेरे को एआई और ये सब समझा रहा है, और वो मार्केट साइज समझा रहा है कि हाँ इसका इतना, एक तो बिलियन डॉलर, एक बड़ा फेमस हो गया IIT IIM और ये सब मैं पढ़ के लिख के आया हूँ, तो एक तो ये उसमें जुड़ जाता है कि मैं IIT और IIM हूँ, तो भाई तो बहुत IIT IIM बेचारे, IIM में क्या 26% बेचारे को नौकरी नहीं मिली है, कल परसों कुछ आया था IIT मुंबई में कोई 26% प्लेसमेंट ही नहीं हुआ, ऐसा वैसा बचा। मैं उनका मजाक नहीं उड़ा रहा हूँ, मेरे कहने का मतलब है लोग आके नैरेटिव बेचते हैं कि हाँ मेरा एजुकेशन ये और मार्केट साइज ये है। अरे मार्केट साइज छोड़ भाई, क्या करेगा, $4.5 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी यहाँ पर बैठी है, मैं यहाँ पर 1-2 करोड़ रुपया लगाने के लिए स्ट्रगल कर रहा हूँ, कौन सी कंपनी में 1-2 करोड़ रुपया लगा दूँ। तो ये नैरेटिव जो होते हैं ना, इससे मेरे को डर लगता है। अपनी कंपनी की बातें कम करते हो, मार्केट साइज ये बता रहे हो, एनवीडिया इतने का हो गया, वो इतना का हो गया, ये होता है वैसे है जैसे रिजर्व बैंक के अंदर में
हो गया वो रिजेक्ट हो गए।
हाँ, तुरंत 2 मिनट में। मैं तो बैठता नहीं आजकल, तो मैं मिलता ही नहीं हूँ, मेरे को डर लगता है मिलने, मेरे को लगता है कि अपहरण हो रहा है मेरा, किडनैपिंग हो रहा है, मेरे को लगता है उनको सब बातें सुनने में, वो कहानी सुनाते रहते, मैं हूँ करते रहता हूँ।
How not to pitch to Vijay Kedia? This is a master class over here. Talk about your company, not the size and AI. Okay, Vivek from Delhi is asking your take on exchanges and brokerages like Grow. Capital markets as a theme एक स्टडी रहा है, ये आपको पसंद है? यू लाइक दिस स्पेस?
हाँ, मेरे को लगता है, मैं पहले भी ऐसे ही बोला था एक बार कि जैसे पहले ज़िंदगी में सुनते थे रोटी कपड़ा और मकान इंडिया में, फिर आया रोटी कपड़ा मकान और डेटा। मैंने एग्जांपल भी दिया था कि रोटी कपड़ा मकान बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट था, अभी डेटा इंपॉर्टेंट हो गया। आप सुबह से लेकर रात को सोते समय डेटा यूज़ करते हो, आप रोटी लेकर पास में नहीं सोते हो, लेकिन डेटा लेकर रात में जरूर साथ में ही सोते हो। आप सुबह उठते गुड मॉर्निंग डेटा से ही करते हो आप उसको, तो वो इतना इंपॉर्टेंट हो गया। फिर मैंने आया रोटी कपड़ा मकान डेटा और कैपिटल मार्केट, आप समझ लीजिए कि उसके अंदर कि ये अब फैशन हो गया ये, तो और ये फैशन रहने वाला है, ये ख़त्म नहीं होने वाला है। ये इस तरह लोग जुड़ते रहेंगे मार्केट के अंदर में। जो भी 13-14 करोड़ जो भी यूनिक इन्वेस्टर्स जो हैं, 25 करोड़ डीमैट अकाउंट है, मैंने एक जगह पढ़ा 70-80 करोड़ बैंक अकाउंट है, तो क्यों नहीं ये भी वैसे का वैसे ये हो जाएगा। और लेकिन इसके लिए ऑफकोर्स एजुकेशन की ज़रूरत है, क्योंकि ये रिस्की काम है इसके अंदर। तो ये कैपिटल मार्केट वाला थीम जरूर मेरे को अच्छा लगता है। और लेकिन ये शेयर सब एक्सपेंसिव है, कोई सस्ते वाले है नहीं, तो हो सकता है ये एक्सपेंसिव ही रहे, या कभी मार्केट में झटका बटका आएगा तो उस समय।
लाइक एक्सचेंजेस, वेल्थ मैनेजर्स या प्योर ब्रोकरेज?
नहीं, मेरे को लगता है ये पूरा ब्रोकरेज का तो मालूम नहीं, आगे कंपटीशन भी आएगा, जो भी आएगा। अभी तक तो अच्छा ही कर रहे हैं, लेकिन वेल्थ मैनेजमेंट जो है या इवन एक्सचेंजेस जो है, NSE का भी अभी समझ ही आने वाला है, और वो सस्ता तो नहीं रहेगा जो भी आने वाला, लेकिन इनके अंदर में क्या ये इनमें लगता है कि 10 साल तक इनको कुछ होने वाला नहीं है। अब AI से तो आप कुछ काम नहीं कर लोगे ना, आपको तो काम तो प्लेटफॉर्म पे करना पड़ेगा आपको अल्टीमेटली आपको, तो और या वेल्थ मैनेजमेंट का जो काम है, मेरे को लगता है वो ठीक रहना चाहिए।
तो AI प्रूफ भी है एक तरह से, और जियोपॉलिटिकली प्रूफ भी है कैपिटल मार्केट्स। अच्छा, एक सवाल पुनीत सक्सेना का फ्रॉम गाजियाबाद। Very little time left, so we're going to take as many questions as we can, then we'll come back to the studio as well. So Puneet Saxena from Ghaziabad has asked a very good question, जो सबके मन में था। 5 sectors that can deliver 15 to 20% CAGR over the next 5 years. चलिए।
नहीं, ये मेरे लिए बोलना मुश्किल है, लेकिन मैं ऑलरेडी इन सेक्टर की बात किया हूँ कि जिसके अंदर में मेरा इन्वेस्टमेंट है, तो मैं तो यही समझूंगा। लेकिन मैं एक बात और आपको बताता हूँ तमन्ना जी, मैं ये ईयरली कैगर वगैरह में नहीं देखता हूँ, मैं ऐसा नहीं सोचता हूँ। मेरा व्यू रहता है कि हाँ भी देखिए क्या हो ना, ये मैराथन की रेस है, मैं 100 मीटर की रेस नहीं दौड़ रहा हूँ कि वो कल मिल्खा सिंह, वो दूसरा मिल्खा सिंह ने 10 मिनट 10.38 सेकंड में उन्होंने 100 मीटर या क्या जो भी किया, मैं वो रेस नहीं दौड़ रहा हूँ, मेरे में उतना स्टेमिना नहीं है। मैं मैराथन का प्लेयर हूँ, 32-42 या जो भी माइल होता है वो मैं दौड़ता हूँ। उसमें ज़रूरी नहीं हो सकता मैं 5 माइल पीछे रह गया या 15 माइल में पीछे रह गया, और लेकिन बाद का जो 5 माइल जो रहता है या 10 माइल जो भी या किलोमीटर जो भी रहता होगा, वो ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट होता है, उसमें आप कितना आप दौड़ते हो। तो मैं यूजुअली मेरे इन्वेस्टमेंट को कभी भी ईयरली कैगर वगैरह नहीं देखता हूँ। मेरा व्यू समझे रहता है कि यहाँ 5-10 साल का व्यू है, तो बस वो आस्ते आस्ते वो ठीक रहना चाहिए। वो
आपने लेकिन इनके इतने अच्छे सवाल का कोई जवाब नहीं दिया विजय जी।
दिया ना मैंने, 5 सेक्टर आपको बताए ना। वो देखिए, जब तक शेयर्स का नाम नहीं लूंगा तमन्ना खुश नहीं होगी, बराबर बात है। तो मैं इनको खुश कर दूंगा, सेबी जाके नीचे पकड़ लेगी मेरे को यहीं पर कि हाँ भाई तूने शेयरों का नाम कैसे लिया, बाजू में ही पकड़ लेगी, बराबर। तो इस बोल का
आप शेयर का नाम मत लीजिए, बट 5 सेक्टर्स, ओके, यू हैव टॉक्ड अबाउट साइबर सिक्योरिटी, यू हैव टॉक्ड अबाउट न्यू एनर्जी एंड
इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर। जैसे मैंने बोला, एक वाटर की इतनी बड़ी थीम होगी इंडिया के अंदर में, आगे इतना बड़ा वाटर का थीम निकलने वाला है कि आप खुद समझ रहे हो कि आगे क्या होने वाला है। समझिए, डेटा सेंटर में मैं इन्वेस्ट नहीं करना चाहता हूँ, उसके साथ उसका जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर क्रिएट करता है ना, मैं उसमें मेरे को इन्वेस्ट करने की मैं स्टोरी ढूंढते रहता हूँ। जैसे चिलिंग फॉर एग्जांपल, उसको ठंडा होने के लिए कूलिंग, उसमें भी एयर चिलिंग होता है, वाटर चिलिंग होती है उसमें। एक जगह मैंने पढ़ा कि वो इतनी गर्मी यूएस के अंदर में कहाँ उसने लगाया डेटा सेंटर, तो वहाँ का लोकल पानी खराब हो गया वहाँ पर, इतना उसके अंदर में वो ये सब हो गया। कई बोलते इतने आवाज़ आती है कि लोगों ने ऑब्जेक्शन किया, वहाँ दूर दूर तक डेटा सेंटर की रात को हमिंग ऐसे कोई साउंड आती है डेटा सेंटर। तो ये सब अभी नया नया खुल रहा है, तो इनका जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर क्रिएट करेगा उनमें बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी मिलेगी। लेकिन अभी भी अगेन वो लिस्टेड स्पेस में वो चीज़ है नहीं, वो सब अभी वो सारी इंक्यूबेटर में वो सारी चीज़ें।
डू यू थिंक द लिस्टेड स्पेस इन इंडिया हैज हैड अ लैग, थोड़ा पीछे छूट गया है इन रिफ्लेक्टिंग द न्यू एंड एक्साइटिंग स्टोरीज?
ऑफ कोर्स छूट गया ना, वो तो हम पेपर में पढ़ते ही हैं, हर लोग कितने दिनों से 2-4 महीनों से बोल ही रहे हैं। मैं इसके फेवर में भी नहीं हूँ, मैं इसके अगेंस्ट में भी नहीं हूँ। खाली जो न्यूज़ है वो आपको बता रहा हूँ, आप सबको मालूम होगा। लोग बोलते हैं अरे तूने 1.5 लाख करोड़ का बाईबैक कर लिया, ये कर लिया, वो कर लिया, आपने प्रोडक्ट डेवलप नहीं किया। ये जो भी बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियाँ, मेरे को नहीं मालूम है क्या सही है क्या ही गलत है, लेकिन प्रोडक्ट तो इंडिया में दिख नहीं रहा, ये बात तो पक्की है। हम तो खाली वो टेक्नोलॉजी में बोलकर हम खाली स्क्रू ड्राइवर ही यूज़ कर रहे हैं ना, हम तो खाली लेबर आर्बिट्राज कर रहे हैं, अगर देखा जाए, जहाँ तक मैं समझता हूँ। इसमें मेरे को कंट्रोवर्सी नहीं क्रिएट करना मेरे को, लेकिन ये बात पक्की है, हमारे पास में कोई भी प्रोडक्ट नहीं है। तो इस बोलकर ऑब्वियसली ये तो अभी ये तो इसका क्या होएगा?
नहीं, मेरे कहने का मतलब है कि जो एक्साइटिंग स्टोरीज हैं वो अनलिस्टेड स्पेस में दिखाई दे रही है, लिस्टेड स्पेस में वो रिफ्लेक्ट नहीं हो पा रही।
नहीं हो रही, वही मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि इन्होंने कुछ हो नहीं पाया। अब जो नए जो अभी नई जो धारा आई है, जो नए ब्लड आए हैं, जो नए यंगस्टर्स जो आए हैं, ये उसके अंदर भी ये भी उस चीज़ को समझ रहे हैं कि हमारे यहाँ पर क्या चीज़ की कमी है, तो ये उस चीज़ को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। तो अल्टीमेटली ये लोग क्रिएट करेंगे, ये पूरी मेहनत करेंगे, फिर इनकी एक वैल्यूएशन होगी, फिर इनको कोई बड़ी कंपनी अगर खरीद लेगी कि अब मैं इसको मैग्नीफाई कर सकता हूँ, मैं इसको बढ़ा सकता हूँ। इसी तरीके से सारे काम होते हैं। जैसे समझिए यहाँ पर फ्लिपकार्ट बिका, तो मेहनत करने वाले मेहनत की, 15 साल तक घाटा किया, ये किया वो किया, और बाद में वो कौन लिया उसको? वॉलमार्ट। हाँ, वॉलमार्ट जैसे आया उसने वो ले लिया, लेकर उसको 15 बिलियन में लिया, अभी 50-60 बिलियन में बोलता है मैं उसका IPO लाऊंगा, जो भी लाऊंगा, ऐसा लाऊंगा, वो सब। तो ये सब चीज़, ये जो स्पेस है ना, ये स्टार्टअप वाले में उनके लिए ये ठीक है। मेरा फोकस उन्हीं में है कि वहाँ पर ऐसा कुछ मेरे को मिल जाए, छोटा मोटा पैसा लगाते वो मल्टीप्लाई हो जाता है। अगर बड़ा तो 100-200 गुना, 300 गुना, 400 गुना, 500 गुना हो सकता है, जीरो भी हो सकता है। ये भी समझ,
व्यूअर हमारे 25 से 30% कैगर की बात कर रहे हैं, ये अलग ही ट्रैजेक्टरी है।
मैं कैगर, मेरे को 20-25% कैगर में इंटरेस्ट नहीं है, नहीं मिले तो ठीक है, अभी करोगे क्या?
वर्षा हैज अ क्वेश्चन।
हेलो सर, मुझे ऑप्टिकल फाइबर सेगमेंट में आपकी राय चाहिए थी। वी ऑल नो कि स्टेरलाइट टेक एक मल्टी बैगर हो चुका है, तो उस सेगमेंट में आपका क्या व्यू है?
ऑप्टिक फाइबर केबल?
हाँ।
नहीं, केबल का डिमांड जो मेरे को भी जो समझ में आता है, जो आप पढ़ते हो वही किताब मैं भी पढ़ता हूँ, वही न्यूज़ मैं भी पढ़ता हूँ। आजकल तो पढ़ने में ऐसा कुछ नहीं हो गया कि मेरे पास कोई स्पेशल न्यूज़ है, खाली वो सब सेम वर्ड्स पढ़ रहे हैं। पजल बनाना खाली आपके हाथ में है कि आप उसका क्या वर्ड्स बनाते हो आप, और मैं उसका क्या वर्ड बनाता हूँ, खाली इतना ही फ़र्क है। तो ऑफकोर्स ये ऑप्टिक फाइबर के आप देख लीजिए ना, हिमाचल का आया थोड़े दिन पहले, उसको 10,000 करोड़ का ऑर्डर मिल गया उसको, हिमाचल को। वो 4-5 साल में कर रहे हैं, शेयर्स लेने की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ, शेयर्स ऑलरेडी डबल हो चुका है। तो खाली एक एग्जांपल के लिए बता रहा हूँ, तो 10,000 करोड़ का एक कंपनी को ऑर्डर मिल गया, जो उसको पूरी लाइफ, उसका टर्न पूरी लाइफ ही नहीं मिला होगा इतना बड़ा, शायद मतलब। तो ये ऑफकोर्स इसमें डिमांड है इसके अंदर में, इसके बिना जो भी मॉडर्न टेक्नोलॉजी की बातें कर रहे हैं, बिना केबल के तो होने वाला ही नहीं है, तो उसके लिए ये है। लेकिन इसमें सस्ते नहीं है। अभी आप दूसरा केबल कंपनी को आप समझिए, जो भी आप नाम लेंगे, लेकिन वो सस्ते लगता मिलेगा भी नहीं, क्योंकि अभी वो सस्ते वस्ते का ज़माना चला गया। सस्ता शेयर्स लेकर बैठिए, वो 2-4 साल तक कोई रिटर्न नहीं देगा, जब आप बेच देंगे फिर वो चल जाएगा। तो इस बोलकर वो तो आपको फ्यूचर समझ के, फ्यूचर को डिस्काउंट करके महंगा ही खरीदना पड़ेगा, जैसा जो ट्रेंड चल रहा है। इसके अंदर में आपको वही अपना माइंडसेट चेंज करना पड़ेगा।
Get ready to pay more. Last question we have, Nimit.
हाय सर आप आईपीओज में इन्वेस्ट करते हैं?
आईपीओ में मैं इन्वेस्ट नहीं करता हूँ, कोई आईपीओ में नहीं करता हूँ। मैं ऐसी कंपनी में करता हूँ, जैसे बताया 2-3 साल में 2-3 कंपनियों में इन्वेस्ट किया जिनका आईपीओ आया 6-7 महीने बाद या 1 साल बाद, ऐसा कुछ आया उसमें, तो प्री आईपीओ मैं लेता
मेरा सवाल ये कि लास्ट 1-2 सालों से हम देख रहे हैं कि जो आईपीओ में इन्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं उनके रिटर्न्स नहीं बन रहे, बिकॉज मार्केट बहुत नीचे चल रहा है फॉर आईपीओ स्पेसिफिकली। ऑन एवरेज मैंने देखा तो 2-3% रिटर्न आ रहा है, पर लोग बोल रहे हैं कि एक ट्रिगर चाहिए इस सेक्टर को चेंज करने के लिए, एक आईपीओ चाहिए जो ये चेंज कर देगा। आपका क्या मानना है सर, कौन से सेक्टर्स हैं आगे जाके जो आईपीओ में पैसा बना सकते हैं लोगों के लिए?
ये बोलना मुश्किल है। मैं मेरा लाइफ में मेरे को याद नहीं आता कभी मैंने आईपीओ में ऐसे पैसा लगाया, फ्रेंकली स्पीकिंग। मैं पर्सनली डायरेक्ट पैसा तो कभी आईपीओ में नहीं लगाया मैं, क्योंकि इसमें तेल तो निकाल ही चुके रहते हैं ना वो लोग। अभी वो आकर आप एनवीडिया से कंपैरिजन करोगे, अभी आप पोटैटो चिप्स बना रहे हो लेकिन आप बोलोगे मैं वो वाली चिप्स बना रहा हूँ, तो वो नेरेटिव वहाँ पर आ जाता है वहाँ पर। तो अभी वो अपने को तो समझ में नहीं आता है पोटैटो चिप्स है कि सेमीकंडक्टर का चिप्स है क्या, अपने को तो कुछ समझ में नहीं आता। तो इस बोलकर भाई उसमें, और क्यों आईपीओ में जाने का, मेरे को ये बताओ ना, क्यों आईपीओ को इतना वो करने का? भाई अगर बढ़िया शेयर्स होगा तो 20% ऊपर ले लेना। आपका विजन होना चाहिए 5 साल 10 साल का। शेयर बाजार में पैसा आप तभी कमा सकते हो भाई। आईपीओ का बात करके, जैसे जनरल इन्वेस्टर आपके लिए नहीं, जनरल इन्वेस्टर आईपीओ मतलब वो तुरंत अपॉर्चुनिटी ढूंढ रहा है कि अभी मैं आईपीओ में ले लूँ, 4 दिन बाद बेच दूंगा या 1 महीने बाद बेच दूंगा। वो टाइम चला गया जो 200 गुना 300 गुना 400 गुना हुए थे, वो सब टाइम गया वो सब अभी। और ये सब लोग होशियार हैं, सब वो मर्चेंट बैंकर भी आके सिखा देगा, सर आप क्या 25 करोड़ रुपये उठा रहे हैं, मैं आपको 40 दिखाता हूँ, उठा के देता हूँ। उनके अगेंस्ट में नहीं बोल रहा हूँ क्योंकि उनका धंधा है, वो उसको उसमें कमीशन मिलने वाला है। तो मतलब कई आईपीओ आप देखो, ऐसे ऐसे आईपीओ आए, हम आपको बताता हूँ, कई आईपीओ मेरे निगाह में भी आए जो सपोज 80 रुपये में लिस्ट हुए, साल भर तक कुछ नहीं हुआ, अभी 250 रुपया 300 रुपये का भाव हो गया, अभी 250-300 रुपये में वापस वो प्रेफरेंशियल कर रहा है। कंपनी इतनी जेन्युइन है, ऐसा नहीं कि वो बोगस कंपनी है, लेकिन उसको अब वो बैठी है समझो राजस्थान में कहीं पर फॉर एग्जांपल के लिए बैठी है, अब उसको कोई ऐसा मर्चेंट बैंकर ही नहीं मिला, तो उसका बेभाव में उसका आईपीओ आ गया, जो भाव में आना नहीं चाहिए क्योंकि उसको ठीक आदमी नहीं मिला उसको, तो उसका इतना सस्ते में आईपीओ आ गया। बाद में आईपीओ के पैसे से फिर उसने अपना पैसा भी बढ़ाया, उसका बिजनेस भी बढ़ा। तो ये दोनों चीजें आपको इसके अंदर में मिलेगी।
So it's tricky. IPOs are tricky. We're out of time. Vijay ji, thank you so much. लेकिन we started the show with your poem. जाते जाते कुछ आप हमको सुना कर जाइए।
माने नेशनल एंथम?
No, anything that summarizes what we're seeing right now.
नहीं, मेरे को एक बात ये लगता है कि देखिए इंडिया के अंदर में अल्टीमेटली मेरे को ऐसे लग रहा है कि एक तो हमको यहाँ पर जैसे इंडिया का विकास, माने बड़ा विकास जिसके बातें कर सकते हैं, ये कौन करेगा? इंडिया में अगर किसी को समझिए 50,000 करोड़ का प्रोजेक्ट डालना हो, आप 5 आदमी नहीं बता सकते इंडिया में जो 50,000 करोड़ का प्रोजेक्ट डाल सकता है। एक अदानी डाल सकते हैं, एक अंबानी डाल सकते हैं, कोई टाटा बिरला डाल सकते हैं, जिंदल वंदल डाल सकते हैं, ऐसे 5-7 इंडस्ट्रिस्ट आपको मिलेंगे जो 50,000 करोड़ का प्रोजेक्ट डालते हैं। हमारे यहाँ प्रॉब्लम क्या है कि हम यहाँ पर पैसे वालों को गाली देते रहते हैं, इंडस्ट्रिस्ट को गाली देना फैशन हो गया। कॉमन आदमी की बातें कर रहा हूँ कि उनके पास में देने के लिए और कुछ है नहीं, तो क्या करेंगे? तो गाली दे दो, जो वही दे दो उनको, उन्हीं को क्रिटिसाइज करो। तो ये समझना कि जब हमारा ये माइंडसेट नहीं होएगा, मैं एक जगह देखा, जैसे आपने सबने देखा होगा, वो ट्रम्प बैठे थे और उन्होंने सारे फेसबुक का मालिक और माइक्रोसॉफ्ट का मालिक है,
चाइना
नहीं, ये तो अभी आए चाइना में लास्ट ईयर, यूएस में भी उन्हें सबने मीटिंग की वहाँ पर। सारे जो भी नाम हम जानते हैं, मांग और फांग, जो भी नाम, ये कंपनियां जो भी है, उन सबके मालिक वहाँ पे बैठे हैं। सबको पूछ रहा, भाई तू कितना लगाएगा? बोले मैं 15 बिलियन लगाऊंगा। तू कितना लगाएगा? 40 बिलियन लगाऊंगा। कहने का मतलब वहाँ पर खुद वो सूट वूट पहन के आता है। यहाँ तो जब तक खादी नहीं पहनोगे आपको वोट नहीं मिलेगा यहाँ पे। तो यहाँ पर ये इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट लोग को सपोर्ट करने का माइंडसेट होना है। आप एक चीज़ आप देखो, मेरे दिमाग में आता है, एक कोई फिल्म स्टार खड़ा रहता है और इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट खड़ा रहता है, वो मंत्री भी जाएगा फिल्म स्टार से जाकर हाथ मिलेगा, गले लगाएगा, इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट को बोलेगा दूर रहे, हम बाद में बात करते हैं, अभी ये माइंडसेट चेंज करना। यही देख के जो जनरल वोटर्स या जनरल मास,
गुड पॉइंट।
और दूसरा लिटरेसी, हमको हमारे बिना साइंस के इंडिया में प्रगति नहीं हो सकती। ये रिलीजन के चक्कर में प्रगति नहीं होगी। हमको जब तक साइंस पर जोर नहीं देंगे, R&D पर हम जोर नहीं करेंगे, रिसर्च और डेवलपमेंट स्किल पर नहीं करेंगे, हम ये इकोनॉमी इससे बहुत ज़्यादा मीनिंगफुल बढ़ जाए ऐसी संभावना कम होती है, लेकिन ऐसा हम करेंगे जरूर, गवर्नमेंट का जरूर फोकस है, तो जरूर हम वो चीज़ करेंगे.
Well said, Vijay Kedia ji. Always a pleasure to have you on. Thank you so much for joining our town hall. I think we could have gone on and on, but we'll have to wrap it here. Stay with us. A lot more on the other side on NDTV Profit.
Investments in specialized investment fund involves relatively higher risk, including potential loss of capital, liquidity risk, and market volatility. Please read all investment strategy related documents carefully before making the investment decision.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबां केसरी.
Investments in specialized investment fund involves relatively higher risk, including potential loss of capital, liquidity risk, and market volatility. Please read all investment strategy related documents carefully before making the investment decision.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
When the headlines move fast, perspective matters. On Editor's Cut, our editors come together with experts to distill the week's information blitz into clear perspective. Down the stories shaping the world, from markets and the economy to global conflicts and what lies ahead. This is where experience meets insight. No noise, no hype, just sharp takes on what to watch next. Editor's Cut, every Friday, 3:30 p.m. only on NDTV Profit.
Economy, business, world, technology. Noise filtered, numbers decoded. Insights that rewire your worldview. From governance to growth, we connect the dots. Your daily edge, your global advantage. India Business Reports with me, Gauri Dwivedi, weeknights on NDTV Profit.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet.
Benchmark started the week on strong footing with the Nifty gaining more than 250 points and Sensex jumping over 900 points. All major sectors are in the green with PSU Bank, financial services and autos leading the gains. Oil prices tumbled as hope of a US-Iran deal eased the fears around Hormuz supply disruptions, though key sticking points still remain. Shares of oil marketing companies jump after petrol and diesel prices were hiked for the fourth time within 12 days amid the ongoing Iran war. With the latest hike of over 2 rupee, petrol prices have crossed 100 rupees per litre in Delhi. Rupee extended gains and hovered near the day's high as cooling crude prices and improving risk appetite lifted the currency's sentiment. Hello and welcome. You've tuned into Markets at 12. I'm Nisha Podar. Let's take you through the markets. It's a good day of markets, especially coming in because after a long time, crude has really gone below the $100 per barrel level. And that's what is really aiding the sentiment in both equities as well as the rupee market today. Over 1% gain, Nifty 50 has been maintaining. And with that, the rest of the markets are also in the green. In fact, the mid-cap universe is doing better in pockets, while mid-cap index is slightly on the touchline of close to a % gain. But when we talk about the other sectors, well, it's the banking space and the top PSU as well as private banks are the ones which are really taking the lead when it comes to this kind of a market recovery and the good momentum coming in. Remember, it's a quasi-investment into the Indian economy, and that's what is showing off the sentiment with HDFC Bank, SBI, ICICI Bank, all these really gaining. So banking pack leading the charge when it comes to the recovery in the market. And also remember that Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is at SIDBI's 37th foundation day and she's speaking there. Let's cut to that.
93%. Credit growth remained broad-based across retail, agriculture and MSMEs, which grew by 18.1%, 15.5% and 18.2% respectively. Retail, agriculture and MSME. Corporate India's fourth quarter, FY26 that is, profit margin scaled highest level in 5 years. Investment activity, which normally all of us used to be talking about, private sector investments, are they slow, are they not happening, used to be a discussion. I have the CII's data. Investment activity saw visible changes. According to CII, India's private sector capital expenditure grew 67% in September 2025, year on year. How many? 67%. So we should recognize that the private sector investments are coming forward. GST collections, as I said, are rising. Formalization is deepening. Infrastructure activity remains steady across the country. The policy response has been very calibrated. And it is calibrated to absorb the shock where citizens and businesses are exposed, support MSMEs and exporters where working capital is under stress, and preserve the underlying growth momentum. During the budget session itself, and that is on 1st February itself, government provided over 1 lakh crore for the Economic Stabilization Fund. That was much before the Strait of Hormuz problem came. Just to make sure that we are not caught by some unforeseen events. We had made the provision in the budget, and this was an emergency cushion created before the full impact of the West Asia situation, and so that India could respond quickly to global shocks, supply chain disruptions, and also sudden stress in any sector. For MSME exporters, credit guarantee support has been provided through the credit guarantee scheme for exporters, and collateral support under the export promotion mission is also being provided. This helps small exporters get formal credit even when they do not have enough collateral. It protects export orders, jobs, and foreign exchange earnings. When Indian export cargo, this is very important, when Indian export cargo was affected by disruption in West Asia shipping routes, customs procedures were simplified. Why did they have to be simplified? Exporters were allowed to bring back the cargo, reroute them, or store them, and transship stranded cargo were also that way supported with fewer formalities. All formalities were brought down to the bare minimum. Rerouting, bringing back are all normally very, very painful exercises in terms of the rigors that they have to follow. Fees for amendment or cancellation of export documents were also waived in force majeure cases. This ensured that exporters were not punished for disruptions which were beyond their control. For micro enterprises, a special micro credit card provision has been introduced under the CGT MSC. That's what you saw today being distributed to the beneficiaries. I would have wanted it to be done even earlier because more than 12 months have passed, but never mind, we are seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. Udyam registered micro enterprises can access revolving credit up to 5 lakhs backed by 75% guarantee coverage and without mandatory primary security. So the government has, since the day of Mudra, guided by Prime Minister's absolute commitment to ensure that the smallest of small businesses, which have no collateral strength, will be supported and will continue to be supported. So we didn't just do it for Mudra. We didn't just do it for that Swanidhi scheme. We didn't just do it for Vishwakarma. We are continuing to do it even now for the microcredit which is being given.
Right, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman there at the Sydney event was also highlighting the Middle East crisis, the disruptions, and how the government has really taken measures to arrest the impact, especially on exporters and also SMEs. Let's move on to the India's consumption story. And India's consumption story is, remember, rapidly changing. Food is losing space in the household budgets, while mobiles, cars, and premium aspirations are really taking over. But rising speculation losses, digital frauds, and sharp income inequality are also redrawing how India spends. Let's take it straight across to this particular important report being authored by Harsha Upadhyay, who's the CIO at Kotak Mahindra AMC, joining in with more discussion on that. Harsha, always a pleasure to welcome you on NDTV Profit. My first question, in this particular report on the consumption story shift, what are the key highlights that you have really got in terms of the big shift and its impact?
Good afternoon, Nisha. Clearly, as you outlined initially, there has been significant shifts that we are witnessing in terms of the consumption basket when you look at Indian consumption over the last few years or last decade. And that's what we have tried to bring out in this particular research report. What we have seen is as income levels have risen over the last decade or so, more so in terms of income deepening in urban wealthy and rural wealthy, not so much in terms of urban mass market or rural mass market. Having said that, the increase in income has led to change in consumption basket across the board. food items, which used to be the significant and dominant part of the overall consumption basket few years earlier, have started to see a deceleration in terms of their growth or their proportion in the overall consumption. And to that effect, we have also seen more of consumption is being driven by electronics, entertainment, and some of the other aspirational segments across India. So that's what this report highlights.
All right. So which are the sectors then, Harsha, given this, are standing to benefit, which have the largest amount of consumption drive coming in? And how does the saving shrinking also impact?
Yes, I think savings has shrunk, which is visible in terms of household savings to GDP numbers that we put out in the report, which is also there in the public domain. And of course, over the years, we have seen more of discretionary spend, and that has also kind of impacted the overall savings, right? And yes, I mean, that's a trend that we have seen. Apart from that, if you look at where the discretionary spend has been going, clearly there are categories which are seeing a significant rise in consumption trends. For example, some of the consumer durable segments, including automobiles, is one of those sectors. And electronics is another large segment where consumption has shifted in the recent times. When I say electronics, it would be purchase of phones and other electronics items, as well as how much money that people are spending on data packs as compared to what they used to spend few years earlier. We have seen significant shift in that as well. And of course, all sorts of entertainment is something that is also drawing a lot of money in terms of consumption, whether it is live events, whether it is foreign travel, leisure travel. All of these segments are seeing increased growth rates as compared to, let's say, some of the earlier categories, such as maybe food and cereals and stuff like that. So clearly, as income levels have risen in the country, we have seen more aspirational buying coming through. And those trends are gaining strength year after year, I would say.
All right. So, Harsha, of course, the impact of this on the sectors as well as the companies, the report also mentioned that Apple India's revenue may be 2x of rival HUL. And you clearly mentioned that the food products and fast moving there are probably taking a beating, and electronics are taking a better or a larger share of the family budget. What does this particular bit indicate? And also, how would you position if FMCG and food-related companies and their growth trajectory, given the shift in the consumption?
Clearly, if you see our portfolios over the last several quarters, we have been quite negative on the mass market consumption, clearly driven by the trends that we have been seeing, and which we highlighted during the discussion as well. Some of these segments, while they may continue to grow, they may not show very strong growth rates as compared to some of the other aspirational categories. And that's where I think the tilt has to be towards some of the consumption categories which are seen as aspirational, and also some of the enablers which will allow consumers to reach those consumption trends or move into those consumption baskets. So anything like quick commerce, consumer durables, and to a certain extent even automobiles and electronics value chain is something that we think will do much better than mass market FMCG consumption over the next few years in terms of pure volume growth that we see.
Right. And finally, also, Harsha, I wanted to understand what are the challenges in this kind of a consumption pattern that are visible on the ground? And also, what is the future outlook when it comes to the urban and rural consumption?
See, clearly, as I said, the elite within urban segment as well as rural segment both have grown at a higher pace as compared to mass markets in those two segments. I think that trend is likely to continue. Maybe a little bit in terms of in the very short term, how rural markets are exposed to monsoon or some of the other economic disruptions is something that we need to keep in mind. Already we have seen some amount of petroleum price increases, and if that impacts consumption, that would be higher in case of a rural segment. And also, if monsoon as expected is going to be weaker in the second half of the season, that may also reduce a little bit of confidence from the rural side in terms of consumption. However, when you look at medium to long term, I don't think there are any negatives as such. I think India is one of the largest consumer markets where the income levels are steadily increasing. So to that extent, it's very natural that you will see higher consumption patterns across the board. And a lot of that would be towards electronics, entertainment, and the ones which will give you a kind of a better experience, for example, travel or live events, etc. So I think the basket will change. However, there could be some short-term impact if there is a slower monsoon this year.
Right, Harsha, very well put, because, a lot of global companies have also eyed India because of the consumption story. And this consumption shift also means a little higher ticket size, bill size, and a discretionary spend. That movement is something which will augur well for several sectors which have really entered India. But in the near term, inflation on the ground as well as lower than expected monsoon could be the troubles on the market. Thank you so much, Harsha, for joining us with your take and a very interesting set of data that has been authored by Kotak AMC. With that, we'll slip into a short breather and come back for more of news, views and market action on the other side on Markets at 12.
Investments in specialized investment fund involves relatively higher risk, including potential loss of capital, liquidity risk, and market volatility. Please read all investment strategy related documents carefully before making the investment decision.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबां केसरी.
Investments in specialized investment fund involves relatively higher risk, including potential loss of capital, liquidity risk, and market volatility. Please read all investment strategy related documents carefully before making the investment decision.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversation.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
When the headlines move fast, perspective matters. On Editor's Cut, our editors come together with experts to distill the week's information blitz into clear perspective. Down the stories shaping the world, from markets and the economy to global conflicts and what lies ahead. This is where experience meets insight. No noise, no hype, just sharp takes on what to watch next.
Welcome back. You're watching Markets at 12, and markets really gain and the momentum really carries on at the particular moment. Also, with crude oil prices being on the lower side, rupee is strengthening as well. Now, India's state-run oil companies have raised the petrol and diesel prices for the fourth time in just 11 days, as the surging crude costs as well as West Asia conflict really continue to squeeze their margins. After absorbing, remember, a heavy loss for days, OMCs are now passing a part of that burden to the consumers through the steady fuel price hikes, in a clear sign that global energy volatility is really beginning to hit Indian households again. So that's the price rise, and Middle East are really impacting the overall market and our budget for fuel. All right, let's take it straight across to results coming in from Rainbow Children's Medicare Company, and we have the management joining us, Ramesh Kancharla, who's Dr. Ramesh Kancharla, who's the founding chairman of Rainbow Children's Medicare, joining in. Dr. Ramesh, good to have you on NDTV Profit. Of course, your stock has just recovered a slight bit. When we take a look at 1 month chart, it is 6.5% higher. When we look at the numbers, your EBITDA margins have increased on a QOQ, on a YOY basis, while on QOQ basis, it has dropped. And of course, your occupancy levels have declined, which was expected, but it is lower than what was expected. In these two contexts, can you give us the guidance for the present quarter?
I think that we are Hello.
Yes. All right. So there is a slight difficulty in that particular line. We'll just take you through the numbers of Rainbow Children's Q4 numbers and what really drove the numbers. It was a beat because the expectation was on the lines of lower occupancy. Also, the decline is mainly due to the new beds getting added. So there is an expansionary impact. But on the other hand, there is also efficiency in the operations, which has boosted their margins. But on the other hand, remember, on a YOY basis, even though the margins have increased by about 50 basis points for the company, on a QOQ basis, it has seen a drop. So you'll get the management chatting in a bit from now. And of course, that particular stock is really down a little over 1% in trade. It was down over 2% some time back. And yes, it is recovering in trade today and paring down those losses. But in a month's time, they have really gained by about 6.5%. So more occupancy and its impact on the numbers, and also the kind of expansion and bed addition that they are looking at is important. Let's take a look at the market as well, and over 1% gain on Nifty 50 is really maintained. Let's take a look at the internals at the particular moment. HDFC Bank, that is the one which is really gaining. In fact, all the sectors are gaining in trade today. Hindalco in particular is on the downside after its results were announced last week, and Metal Pack overall is seeing a dull day, though still maintaining in the green. So all across, there is gain in the market momentum, and that is really continuing. With that, it's a wrap on this edition of Markets at 12. Thank you so much for tuning in, and keep it with NDTV Profit.
Investments in specialized investment fund involves relatively higher risk, including potential loss of capital, liquidity risk, and market volatility. Please read all investment strategy related documents carefully before making the investment decision.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
When the headlines move fast, perspective matters. On Editor's Cut, our editors come together with experts to distill the week's information blitz into clear perspective. Down the stories shaping the world, from markets and the economy to global conflicts and what lies ahead. This is where experience meets insight. No noise, no hype, just sharp takes on what to watch next. Editor's Cut, every Friday, 3:30 p.m. only on NDTV Profit.
Economy, business, world, technology. Noise filtered, numbers decoded. Insights that rewire your worldview. From governance to growth, we connect the dots. Your daily edge, your global advantage. India Business Report with me, Gauri Dwivedi, weeknights on NDTV Profit.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet. New year, new power panel, India market opening, now in its boldest lineup. This is where the trends get tested and stocks get conviction.
I'll recommend a buy call on a stock only when I'm fully convinced on the stock. With a table thumping buy.
And when the street wants the
Hello and welcome to NDTV Profit. You're watching Trending Stocks with me, Hiral Dadia, and I have Sharad Dubey, who's as always standing at the NDTV Profit market pit. Sharad, good afternoon. Overall, an interesting day of trade with the way we opened up. I mean, pre-open, a 300-point gap up is what you were seeing. Then it came down to under 200 points, but you have the VIX, which has spiked. You know, there is optimism in the markets as well to some extent. What are the cues that you're picking up?
Well, exactly, you're right. Good afternoon, Hiral. And yes, the markets have shown a good gap up opening, but it has maintained that. Of course, a little bit of correction, but then again, it's almost flattish. It's up 1%, but I should get you the Nifty Bank chart, and that is where the bigger action is coming in. Let's just see that. It's almost up 2%, and both Nifty and Nifty Bank are holding up. That means there is some resistance also coming in. So a little bit of dip you might expect, but remember the technical strength is strong for both the indices. Let's look at the key factors, what you should be watching out for. And Hiral, for a long time, after 3 to 4 weeks, 3 to 4 months actually, I can say that the Monday motivation is there, especially for the market. Strong technical strength for the second straight day. But let's look at the key levels. Nifty resistance 24,000 to 24,100, and Nifty Bank, let's see what's the resistance level looking like, around 55,000 to 55,500, and it is sustaining there. This is the technical strength which we spoke about, but let's get into more details about where the market is right now standing. PSU banks, auto, realty, all of them are seeing a strong buying, and interestingly, the breadth is very good in the market, and this is what's aiding the SMIDs as well. Rupee continues to strengthen. This is a very important point, especially with the crude falling and yields also declining. So nevertheless, for the third or second straight session, we are seeing macros improving. Global markets are closed, so the global flows are on the lower side. US, UK, Hong Kong and South Korea, these are the four nations whose trading is not happening today. But the earning season continues and we are at the end towards it. We have Pine Labs, Hitachi Energy and even Amara Raja ahead of its earnings. It's up almost 4%. So these three stocks is something which we are tracking, and other earnings also, and we are at the fag end of it. But nevertheless, a good value buying is coming, and overall the strength, large cap, mid cap, small cap, all of them are doing well in the trade. Hiral.
Okay, interesting day of trade so far, but let's quickly look at what is on our watch list. Before that, we have a NDTV Profit exclusive where they are indicating that the government is readying a strong CPSE divestment pipeline. They may dilute stake in 3 to 4 CPSEs in the first half of FY27 is what NDTV Profit is picking up from their sources, and the story is brought to us by Shrimi as well. 3 to 4 CPSEs is what you're looking at via OFS in terms of where dilution goes. Apart from that, they are looking at diluting stake in IRFC as well as LIC, two companies that you're watching out for from the listed space. The government will be proceeding with the OFS pipeline in a phased manner. Let's pull up both these counters as well. In terms of IRFC as well as the other one. IRFC seeing gains of around 2.5%. LIC as well seeing marginal gains of 2.5% as well. In fact, the LIC OFS is likely in the second quarter of FY27. That's what news reports I beg your pardon, exclusive sources are indicating so far. In fact, they're considering a further stake dilution in IRFC is what we're picking up. So LIC, IRFC, two of the counters which are in focus on the back of the CPSE dilution that could be happening in FY27. And the OFS rollout may follow a calibrated approach. In fact, I will wait to get in my colleague Shrimi to get us more details on this story. But stay with us, in terms of other names also that we'll be bringing into you. But moving from there on the watch list, Eicher Motors, a strong Q4, bullish bets on the back of this. Hindalco, there is a Novelis impact because of which your PAT has actually missed street estimates as well. You're looking at a Sun Pharma where there are execution risks which are capping the upside on this counter. And what's positive for a Bajaj Auto is that the promoters are abstaining from the buyback. L&T, no new damage in Middle East probably is turning out to be a positive for that company. And you have Brent crude, which is cooled down, which is becoming a negative factor for a ONGC, but positive for all of your OMCs as well. Premier Explosives, you have, Apollo Micro and Enviro Infra, all of them actually buzzing on volumes. In fact, strong moves coming in the markets. You have Titagar as well, where the Railways is planning a 1 lakh wagon tender, and that's the reason why some momentum building up there. Greenlam, Torrent Pharma, all of these counters reacting to where numbers go. So that's what we're watching out for in terms of the watch list. But let me head across to Sharad to take us through, the rapid fire with our guest as well. Sharad, over to you.
Thanks a lot, Hiral, for that. We are joined in by Nilesh Jain. Good afternoon, Nilesh. It's always a pleasure to have you with us. And the first stock in rapid fire is ONGC. Of course, do you think that there's the overall momentum of the stock itself, will that come under consolidation, or is there any trade to be made in this counter?
Very good afternoon, Sharad. Well, absolutely. On the back of cooling off in the crude oil prices, we are witnessing some bit of selling pressure in ONGC. So there could be possibility that we may see some bit of retracement all the way towards 280 to 275. So that's the level that we are expecting counter to test going forward. If at all you get any dip towards 270, that's a good buying opportunity. But at current level, one should refrain from creating any fresh longs.
Fair enough. Apart from ONGC, also let's talk at other stocks. Of course, Premier Explosives is something which you talk about, and Premier Energy also. Just if you could just show the Premier Explosives, any technical view on that?
Well, Sharad, the Premier Explosive today, we have seen an upper circuit of 20%. So after this kind of a spurt, not advisable to chase the momentum because the risk and reward is not looking favorable. But yes, stock has a potential to move towards 740 to 750 in the near term.
Right, and the stock Apollo Microsystems, the stock has done really well in the recent times. On a positional setup, it's good time to do a little bit of profit booking in this counter.
Well, Sharad, very strong setup. I feel the stock still has the potential to move towards 420 to 440 in the near term. So if somebody is already holding the long position, can book 50% profit, or if somebody wants to ride this rally, then keep a trading stop loss at 275. I still feel there is more room left on the upside. So rally can be seen continuing going forward as well. So keep a trading stop loss and stay put.
And view on Enviro Infra Engineers. Recently, the stock was buzzing on a lot of order wins. Is there any trade to made here?
Well, no fresh trade at current level after almost close to 10% jump. So better strategy would be to buy and dip near about 190 to 185. In terms of making a fresh entry, I think it's an avoid at current level.
Right, and what are the key levels to watch out for, especially for Titagarh? News flows also coming in that the Indian Railways will come out with an order of 1 lakh freight wagons. So anything on the technical charts here?
A very strong rebound in the wagon maker space, specifically Titagarh and JWL. So both the stocks are looking positive after today's rebound. I feel on the upside, if you see as far as Titagarh is concerned, it has taken out its 200-day moving average today. The next level would be 850 to 880, and support is placed at somewhere around 780. So that should be the stop loss, and still has more room left on the upside towards 850 to 880.
Nilesh, another stock is Greenlam Industries. A strong turnaround quarter coming in, Street rewarding the stock. On the monthly chart, or even you could say on a long-term chart basis, are we seeing important breakout levels?
Well, indeed, we have seen a multi-month falling trendline breakout. So very good setup. But today, from the highs, we have seen some bit of cool-off. And historically, if you see, the stock has a tendency to give whipsaw movement. So one has to be careful if somebody is changing the momentum at the high level, not advisable. Better strategy would be to accumulate on decline. The setup has already turned positive. Keep a stop loss at 238 and still has the potential to move towards 280 to 300 in the near term.
Right, let's pick out the chart of Torrent Pharma. Largely good set of numbers, and of course a 5,000 crore fundraise announcement also coming in. Any important views to track here, and is there a trade to be made?
Well, Torrent Pharma, the counter has been in a secular uptrend. In last almost 15-18 years, we have seen a very strong uptick coming in. So broader structure still looks strong, and we may see the levels of 4,800 to 5,000 as well in the near term. So better strategy would be to buy in a staggered manner, keep a stop loss at 4,400, accumulate on decline, and position targets 4,800 to 5,000.
All right, that's the end of rapid fire, and now we move on. Hiral, what are the stocks we are gathering in from the trending stocks?
Okay, let me get that as well, because last couple of trading days you've seen names like Bharat Forge, Tech Mahindra, a lot of IT companies that were trending on Google Trends. In terms of today's session after the weekend, it's going to be interesting. Bharat Forge today though is at the day's highest levels, but if we can get the stocks which are trending on Google in terms of today's session, that'll be interesting to watch out for. I mean, I don't think so we have them yet. There you go. Vodafone Idea, interesting moves there. Eicher Motors, we've spoken about. Hindalco on the back of earnings. Sterlite Tech, JSW Cement is what comes to my radar. Okay, coming to you in terms of Sterlite Tech, yes, it is an order win that you're talking about over here. But how are you looking at the stock on the chart? Sterlite, and then we look at a Vodafone.
Well, Hiral, first of all, if you look at this particular counter, Sterlite Technology, we have seen a good jump of 5% today. The structure is gradually turning positive. It has crossed 450 mark. So overall, the broader setup is turning positive, but ideal strategy again would be to buy and decline. And we can expect a move towards the levels of 500 plus as well in the near term. But in terms of making a fresh entry, one should wait for some dip towards 440, 435. That's a good entry point. Keeping a stop loss below 420 and positional target in this particular counter coming somewhere around 485 to 500.
Okay, so that's with regards to where a few of the stocks trending on Google go. Thank you so much for joining in. Always a pleasure to speak to you as well. But moving on, sources tell NDTV Profit that the government is readying for a strong CPSE OFS pipeline, and the government may dilute stake in 3 to 4 CPSEs through OFS in the first 2 quarters of the current financial year, which is FY27. Shrimi is here with more details. Shrimi, good afternoon. What are you picking up from your sources? Because this is going to be interesting in terms of the company and its shareholders' perspective as well.
Well, that's right. Government has prepared a strong PSU stake sale pipeline for the current financial year and is likely to pursue offer for sale transaction in at least 3 to 4 public sector companies over the first 2 quarters, including the ongoing one, and that's the indication we are getting. Now, among the key proposal under discussion is a potential dilution of up to 2% stake in Coal India through the OFS route. We are learning that the work is in advanced stage and may soon launch once the market volatility eases. Now, as you're aware, government keep going for these periodic stake sale in such heavyweights depending on the market appetite, current market volatility to get maximum value realization. And last dilution, if you remember, has been some time ago. So in 2 weeks or so, some action is expected to be seen in Coal India. Then possible LIC OFS is also being evaluated in July-September quarter, and that will be equally crucial. As we know, it's been listed through OFS route by government sold 3.5%. And after almost 4 years, government now looking for further round of dilution, likely with a smaller percentage depending on the market move. Further 2 stake sale, Indian Overseas Bank and Railway Finance Corporation also remain under active consideration, and this is mainly the second round of these 2 PSU after divesting 2.17% stake in IOB in December 25, 2% in IRFC earlier this February. Officials said that the government intends to adopt a calibrated and phased approach towards OFS issuances, given the kind of geopolitical dynamics and broader market stability in mind. But do remember the fact that the planned pipeline comes as government pursues an ambitious asset sale and monetization target of 80,000 crore for FY27. More recently, Centre announced 8% stake sale in Central Bank, with non-retail portion of OFS witnessing strong investor demand and getting subscribed 2.35 times on the first day itself, and that is something giving government confidence to action OFS in all these PSUs.
Yeah, and the asset sale and monetization target for the government in FY27 is almost or close to 80,000 odd crore. So that is really a good one to watch out for. Thank you, Shrimi, for that. Let's just quickly address all the stocks that are in focus on the back of this. You have Coal India, you have IOB, you have IRFC, and you have a LIC. 4 stocks that we are talking about. IRFC now is at the day's highest levels. LIC also trading with some smart moves. Coal India, 0.5% uptick coming in there, and you have a IOB which is up almost 1.3% in trade. So that's with regards to where the CPSE OFS goes. But let me also now head across to my colleague Varsha, who is with us. But before Varsha will be in conversation with the management of Sun Pharma. If you look at Sun Pharma as well in terms of where earnings are concerned, it's a steady show, inline performance, but the margins are something which have been slightly soft. 0.4% downtick is what you're seeing. It is a miss coming in terms of the profitability front, but the revenues are ahead of, driven by strong performance in India and emerging markets. Let's listen into what the management has to say to Varsha.
Let me start with the Q4 numbers, of course, that you delivered 13 to 14% of revenue growth. But, margin, of course, came under pressure. How exactly investors should read the trade-off, between growth and profitability? And when it comes to margin, is this a one-off quarter or, how one should expect margins going forward, maybe in FY27?
So as you mentioned, the growth for the quarter as well as a full year has been pretty good overall, driven by multiple businesses, starting from India business, emerging markets, our innovative medicines growth overall across the globe. Having said that, during Q4, we had seen certain upticks in terms of cost, which we also mentioned during our call out in the conference call on Friday. These, we believe, are some of those should get normalized as we go along. Not one specific item, but there are multiple of these that had come in during the quarter. Therefore, on normalization of these costs, we should see that the margins would be more or less in line with our past trends.
So we are expecting normalization of margins back to 30%, and you will be seeing that improvement going forward quarter on quarter. Am I right?
No, I'm not suggesting that the margins will get normalized to 30%. Your question was specifically in terms of some one-off costs that had come in Q4. My response was specifically to that.
Ma'am, onto the US formulation, of course, grew only 4 to 5% because of the pricing pressure and competition. What's the outlook when it comes to this segment? What will be the key drivers, to re-accelerate the US growth?
The US obviously consists of two specific segments for us. One is the innovative medicines, the other one is the generics. On the innovative medicines front, we have seen a good growth. And overall, during the year also, we have seen a growth compared to on a year-on-year basis. Having said that, the generics business had seen a pretty soft year and a soft quarter, mainly driven by margin pressures that we have seen in the generics business. The pressure on pricing, we expect to continue even in the coming months and years. And the strategy from our standpoint is to see how we can focus more on our innovative medicines and grow. At the same time, as we launch new products in the generics, it will offset the degrowth due to pricing pressures in that particular business segment.
Right. And I'm also, talking about the Illumia and specialty portfolio. How confident are you when it comes to sustaining this double-digit growth that you've seen in, Illumia and specialty portfolio? If you could, comment on that as well.
See, all our products in the innovative medicines portfolio have done pretty well during the year. And we have been able to launch Illumia in about 40 markets overall till date. Some of the launches that have happened in the emerging markets, albeit is a low base, has helped in growing this particular product. Similarly, our other specialty products or innovative medicines products like Sequa, Odamzo, Winlevi, Levolon, all of them have been doing pretty well in their respective markets. We will continue to focus on this, and as we work through the prescriber base and we are able to provide the product with the right safety and efficacy to the patients, we expect the growth to continue.
And speaking of Illumia only, the sales have reached $796 million, which is up 17% year on year. What's the peak potential? I don't want the exact number, but anything on that, if you could help our viewers with.
No, we are not looking at a specific number for peak potential. Intent is obviously to grow this particular product.
Also, just wanted to understand the ideal mix that you're expecting when it comes to specialty versus generics over the next maybe 3 to 4 years.
Here again, the intent is to see how we can expand our portfolio and also the percentage of share of the innovative medicines business. If you also look at our announcement during the acquisition of Organon, this also helps us to increase the mix of our innovative medicines portfolio. With the combined business, we expect this to come somewhere about 25%.
Understood. And ma'am, India business grew 15%, which was of course led by chronic therapies and launches. How sustainable is this double-digit growth trajectory that you're seeing?
As far as India business is concerned, it has been growing pretty well, as you could see in the last few years. The intent of the business is always to be ahead of the market growth. So our focus on chronic segments, close working with our prescriber base, decluttering of our portfolio, and increasing our sales force have all helped us in growing in this market, and we believe we will continue to focus on these efforts.
Understood. And ma'am, lastly, you have guided high single-digit revenue growth. What can drive upside beyond this guidance? If you could, comment on that.
No, at this point in time, we believe we could get a high single-digit growth for FY27. Of course, this is dependent on the macroeconomic situations and the regulatory situations that we look at from today's lens. Depending upon how these actually pan out during the year, there could be some moving parts. And of course, new launches, as we are able to get it, can help.
Understood. And ma'am, lastly, just wanted to understand the, opportunity size or outlook or Any update if you could give on the semaglutide also, and are you also gonna launch oral semaglutide, which many companies are going with?
Yeah, I think the initial response of SEMA has been quite good. We believe that there is a scope for this market, for this particular product itself to expand over a period in time. The product has been launched only in March, and therefore it's just a couple of months since the product has been in the market. We believe in a period of, say, about 6 months, there will be more traction to this molecule overall. Having said that, we are also looking into getting our regulatory approvals for launching the oral SEMA in this market.
Well, that's the management of Sun Pharma, and of course now from one nifty company to the another nifty company, and today interestingly that stock is Nifty's top gainer as well. I'm talking about Eicher Motors. Why the stock is up? Of course it's the earnings, but there are some details to it. Puneet is here with us. Puneet, take us through these numbers and what the brokerages are talking about.
Well, it was a beat on all fronts for the company. They actually did much better than the estimates as well. So while volumes were up 12% and that supported the revenue growth, you've seen revenue at 6080 crore versus estimates of 5965, EBITDA as well at 24.9% in line with the numbers. But net profit has come in ahead of estimates at 1520 crore, up 12% versus estimates of about 1455 crore. When you also look at what the capex has been there, the 953 crore capex in Chennai continues. 2,500 crore capex was announced just before the results came in for Andhra Pradesh. This will be for a Royal Enfield plant, and 750 crore capex in the new financing arm with Volvo, which is a joint venture. So you've seen 4,200 crore of capex being announced just in the last 2 quarters for the company. And brokerages have also continued to maintain high target prices as well. So HSBC now sees a buy rating, of course, but the target price of 8,200 versus 8,010 earlier. They mentioned average selling prices have increased. Management is also confident of maintaining both domestic as well as export demand. And in terms of inquiries, they remain strong in the month of April as well. Similar with Jefferies, target price of 8,800 for the company. So upside from the current share price as well, which is up 6%. And they continue to maintain that the premium motorcycling segment is seeing a structural demand win. And Eicher will be a key winner as well. Similar views by Morgan Stanley as well as CLSA, who've hiked target prices as well at this point of time.
Thanks a lot, Puneet, for that. It seems like everybody is bullish on Eicher Motors, and another nifty company I would like to talk about, and that is Hindalco. Interesting name, and if you look at it, of course, we knew that the Novelis numbers were strong, and Street was bullish on the earlier restart of the Oswego plant and overall the India business, especially if you look at the aluminium and copper EBITDA numbers, they were also beating the Street estimates. But we had a chat with the management also, and there are some concerns also, especially on the demand supply mismatches existing currently, and what is the recovery plan ahead. Do listen in.
So let me tell you, the nearly 3 million tons of aluminium has been shut in the Middle East for various reasons. So I think that this aluminium that is a deficit is not going to come back before December of this year. So it's fair to say that the first 3 quarters of this year, you're going to see a very strong aluminium prices at the current levels of 3,500 probably.
Okay. So that's with regards to where the management of Hindalco goes. But let's just quickly address the markets. It's interesting to see how you're seeing those gains of almost 1% there. 23,950 is what you're tracking on Nifty 50. 800 points up move on the Sensex. Let's look at the broader markets as well, because that's where the meat has been. There you go. Mild outperformance. Underperformance, I would say, in terms of the benchmarks. Mid cap 150, whereas the small cap absolutely sturdy and strong like last week. But completely out of time. With that, it's a wrap on this edition of Trending Stocks. From Sharad, the team that put the show together, and myself. Lots more lined up on the other side. Please stay tuned.
Investments in specialized investment fund involves relatively higher risk, including potential loss of capital, liquidity risk, and market volatility. Please read all investment strategy related documents carefully before making the investment decision.
आसमान जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया आसमान जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
When the headlines move fast, perspective matters. On Editor's Cut, our editors come together with experts to distill the week's information blitz into clear perspective. Down the stories shaping the world, from markets and the economy to global conflicts and what lies ahead. This is where experience meets insight. No noise, no hype, just sharp takes on what to watch next. Editor's Cut, every Friday, 3:30 p.m. only on NDTV Profit.
Economy, business, world, technology. Noise filtered, numbers decoded. Insights that rewire your worldview. From governance to growth, we connect the dots. Your daily edge, your global advantage. India Business Reports with me, Gauri Dwivedi, weeknights on NDTV Profit.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet. New year, new power panel, India market opening, now in its boldest lineup. This is where the trends get tested and stocks get conviction.
I'll recommend a buy call on a stock only when I'm fully convinced on the stock. With a table thumping buy.
And when the street wants the levels, he brings the chart.
Benchmark started the week on strong footing with the Nifty gaining close to 250 points and Sensex jumping over 900 points as well. All major sectors are in the green with PSU banks, financial services and autos leading the pack. Meanwhile, oil prices tumbled below $100 a barrel as hopes of a US-Iran deal eased fears around Hormuz supply disruptions, though key sticking points still remain. Shares of oil marketing companies jump after petrol and diesel prices were hiked for the fourth time in just 11 days amid the ongoing Iran war. With the latest hike of over 2 rupee, petrol prices have crossed 100 rupee per litre in the national capital. The rupee extended gains and hovered near the day's high as cooling crude prices and improving risk appetite lifted currency sentiment as well.
Good afternoon. You're watching Lunchtime Trades with me, Shreyansi Singh, and this is a show that gets you a roundup of everything that is happening in the world of commodities, news and updates as well on the top buzzers at this hour, all while you grab lunch. But before we do that, let's take a very quick look at the markets, and it's looking like a healthy shape coming in, whether you talk about benchmark indices or some of those broader markets as well. But first things first, let's talk about Nifty as well. That's doing quite well for itself with that 200 odd point uptick coming in. When you talk about Sensex, that picture looks even better with that 800 point uptick also coming in. So the deal optimism really seems to be cheering the Lal Street as well. And when you talk about the broader markets, like I mentioned, largely seem to be mirroring benchmarks as far as mid cap's concerned. But when you talk about small cap, that's the one that's outperforming just a tad bit right now. That said, let's quickly take a look at the sectoral picture as well. That's tilted very sharply in the favor of green as well. So you're looking at all of these sectors doing quite well for themselves, barring something like an FMCG, Pharma as well. Those are the two sectors that are not doing all that well right now. Other than that, PSU banks, financial services, bank, auto, realty, all of those sectors leading the pack with gains anywhere between 1.5% to about 2%. Let's also quickly talk about some of the gainers from within the Nifty 50 pack as well. So Eicher Motors standing out with that 5% uptick coming in. Adani Enterprises, Bajaj Finance, Tata Motors, PV Shriram Finance and heavyweight HDFC Bank also with that 2% uptick coming in. So it's looking like a decent picture when you talk about some of the losers from within the Nifty 50 pack. Something like a Max Healthcare, Hindalco, ONGC and Tata Consumer makes it to that list. It is, of course, the OMCs that are also buzzing away in trade on the back of that fourth price hike coming in just about 12 days, 12 days as well. In terms of that price hike, you're looking at the second price hike in a row that is, a big one. So the quantum that you're looking at is quite interesting, and that's something that we'll be talking about in greater detail as well. But before that, let's get to a check in terms of why this is happening as well. Let's talk about crude prices now. Of course, crude right now has pulled back just a little bit, but you're seeing that $100 a barrel level for Brent also really being lost, as you can see on your screen. So about $98. When it comes to Brent WTI, it's much weaker. $91 is what you're looking at, and it's down about 4 to 5%, even despite some of those, cues really capping the gains, the losses as well, because, you do have supply disruptions that still continue to linger. And that's also something that you're looking out for. But as of now, crude is taking a hit from the deal optimism. And let's get you some more insights in terms of how you should be looking at crude prices, also gold prices, with that rebound also really reflecting through. Let's get Dinesh Somani, founder Pro IntelliTrade Services, to join the show as well. And he's going to be talking about how this entire roadmap seems to be changing a little bit, Mr. Somani. When you talk about crude prices, and we were just talking about the $100 a barrel level the last time that we spoke being a very important level as well. Just wanted to try and understand if you think that there's more pain in store for crude as well, because deal optimism really is not showing all that well for oil prices.
Yes, definitely. $100 mark was definitely a sentimental level. It got broken today. More or less, it was expected because prices were facing resistance around $110, and from there, it collapsed below $100 as of now. I think a further $2.5 to $3 fall would be likely. Around $95, $96, I think Brent crude should stabilize, and the WTI crude anything around $89 to $90 should stabilize. I think prices are going to stabilize out here unless and until there is a clear picture on the ceasefire and the extent, ease out of the geopolitical tension. I think probably in a day or two, things will be more clear, and we may expect prices to stabilize out here as far as crude and WTI crude is concerned.
No, absolutely, and that makes a lot of sense in terms of how we should be looking at prices as well right now. But I also wanted to try and understand what you think about where from here, right? Do you think that, as President Trump as well has highlighted, that prices are going to be falling as, like a rock, and you're going to see crude prices at levels that you haven't seen in recent times after the deal optimism really comes through and there's an actual deal that comes by? What do you think about that? What are the worst case scenarios that you're pricing in right now?
I think 110 is that the worst case we have already gone through. Probably we would be heading towards $88, and I think things are going to ease out further. With the easing out the geopolitical tension, I think things are going to stabilize and prices are going to fall further. I don't expect prices to cross the previous high of $110. So overall, I think things are going to stabilize, prices are going to cool off, inflation is going to ease out from here. Probably the currency is also going to stabilize out here.
And thank you so much for helping us out understand in terms of what really is happening with prices, right? But going forward as well, Mr. Somani, do you think that higher for longer oil prices is something that you're penciling in at this point in time?
I think they've already gone through the worst thing. Probably things would stabilize and crude oil prices should fall below the 90 level mark as well. So overall, I think the worst is behind us. Things are going to be easy from here, and definitely there is going to be impact on inflation easing out for the crude oil prices.
It makes a lot of sense in terms of how we should be looking at prices as well. Just wanted to try and understand what you think about gold prices also, given that entire rebound that you have right now. When it comes to gold prices, you do have a little bit of a rise that you're looking at right now.
Today we got a bit of relief rally. Prices went up below $4,500 mark. Now they're trading around 4560 levels. Overall, I think 4600 should be a major resistance zone as of now. Things are definitely under pressure. But if you look at the Indian market, the rise in 9% of the duty and the depreciation of the rupee, that helped out in the Indian MCX market prices to reach out to 1,59,000 plus levels. But overall, I think there could be pressure at these levels. Prices are going to fall further to below 4,500 level mark. As of now, 4,600 stands as tough resistance.
No, absolutely, and that makes sense in terms of how you should be looking at it as well. But just wanted to try and understand what you think about somebody who's looking at fresh buys. You do have the festive season that's going to be coming in soon as well. Do you think that investors who are looking at fresh buys right now, do you think that they should wait for the dust to settle a little bit when it comes to gold prices?
I think it makes sense to settle out a bit. 1,55,000 to 1,56,000 in Indian MCX market, that should be a fair level to go in for a fresh investment. As of now, I think the physical market is a way discount to the MCX prices. So it makes sense to wait out for at this point of time.
No, absolutely. And that makes a lot of sense in terms of how you should be looking at gold prices as well. Just wanted to very quickly try and understand if you think that the fundamentals seem to be intact when it comes to gold prices. Because, you've seen quite the slide coming in terms of ever since the war really started. So do you think that that's really put gold prices in better footing right now when it comes to fundamentals, made it a little more attractive than it was previously?
Things are not happening that way actually. The geopolitical tensions are not adding premium to the gold prices. And basically people want to sit more on cash compared to the safe haven buying as far as gold is concerned. So that's the reason we are not looking at a very high level as of now. Overall, earlier it was very much clear that interest rates are going to decline in 2026. But as of now, there are possibilities and there are higher possibilities that we could see one or two hikes in 2026. So that's the reason there is a pressure into gold prices.
Absolutely. And just in terms of silver as well, quickly wanted to just get a check-in as well. What do you think is going to be happening with silver prices? Do you see them moving, mirroring gold prices going forward?
Yeah, definitely they are mirroring to some extent, but overall, if I look at the M6 level, 2,65,000 stand as a very good support, and 2,80,000 stand as a resistance. If I look at COMEX level, $79 to $80 is a major resistance level. Simultaneously, $73 stands as a support. Overall, I look at it, 280 should be a good selling level. Downside again to 70. Overall, a range bound of 265 to 280 levels.
Absolutely, and just wanted to get a very quick check also going as far as copper is concerned before we let you go. Is there anything that's seeming attractive beyond, gold, silver, and some of your precious metals when it comes to industrial metals, be it copper or any other metal?
As far as copper is concerned, I think it is again range bound in line with the silver prices. 1330 downside is a good support, and 1355 is a resistance as of now. A movement on the either side will decide the direction, but compared to copper, I feel aluminum and zinc are performing very well. From the levels of 300 to 390, almost a 30% gain in last 70 to 80 odd days in aluminium, and zinc as well, they are performing very well. I think to 368 level is a good and attractive level to buy zinc. Overall, expecting a target of 380 plus, and simultaneously aluminium anything around 380, 382 level with upside target of 404.
No, absolutely, and thank you so much, Mr. Somani, for taking time out and joining us this afternoon. So there you go, that's exactly what you should be expecting, not when it comes to precious metals, but also some of those industrial metals as well. So what's continuing to remain attractive right now is aluminium and zinc as well when it comes to commodities. In terms of gold prices, you should wait for the dust to settle right now if you're looking at fresh buys. Hold off for a bit and deploy that capital a little later when the dust settles. So that's the word coming in from Mr. Somani as well. But let's also move on and talk about NDTV Profit's Danish Anand, who's spoken to Manoj Kumar Dubey, CMD IRFC. Let's go across and listen in to a slice of that conversation.
Well, we have been joined by Mr. Manoj Kumar Dubey. He is the CMD of IRFC. So many thanks being to NDTV Profit. If we talk about the government's plan to come out with another OFS for IRFC in February, so we saw that there was very diluted response from the investors. What sort of appetite are you expecting this time?
So this is not a question for me, this is for Government of India. But to put facts on record, we sold around 1.77% of share at 104 price of the share, and it was very good response from the institutional side. Going forward, you see, I can assure about the good numbers from the company. As you saw the results of annual year FY26 that we published, my PAT grew by 8%. It crossed the 7,000 crore magical mark. We are doing well in all the aspects, and without any pipeline which was there for the last 2 years, we could sanction more than 75,000 crore asset in last year, and we could disperse more than 35,000 crore. So that momentum that we set in last FY in going forward, you see in the first quarter itself, we have signed an agreement of 13,500 crore, which all will be dispersed in Q1. So this kind of deals, which we were really working very hard from the last year, are showing the fruits. And going forward, rest be assured, if company is doing well, if its order book is very strong, if its parameters like net interest margin, everything growing fast, so government will have a good time to see if they really want to sell the shares, and the office should have good attractive participation also.
So your company works on a cost plus lease model, and you primarily work with the Indian Railways, but the margins are not that good for the company, right? So are you in talks with the Railway Ministry to work on the margins?
I mean, that is the beautiful thing that we are experiencing for the last FY. You know, Indian Railways for the last 3 years, because they are getting all their requirement of capex from government budgetary support, they are not taking money from us for the last 3 years. But we have the mandate to go out overall railway ecosystem and fund. What beautifully happened to us is that with the same kind of asset which are in the government system as secure as it used to be the railways, my margin has gone threefold. So we are competing in the market for the assets of Maharatna CPSEs or cherry-picked state governments or this metro railway also. The margins are nearly 2 to 3x than what I used to get from Indian Railways. So there is a diversification mode now, and there will be a mode lying for Indian Railways. Yes, Indian Railways, when we are doing with them, the margin would remain fixed, but the diversification asset that we are garnering now is giving me a very high margin, nearly 2 to 3% of 3 times of what I used to get from the railways. So it is having a very positive impact on my net interest margin as well as my profit after tax.
Sir, as far as the guidance for asset growth is concerned, what is the guidance that you can give for FY27? And as far as disbursement is concerned, could you elaborate on that?
So you see, the first year of diversification was toughest year for us. When we gave a guidance of 60,000 of sanction asset and 30,000 of disbursement. Against that guidance, we exceeded it by sanctioning nearly 75,000 crore of assets and nearly 35,000 crore of disbursement. Now that is the benchmark for me and my team going forward in this year. And we are sure that the way we have started with this particular deal, which is a very big deal of nearly 14,000 crore, we are going to exceed those benchmarks of last year. And what guidance I have given is that for this FY, my asset under management should touch 5 lakh crore magical mark.
And there you go. So that's the word coming in terms of that OFS as well, and the entire plan as far as this entire space is also concerned. But let's also move on and get your consumption check going. India Inc. is set to witness a decline when it comes to discretionary spending as consumers really get cautious on the back of fuel hikes, inflation worries and supply woes as well. How is this going to impact key players? Sesha Sen is joining us with some more details.
Right, so India Inc. is turning cautious on the consumption outlook on account of fuel price hikes and inflationary pressures threaten to weigh on household spending yet again. Companies across sectors from appliances to apparel flagged concerns around discretionary demand and softer consumer sentiment. Blue Star, for instance, said that the increase in fuel prices has impacted consumer sentiment negatively across the country, and this could impact summer demand as primary sales, which is from the company to the trade, are yet to pick up. Now remember, brands have already taken about 8 to 10% hike in air conditioner and refrigerators this year. Similarly, Dixon Technologies pointed out that brands remain cautious on inventory amid slowing sales. The electronics industry at large also continues to face the heat from surging memory chip price. Now separately, Counterpoint Research has cut its smartphone sales forecast for this year, and it now expects volume to fall 12% versus earlier estimate of a 10% decline. Now apparel players have also raised similar concerns. V-Mart Retail warned a large share of need-based purchases could come under pressure if inflation persists. Shoppers Stop also said that while demand improved from mid-February through April and early May, the rising fuel and raw material cost could now begin to hurt spending in the short term.
Aradhan, thank you so much for joining us with all of those details. But with that in mind, let's take a look at some of these stocks that are buzzing away in trade and some of the ones that are under pressure. So there's actually 3 companies, Hindalco as well as DV Slabs, and there's a lot of counters like Colgate Patil as well that are trading with a downtick. All 3 of these companies trading with a downtick of over 2%, as you can see on your screens as well. Sharad joins in with an update in terms of what the earnings look like. Sharad.
Well, yes, largely for Hindalco, we have seen a good set of numbers, and already we had seen that Novelis came out with a very strong set of number, and Street is of course bullish on the early start of the Oswego plant as well. The consolidated revenue and EBITDA, they have hit their all-time high levels, and the Indian business also, if you look at the aluminium and the copper segment, they have done well as well. Apart from this, DV Slabs, a largely inline set of numbers coming in, and the growth is steady. Overall, this is driven by the custom synthesis segment. That's where the performance has been there. PAT, if you look at it, that's also going on the higher other income as well. Management has stated that there will be a double-digit growth going ahead, and peptides and contrast media, that is something which will be a key future driver as well. Net numbers have been largely in line. An interesting name, Colgate Patil Developers, comes to the list. Of course, a little bit of execution and lumpiness is there. That's why you're seeing the lower side on the numbers, but the operational numbers are pretty strong. Looking at the collections, it's up 18% on a year-on-year basis, and realizations is up 21% on a year-on-year basis. And there's a bullish commentary coming on the management, especially on their outlook. Of course, if you change the one-off adjustments, the profitability shows a 16% year-on-year basis. So these are the stocks which should be on your radar today.
All right, and thank you so much, Sharad, for joining us with all of those details. Market regulator SEBI has once again cracked down on finfluencers accused of using social media platforms to dupe retail investors, issuing an interim order against a group alleged to have manipulated stock prices through coordinated recommendations. In fact, Nimit joining in with all of those important details.
Yes, so the main issue here is that sometimes the more expensive than the stocks that you buy is actually the misplaced trust you may place on the person who's recommending those stocks. And what you may think is a great stock tip is often an exit strategy for someone really smart pushing that stock. That's what the SEBI found here in a very interesting and very important case where a large Gupta family was essentially buying stocks, then pushing them up, and then recommending them so that people would sell, so that they can sell them and make a lot of money. Profits up to 50 crores, we'll see that. First, let's understand the family. The main person involved here is Mr. Hemant Gupta. The two tags that he uses are Wealth Solitaire and Desi Wall Street. These are being occupied by Hemant Gupta, his ex-wife Rajani Gupta, current wife Sharon Gupta, and 4 children. The key people here have been found to be Hemant, Rohan, and Aniket Gupta right here in the corner, as you can see. So he's using his previous wife, then all 4 of his children as part of a larger strategy to create this. Now, if we see what he's actually doing, he's used social media to push certain micro cap stocks forward for everybody to buy. Now, how he does this is they'll first, Hemant Gupta, Rohan Gupta and Aniket Gupta will get together. They will decide that these are the small cap stocks we will buy. They are available at a good price. He buys those, and then what's happening is that he pumps them up on social media. On social media, he used terms like multi-bagger and stuff to get retail investors to buy those stocks. And if you build enough of a clout and sell those and buy all those stocks, that price jumps up. Once that price jumps up, then they make a lot of money. As you can see here, these handles are important for you to understand. If you follow them, they are now being tracked by SEBI as being used to manipulate stocks for their own profit. Wealth Solitaire and Desi Wall Street. These are the X stocks that are moving. Remember, this is not only on X. Telegram, WhatsApp has also been used, and Instagram, other social media, SEBI points out, has also been used to circulate these stocks. How many stocks are we talking about here? In SEBI's investigation, we find that 82 stocks promoted before, coordinatedly promoted by this Gupta family were used to create the profits that were built in here. Some of the key stocks will now come on to the screen next to you. These includes Afcon, K2 Infragen, Sona Machinery, some popular small cap stocks that are available on the market have been sold and promoted continuously over a period of time. And if you've bought any of these stocks because of them, you might have been duped. Remember the prices. Now let's see the extent of how they've gone. If you see the prices here, they jumped 20 and in some cases 70% after promotional messaging. That's the value of an influencer today. That's what they do. They allegedly made 20 crore plus. Remember, this is still an allegation. SEBI is still cracking down. The investigation is ongoing. But SEBI has found concrete evidence, and that's why it's put it out. Bank and Demans accounts of these people have been frozen. They've used terms like no-brainer. Remember these terms when you see them next time. No-brainer, multi-bagger, and ready to fly. You make sure that you track these terms next time you walk it. Now, of course, SEBI's action has resulted in bank and Demat accounts being frozen here. And the retail investors really need to remember that trust should not be built on followers, but needs to be built on facts.
No, absolutely, and thank you so much, Nimit, for joining us with the highlight of that as well. Let's also move on and talk about price hikes as well, because price hikes is something that you're seeing yet again. Let's get in Prabal Sen, BP Equity Research, ICICI Securities, to join us with some more insights. Mr. Sen, I wanted to first start by trying and understanding if you expect more price hikes at this point in time. That's one. And two, post price hikes, what losses do you think OMCs are making right now?
Okay, so first question in terms of whether further price hikes are to be expected, yes. I think it really depends on what OMCs are looking at as an acceptable level of loss, or if they're looking to get to a break-even level. If you look at calculations in terms of at least our calculations, and everybody has their own estimates, our sense is that losses post this price hike are down to about 2 to 3 rupee, or about 5 odd rupees for petrol, and somewhere around just give me a second please. So yeah, around 5 odd rupees for petrol and about 8.5 rupees for diesel. So there is still some way to go to basically get to break-even levels as far as retail losses are concerned. Of course, this can also reduce if crude prices and product prices themselves reduce. We are hearing reports that a possible resolution of the Iran-US conflict is something that is, possible. I think the US president and reports coming in suggest that they are close to some sort of an arrangement which could reopen the strait. So if that happens, then of course, all of this discussion is moot. But as of now, losses have reduced quite sharply, even with assumptions of some sort of refinery transfer price capping, which we have been hearing. Even after that, losses still remain material, and more, about 8 to 10 rupees more of price hikes could be needed.
Absolutely, and it does look like a long road to recovery from here on as well. But Mr. Sen, I'm quite curious in terms of considering this particular price hike, how much more should crude in your eyes fall from current levels for OMCs to start making profit on sale of petrol and diesel then?
So the math is very simple. Every dollar change in product prices, let's keep crude aside for a minute because, the spreads of the products keep changing. But if you look at international product prices, let's say gasoline and diesel, every dollar change in that necessitates around a 53 paisa change to keep margins at the same level. So if you think in those terms, what I mentioned earlier, between 5 to 6 rupees of losses for petrol and between 8 to 8.5 rupees of losses still for diesel, which essentially means somewhere between $12 reduction in gasoline prices and somewhere in the range of around $15 to $16 reduction in diesel prices, international diesel prices, will essentially get us to break even at this point of time.
Absolutely, and just to put a number to this as well in terms of a time frame, just very quickly wanted to try and get a sense of how much time do you think, as per your estimates, is going to be taking for that road to recovery to really pan out?
I wish I had a definitive answer to that. Estimates suggest that once the strait actually normalizes, most estimates suggest that it would basically take anywhere between 2 to 4 months for the flows to actually normalize to pre-war levels. That is not to say that the prices will take that much time to normalize, but the actual physical flows will require a little bit more time than what you would think, because there's a lot of damage to facilities. There could be insurance readjustments, there could be vessel availability and all of those constraints. So 2 to 4 months of time for flows to normalize. Prices may normalize if the strait, let's say, reopens next week. Just to give an example, you would probably see a price reaction within the next couple of weeks or maybe 3 to 4 weeks for prices to maybe come back to maybe $80, $85 levels. That would be our sense. But, that's the judgment at the moment.
Yes. No, sir, and it is just as definitive as it gets with all of the uncertainty lingering as well. Thank you so much for taking time out and joining us this afternoon. So there you go. That's the entire update coming in terms of OMCs and what you should be penciling in. But that's all the time that we have on the show for now. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Investments in specialized investment fund involves relatively higher risk, including potential loss of capital, liquidity risk, and market volatility. Please read all investment strategy related documents carefully before making the investment decision.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
When the headlines move fast, perspective matters. On Editor's Cut, our editors come together with experts to distill the week's information plates into clear perspective. Down the stories shaping the world, from markets and the economy to global conflicts and what lies ahead. This is where experience meets insight. No noise, no hype, just sharp takes on what to watch next. Editor's Cut, every Friday, 3:30 p.m. only on NDTV Profit.
Economy, business, world, technology. Noise filtered, numbers decoded. Insights that rewire your worldview. From governance to growth, we connect the dots. Your daily edge, your...
Good afternoon, you're watching Small Cap Buzzers on NDTV Profit with me Somit Sarkar and my co-anchor Mahima. In the next half an hour, we'll take you through the most important small cap stocks that have been buzzing in trade today, either in the back of price, volume or earnings. Firstly, what we'll be doing on the show, we'll be speaking with two managements. One management where we are seeing a sharp downtick on the share prices, while the other one will be where we are seeing a sharp uptick in the share prices. The first one is Excelsoft. The stock is down. If you look at the margins, EBITDA margins that have contracted by nearly 100 basis points on a YOY basis, and the stock is down over 10% in trade today. So we'll be speaking with the management to understand what's the way forward for Excelsoft and whether margins can recover going forward or not. The second one will be Tina Rubber. Now the stock gained as much as 18% in trade, its biggest intraday move since January 23rd, 2026, and this is largely on the back of the 2029 vision that the management has given. 1,000 crore revenue is what they're eyeing as against 550 crore that the management did in FY26. So what are the factors that will be aiding this 1,000 crore revenue target is something that we'll try to decode on the show today with the management. On the show today. Now, apart from that, we'll be also discussing a couple of stocks. Firstly, TVS Electronic. That stock gained over 16% on the back of strong Q4 numbers. The company has reported its highest ever net profit in at least the last 3 years, while if you look at the volume action, quite strong, nearly 10 times its 20-day average. And lastly, we'll be also discussing a stock called Paramount Communication. Now, the share prices of this counter have jumped nearly 128% in the month of April and May. 65% alone in the month of May is something that we have seen from this counter. Its biggest monthly gain since December 2022. So what are the factors that led to these kind of a return from Paramount Communication, and can there be much more returns going forward is something that we'll try to decode with the fundamental guest on the show today. Now, if you look at the market, the Nifty, it has opened strong, 260 points up, but 24,000 level continues to act as a resistance, and technical analysts believe that if we close decisively over the 24,000 level, then that opens door for 24,200 and 24,300 as well. Nifty Bank, one of the major gainers from being an underperformer, now it's a clear outperformer in trade. And even if you look at the sectoral indices in trade today, Bank is among one of the top gainers, Bank is among the top gainers. Nifty PSU Bank, Nifty Financial, Nifty Bank among the top 3 gainers that we are seeing when it comes to sectoral indices. And on the loser side, we have FMCG and healthcare, which have been lagging in trade, but largely flat, down just 0.1%. A good day for the Nifty small cap index as well. But Mahima, which are the key stocks that are buzzing there?
Right, so definitely, Somit, it's a good day for the small cap index, almost trading as it says high point. 1.2% of an uptick is what we're seeing on the index, almost 200 points gain. But with regards to specific names, two big names in terms of primary explosive, locked in upper circuit up 20%. The other one is Hariom Pipes, which is also locked in upper circuit as we speak. Something like a JK Enterprises is also seeing gains of about 17 odd percent. Copran Limited is also seeing gains of about 16 odd percent. You have something like a Universal Cable, which is also up 15%. Something like a Ruby Mills is also up 15 odd percent. And apart from that, TVS Electronics is up 13.96% as well. You have Satsundar Ventures, which is also seeing gains of about 13 odd percent. So these are some of the names which are really buzzing positively in trade today, in the green of course. But on the flip side, you have counters like Sandstar under pressure, down almost 10%. Excelsoft, the management to which we're going to speak to, down 8 odd percent. You have something like Salzer Electronics, which is also seeing a downtick of around 6 odd percent. You have something like a Surya Roshni, which is also seeing some pressure, down 6 odd percent, and something like a Pix Transmission also seeing a downtick of around 6 odd percent. But the strength on the buying side is more, and that's reflected probably in the advanced decline ratio as well. But let's shift focus to something like an Excelsoft Technologies, and this is of course in focus on the back of its Q4 numbers. And to kind of take this conversation ahead with the management, we are joined by Dhananjaya Sudhan. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. The chairman and MD of Excelsoft Technologies joining us now. Sir, thank you so much, first of all, for taking out the time. My first question to you is with regards to margins. As Somit was discussing, margins have been materially lower. These margins as compared to FY25 are also materially lower. Just want to expect in terms of what the guidance looks like going forward. Do you think that they'll come back to that range of around 30-odd%? If yes, what will be the time that it'll take to bounce back, and what will be the levers?
Yeah. The margins are lower because of two major factors. One is we've taken on a 30 people team in the US in the last quarter, which means a lot of additional expenditure. We've expensed it out. It was difficult otherwise to hire in the US, as you are aware, and hence we acquired a 30 people team because US is a key market. We had to support our existing customers and do new sales. So that is one. And two is investment in AI infrastructure. We built a full stack in-house AI infrastructure, going from the hardware stack to all the different LLMs and products on top of that. So these are the two things which would have pulled down our profits.
Got it. So, sir, so when you talk about investing in AI infrastructure, just want to understand as to what is it that you're doing there, and secondly, in terms of in terms of getting the reaps of this whatever investment that you're making, when do you expect that to start turning into your top line addition?
We've already seen revenues started coming in from a few customers. And we have one big strategic customer in the UK who will bring in bulk of our returns in with the current visibility. And obviously, there is more and more demand, as we are all aware, for native AI-based applications running on protected hardware. I mentioned that we own a fairly large GPU infrastructure and our ability to implement all the LLMs and also be able to sequence them for a particular problem we want to solve. Hence, that infrastructure is what I was talking about. And that is investment which has already gone in. This year, if at all, we will be making incremental investments to that. But revenue clarity is already there for the rest of the year.
Okay. Sorry for circling back on the EBITDA margin point. 26.8 is what you did for the full financial year. Can it fall further in FY27, or this is the base and it can just improve, or there could be more hirings, more investments in AI which could pull down the margins somewhat lower?
No, I think we've done all the hiring, we've done all the investments, so it will only go up from now on. This is pretty much the lowest, and we expect it to go up to 31%, right? Yeah.
6.8 is the bottom that has been marked in FY26, and you will recover to the 31.1% number that you did in FY25 in FY27. Yes. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. And also wanted to understand on this, the investments that you have done in AI, by when will they start contributing meaningfully to your top line?
They've already started contributing meaningfully to us.
So if you could just give us some understanding, what is the incremental contribution coming in from AI specifically?
This year we expect about 30% increase, only because of AI. Apart from growth, which may be organic and inorganic, which will also contribute to the top line increase this year. So just because of the AI implementation which has matured, we expect about 30% increase.
Increase from the base, is that correct? What was the base? If you can give a perspective of what AI revenues were as a percentage of your total revenue in FY26?
We should look at no revenues only on account of AI for the previous FY.
Okay, all right. And when you said inorganic opportunities, wanted a sense in terms of what kind of acquisitions will you be looking at, and how will they be funded going forward, and if you're already eyeing something for FY27?
Yes, we have one target in the US where we have progressed significantly and will acquire because that will give us access to customers very easily and also bring in new customers and new revenues. We've agreed on the valuations, etc. So we may do the deal quite soon. We are looking to do one acquisition in India and one acquisition in the UK. How will it be funded? We have internal accruals, very healthy internal accruals in the company, which will be used to fund acquisitions. IPO proceeds will not be used. We are not supposed to and will not be used to fund acquisitions. It will be used to fund only growth, conventional growth.
Okay, all right. So thank you so much for taking out the time and helping us with all those answers, and of course taking out the time and speaking with us at NDTV Profit. With that, let me also welcome in Narendra Solanki, Head Fundamental Research Investment Services at Anand Rathi Shares and Stockbrokers, joining us now. Narendra, a very good afternoon to you. You heard the management. They've said that they'll bounce back to those margin levels of 31%. Plus, they've also said that they're looking forward to two acquisitions, one in India and one globally. Any perspective if you can give on this counter?
Yeah, good afternoon. We also have a positive view on the company because the space in which it is operating, it is in a very unique space, which is offering SaaS services for learning and assessment solution, and the company is working with a market clients such as Pearson's, AQA, CQI, SM Learning, and has a significant strong position in the North America as well as in Indo. So I think this quarter the growth was decent, but the margins were impacted because of one-off cost. But I think from a strategic point of view, the company has embarked on implementing AI to improve its product offerings, should also benefit well. And we think that the company should be able to grow at a CAGR of around 30% for next 2 to 3 years. So I think from valuation perspective also it's attractive right now.
Right. Before we move on to our next management on the show, let's slip into a short break and we'll get more news on the other side.
Investments in specialized investment fund involves relatively higher risk, including potential loss of capital, liquidity risk, and market volatility. Please read all investment strategy related documents carefully before making the investment decision.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
When the headlines move fast, perspective matters. On Editor's Cut, our editors come together with experts to distill the week's information plates into clear perspective. Down the stories shaping the world, from markets and the economy to global conflicts and what lies ahead. This is where experience meets insight. No noise, no hype, just sharp takes on what to watch next. Editor's Cut, every Friday, 3:30 p.m. only on NDTV Profit.
Economy, business, world, technology. Noise filtered, numbers decoded. Insights that rewire your worldview. From governance to growth, we connect the dots. Your daily edge, your global advantage. India Business Report with me, Gauri Dwivedi, weeknights on NDTV Profit.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet. New year, new power panel, India market opening, now in its boldest lineup. This is where the trends get tested and stocks get conviction.
I'll recommend a buy call on a stock only when I'm fully convinced on the stock. With a table up.
Welcome back. You're watching Small Cap Buzzers here at NDTV Profit. Now, before we talk to our next management, let's take a quick look as to how the FNO setup is looking like. And we have Sharad joining by to give us exactly a view on that. Sharad?
Well, yes, it's a great day for the markets, and looking at the technical setup for the last 2 to 3 sessions, the hints were there of good momentum, and today we are seeing proper basket buying of large caps, and after a lot of days, especially on a Monday, we are seeing this good news happening. Largely, BankX is doing much better than Sensex if you look at it, and stock specific moves, let's see where the long build-up is happening. No major concern on the losers also. Eicher Motors on back of earnings. Adani Group stocks also doing really well. Adani Enterprise up almost 5% as well. Let's see what comes in short covering. As I mentioned, Adani Power is up 6%, and GAIL also we are seeing a good volume buying happening. Let's move on to long unwinding. Not much of a trade, and of course ONGC Oil India, as expected on the low crude prices, are seeing downtick in their prices. And lastly, I would like to mention the short build-up. Nika is there, InfoEdge is there, of course a little bit of selling in the platform, but it's not that convincing. But it's a day of green today in the entire FNO space and the Smith space.
Well, thank you, Sharad, for that. Moving on to our next management, Gaurav Sekhri, the Joint Managing Director of Tina Rubber. The stock has perked up in trade, sir, on the back of the guidance that you have given for 2029. 1,000 crore is the top line guidance that you have given, and this is nearly double of what you are doing right now. What are the factors that will lead to this kind of growth? Is there a more capacity that is coming on stream? Is this higher prices, higher volumes? What is that factor?
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me on your show. We've done a QIP last year. We raised about 80 crores, and along with internal accruals, we've done approximately 110 odd crores of capex in the company in FY26. So some of those spends will now start showing results even in FY27. And that is what will get us to our vision of 1,000 crores by FY29.
Okay. Gaurav, hi. Mahima also joining the side. Just want to understand in terms of, your margins. You've said that by 29, your margins will be around that 18% mark, if I'm not wrong. You've already made that shift to, higher margin products. Just want to understand as to how that trajectory will look like. And do you think that beyond that 18% is also possible in the next 3 years?
Hi, Mahima. We feel comfortable, maintaining the 18% outlook we've given. Because invariably some of the new projects that you take up, new capacities you set up, the expenses are always front ended. So I think even with some efficiencies that we will get, I believe 18% is a number we are comfortable with. We have achieved it already, and I expect that we will be able to maintain it comfortably and possibly do better. But hard to predict that today.
And Gaurav, what about your capacity utilizations? Where do they stand right now, considering the new capacity also into consideration?
So the new plant set up in Varale in Maharashtra is now operating at 80%. Our capacity utilizations are improving. We're already quite close to optimal levels in our older plants in Panipat and Chennai. So they are operating quite nicely. But there is still some scope of debottlenecking, if not at a full plant level, but at specific verticals. So we are continuing to work on that. Fortunately, market is supportive, and we are seeing good, robust demand. Our stock turnover ratio, etc., continues to be very efficient. So that gives us a lot of confidence.
So then, more capacity additions is on the cards in the next 2 or 3 odd years.
For sure. For sure. I mean, we are also focusing on ramping up our business outside India. We are taking our learnings from India and taking them outside India. We've proven ourselves by operating Oman successfully in the Middle East, and now we have consent to build a plant in Saudi. Of course, because of these Middle East, tensions, we have deferred the plan by a few months. We thought it prudent to do so, but the overall logic and merit remains intact. And of course, we've started South Africa, taken some baby steps there. And intention is to continue to invest there and build a full recycling ecosystem in these countries.
If you could just take us through what is your current order book and what is the execution timeline for the order book. I believe last time you had won a big order from IOCL. Anything similar this time around?
So our customer base is between 3 or 4 different applications. We call them industrial applications, which is your organized large consumers like the tire companies, conveyor belting businesses. The visibility of that business is usually quarter on quarter, not longer than that. But the business for infra segment, we tend to have slightly better outlook. And the order you're referring to, the Indian Oil order where we modify their bitumen, that has just got renewed for the next 2 years. So that is very much a surety. In fact, supportive of that, I must say that because of these crises in Middle East and the tightness of supply on bitumen, on which our government and our country is already dependent on imports, and in line with the Prime Minister's vision, I believe our government should increase its usage of recycled rubber into roads. I hope that happens. I mean, it makes all the merit and logic, and that will help and support our business tremendously.
One more thing that I wanted to check with you is, as you were mentioning, because of the Middle East crisis, anything that impacts your raw material side, any inflation there, are you able to pass it on?
Sure. So we have seen higher freight rates, some disruption in logistics, etc. But we have got, I think, adequately compensated because on the other hand, the demand for recycled materials, I believe, has gone up, will go up, because all your virgin polymers, synthetic rubber, etc., have all become very expensive. So there's higher degree of motivation amongst the industry to use recycled materials, and we are seeing that.
Gaurav, just one last question from my end. I believe that in the next 1 or 2 years, you're going to do almost 100 crores of capex, if I'm not wrong. How will that be funded? Because, as far as I know, your cash balance stood at just around 4 odd crore in FY26. So I believe that you'll be borrowing funds or you'll be doing it via debt.
See, we will have strong internal accruals. We are a good, strong cash generating business, but we are in high capex cycle because We have this ambition to grow, and the market is giving us the opportunity to grow. I believe we should be able to manage most of the capex of this 100 crores over next 2 years. You're right on the number. We should be able to manage with internal accruals and possibly a little bit of debt. I mean, our debt equity ratios are very, very well poised. We are very comfortable with them. So if need be, we would not hesitate, to take a little bit more debt.
Okay, Gaurav, thank you so much, for answering those questions for us and taking out the time and speaking with us.
Thank you. Thank you for having me on your show.
With that, viewers, we're completely out of time on this edition of Small Cap Buzzers. But if you've got stock-related questions, then do stay tuned. The next show is Ask Profit.
Investments in specialized investment fund involves relatively higher risk, including potential loss of capital, liquidity risk, and market volatility. Please read all investment strategy related documents carefully before making the investment decision.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
When the headlines move fast, perspective matters. On Editor's Cut, our editors come together with experts to distill the week's information blitz into clear perspective. Down the stories shaping the world, from markets and the economy to global conflicts and what lies ahead. This is where experience meets insight. No noise, no hype, just sharp takes on what to watch next. Editor's Cut, every Friday, 3:30 p.m. only on NDTV Profit.
Economy, business, world, technology. Noise filtered, numbers decoded. Insights that rewire your worldview. From governance to growth, we connect the dots. Your daily edge, your global advantage. India Business Report with me, Gauri Dwivedi, weeknights on NDTV Profit.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet. New year, new power panel, India market opening, now in its boldest lineup. This is where the trends get tested and stocks get conviction.
I'll recommend a buy call on a stock only when I'm fully convinced on the stock. With a table
Welcome back. You're watching NDTV Profit, and this is a show that gets all your stock-related queries answered. And you're watching, of course, Ask Profit. I'm Mahima Vachharani, and with me is Puneet Zaveri, and we are going to help solve all your stock-related questions. But for that, you'll have to call us or WhatsApp us with all your stock-related queries on the numbers that are flashing on your screen up there. But before we start doing that, a quick look as to how the markets are doing. Nifty 50 is still trading 1% higher, 250 odd points of an uptick is what we're seeing. The Bank Nifty also following through, even doing better than the benchmarks, up 1.7%. Let's try to pull up the mid-cap 150 and the small-cap 250 as well. Slightly underperforming the benchmarks, but the mid-cap 150 is up 0.7 odd percent, and the small-cap 250, however, is almost in tandem with the benchmark, so up by about 1.1 odd percent. Of course, that's with regards to where the markets go. But let's start taking all your stock-related questions. We've got our first question. By the way, to answer all of these questions, we are joined by Neerav Ashar, Head of Equity Research at Latin Manharlal Securities, joining us now. Neerav, a very good afternoon to you. The first question that we have is from V. Murli, who's writing us from Bengaluru, asking about Hitachi Energy. He's bought it at the levels of 35,990, and he wants to know whether he can continue to hold the 15 shares that he's already bought. Neerav, your view on this one?
Good afternoon, and thank you for the invite. All the three players in the T&D power T&D space, that is Hitachi Energy, Siemens Energy, and GE Vernova T&D are a screaming hold. So I think you should continue to hold the stock.
All right, the next one that we have is on Bank of Maharashtra. Shankar from Bengaluru says that whether he can go ahead and invest in Bank of Maharashtra. He's planning to buy around 1,000 odd shares. He's looking at a target from a slightly short-term perspective, but wants fundamental view on this one. Neerav, both fundamental analysts as well as technical analysts have been talking about this counter and suggesting this counter. Do you think there's more steam left now to kind of enter the counter?
Well, I think a good part of the performance has been factored into the price at this point of time. But it is going to be very interesting going forward how the performance of the bank is going to improve or not. And I think there is a strong amount of interest in the stock. So I think he should buy the stock with a medium-term perspective.
All right, the next one that we have is from Radha Krishnan, who's writing us from Kochi, asking about NBCC or IRCON. Which one is a better bet right now from a long-term perspective? Neerav, your view?
From a long-term perspective, I think I would go with NBCC because they have a better quality prospects in terms of real estate and the kind of contracts which they bag, and there is a possibility of getting better margins.
Let's go across and take the next stock-related query now, and this one's coming in on Chennai Petro, bought by a viewer Jaideep at 1,074. Let's pull up that counter quickly, and so very close to his current market price, and he wants to know if he can hold out for another year. Neerav, with the volatility that we are seeing currently, especially in the refining space, in the OMC space, would you recommend holding on to this counter for the near term, maybe till the year as well, as Jaideep is asking?
Well, I think the quality refiners are definitely going to do well. So I think the advice is to hold with a medium-term horizon.
Okay, all right. I think we've got Ankit calling us from Pune. Ankit, a very good afternoon to you. What's your query about?
Hello, good afternoon to everyone. Thank you so much for taking my call. Firstly, I would like to take a moment to appreciate the whole team of NDTV Ask Profit, as I'm getting so much deep knowledge of stock-related queries that are answered during this show. Wonderful anchoring by Alex, Mahima, and Puneet. Kudos to you, and excellent commentary with detailing views on stocks by panel members.
Thank you so much,
me learn more about the stock market. So my query is on QPay. QPay. I have 500 stocks in my portfolio with average price of 44.96.
Okay.
Yeah, although I am a long-term investor, I was thinking, what should I do with this counter if sell partially? And with that partial profit booking, I wanted to know where I can invest in bank stocks. Like I have three preferences: Bank of India, Bank of Baroda, and Canara Bank.
Sure.
Please suggest number 1 to 3. Yeah.
Okay, Ankit, got your question.
For long-term horizon or for 1 year.
Got it. Ankit, got your question, and because you've praised us so much, by the way, thank you so much for those kind words. Means a lot, and we're more than happy to answer all your stock related questions. And he's smart enough to ask like 2 questions in just 1 question. But since you've praised us so much, Ankit, I'll just take those 2 questions for you today. Nirav, he's already sitting on handsome profits right now. What he's saying is that whether he can go ahead and book partial profits and invest in one of the banks he mentioned. Any view on this one?
Well, I think it's advisable to hold on to the stock. That is the first part, because having made such handsome gains and with the stock doing so well, I think there's no reason to consider an exit from that. But still, if he wants to book some gains and he's looking at some banking stocks, then I think in order of priority, it would be Bank of Baroda, Canara Bank and Bank of India.
That view, Nirav, but let me also welcome in Vishnukant Upadhyay, AVP Research at Advisory Master Capital Services. AVP Research and Advisory at Master Capital Services. Vishnu, very good afternoon to you. Thanks so much for joining in. Let me go across and take the next query now. This one's coming in on Apollo Microsystems, bought in way back in April of 2025 from a viewer in Bangalore at 118. So sitting on massive profits for this counter. That's up 11% today. Nirav, what would you recommend our viewers to do? Because sitting on massive gains, as I mentioned, would you just continue the ride with this particular stock? What's your opinion?
Well, it is advisable to hold at this point of time, because there have been many new areas which Apollo Microsystems will be entering, and I think FY27 is going to be far more exciting in terms of performance. So the advice would be to hold.
Okay, all right. The next one that we have is coming in from, this is from Miss Sabita, who's writing us from Hyderabad. She says she's holding both PFC and REC and wants to know if she can exit REC and add more of PFC. Vishnukant, your view on this one?
Hi, very good afternoon. Well, so PFC is looking quite good. The stock has, declined around more than 10 or 12% from its recent 2-week high, and currently it is just taking support around a very crucial horizontal support, price zone. So I believe one should hold PFC, or one can do averaging as well, with keeping a stop loss below 422. On the higher side, I'm expecting 463, 475 sort of levels can be on card very soon.
Okay, so that's the view coming in on both REC and PFC. But viewers as well as panelists, it's time to slip into a very, very short break. But don't go anywhere. We'll be right back answering more queries on the other side.
Investments in specialized investment fund involves relatively higher risk, including potential loss of capital, liquidity risk, and market volatility. Please read all investment strategy related documents carefully before making the investment decision.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबां केसरी.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
When the headlines move fast, perspective matters. On Editor's Cut, our editors come together with experts to distill the week's information blitz into clear perspective. Down the stories shaping the world, from markets and the economy to global conflicts and what lies ahead. This is where experience meets insight. No noise, no hype, just sharp takes on what to watch next. Editor's Cut, every Friday, 3:30 p.m. only on NDTV Profit.
Economy, business, world, technology. Noise filtered, numbers decoded. Insights that rewire your worldview. From governance to growth, we connect the dots. Your daily edge, your global advantage. India Business Report with me, Gauri Dwivedi, weeknights on NDTV Profit.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis.
Welcome back. You're watching Ask Profit, the afternoon edition, right here on NDTV Profit. Let's go across and take the next sets of stock-related queries. We're getting a caller now from Ahmedabad, and Nitin is joining us for a stock-related query. Nitin, very good afternoon to you. What's your query?
पंडित सर, मेरे पास 150 क्वांटिटी एरिस लाइफ साइंस की है जो मैंने आज ही ली है।
ओके,
1350 पे।
ठीक है, और आपने ये चार्ट देख के लिए नितिन?
सॉरी सर,
ये आपने चार्ट देख के लिए नितिन या लॉन्ग टर्म के लिए लिए फंडामेंटल्स पे?
नहीं, मैं रिजल्ट काफी अच्छी आई थी तो वो हिसाब से मैंने लिए थे। तो मैं ये सजेस्ट मतलब आपसे राय चाहिए कि मैं लॉन्ग टर्म में स्टॉक के लिए रुक सकता हूँ?
ठीक है नितिन जी, और आपके पास और कोई फार्मा का काउंटर है अब आपके पोर्टफोलियो में या सिर्फ ये पहला वाला है?
मेरा पूरा पोर्टफोलियो सर फार्मा से भरा हुआ
है। ठीक है नितिन जी, आपको बहुत फार्मा इन्वेस्टर ठीक है।
हाँ, यही फील्ड से हूँ तो इस हिसाब से। हाँ,
अच्छा, बहुत बढ़िया नितिन जी। फिर तो मुझे आपसे टिप लेनी चाहिए, बट वो कभी हम और करेंगे। आप कल हमको फ़ोन कीजिएगा तो हम उससे बात करेंगे। बट नीरव, एरिस लाइफ साइंस पे आपका क्या व्यू है? नितिन जी को क्या आपने पोर्टफोलियो में रखना चाहिए? अगर आपने रिजल्ट देखा है तो उस पर क्या व्यू रहेगा आपका?
एरिस लाइफ साइंसेस जो है उनका परफॉर्मेंस हैज़ बीन क्वाइट गुड, और हमने देखा है कि बहुत सारी फार्मा कंपनीज जो है डोमेस्टिक परफॉर्मेंस काफ़ी अच्छी रही है। मोस्ट फार्मा कंपनीज, फ्रंटलाइन कंपनीज ने डबल डिजिट ग्रोथ रिपोर्ट किया है एज फार एज इंडिया ऑपरेशंस आर कंसर्न। तो आई थिंक आप डेफिनेटली ये स्टॉक को होल्ड कर सकते हैं मीडियम टर्म होराइजन के साथ।
Right, the next one that we have is on Anupam Rasayan. Our viewer Sriran Raghuraman has bought 3 shares at the levels of 80 rupees and wants a fundamental view on this one from a long-term horizon. Considering the acquisition into place, Nirav, your view on Anupam Rasayan?
Well, I think it can continue to hold, but we've seen in the case of all these companies that they have very aggressive plans for expansion. And that requires a huge amount of money. So there is a lot of fundraising which tends to happen, and the balance sheet tends to be loaded. But I think he can continue to hold nonetheless.
All right. Well, Bliss GVS also. Let's pull up that account if that gains have continued on this one as well, because he's also holding 80 shares of that, and it's come off from the day's high, but certainly one of the gainers because of the acquisition. As Mahima also highlighted. The next question, coming in now, it's from our viewer Pepet from Assam, and he's holding shares of Escorts at 2958, asking what he should do with this counter now. Vishnu, any view on the charts, because it's been in that momentum where all the gains have been sold into, and it's back in that 28 to 2800 range. Is this time going to be any different?
Yes, definitely. Technically, stock is looking, moderately positive. In fact, although the stock is trading below its all key short-term as well as long-term moving average, but the way prices are behaving from the lower levels and it, just recouped from the 52-week low, I believe prices will definitely take out its a 21-day exponential moving average that aligns somewhere around 3050. So stay long in the counter, and maintain a stop loss below 2880.
The next one is on Q4. Arun from Hyderabad has bought 25 shares at the levels of 1440. He wants to know whether he can continue to hold, sell. Vishnukant, your view on the charts?
Well, so the stock is currently trading below its 200-day exponential moving average, and as long as prices are trading below that level, that's a 1480 sort of levels, I'm not positive, in fact. So once the prices, gives a decisive breakout above 1480, one can go long, but as long as it is trading below that level, that could be an opportunity to get exit from the counter.
Okay, all right. It's time for our rapid fire round. Vishnukant as well as Nirav, keep your answers as short as possible. The first one is on Phenolix Cables. SR Kumar from Raghavendra SR Kumar from Bengaluru has 800 shares of this counter. Continue to hold. Vishnukant?
Yes, hold the position with the stop loss below 1020.
Got. Well, the next question is a very interesting one on KPR Mills. One of our viewers has bought shares at 60 rupees per share, and he's almost up 15x on that counter. He's also holding 6,000 shares as well. So, asking if he should continue to hold this particular counter or book out. What would you recommend, Nirav?
Hold.
Okay, the next one is on RPG Life Sciences. Naresh from Hyderabad has bought it at the levels of 1925. Currently, it's trading around over 2200 odd levels. Continue to hold, exit, book profits. Vishnukant?
Yes, definitely hold the position with stop loss below 2150.
Samvadara Motherson Vishnukant is the other one. Sudipto holds shares at 132 and he's holding 1000 shares. Should he continue to hold them in the short term?
Yes, definitely hold the position.
Okay, Birlasoft versus Coforge. Which one is a better bet from a short-term perspective? Vishnukant? Birlasoft and Coforge.
From the present juncture, Coforge is looking slightly better rather than Birlasoft. So, although I am not very much positive on both counter, but if I want to select between these two, so Coforge is looking slightly better. Okay.
Lemon Tree is the other one. Bought shares at 93 by Sriram, and he's saying, Vishnu, that this counters crossed the 200 DMA. What should he continue to do that?
Yeah, definitely. The stock has crossed the 21-day EMA. One should hold the stock with the stop loss below 109.
Okay, Power Grid 100 shares bought at the levels of 318. Nirav. Lalita from Bengaluru wants to know if she can continue to hold this from a long-term perspective.
Well, can continue to hold, but there are better alternatives.
IRB hold shares bought at 55 rupees by a viewer Muthukumaran, and he's holding 8,000 shares as well. So currently sitting on deep losses. Asking if he should hold on or sell, Nirav. What would you recommend? Any strategy also for him to recover some losses right now?
Well, I think the desired course of action would be to take the loss and exit the counter completely, and going for some good alternative, power sector play.
Okay. Varun Beverages bought at an average price of 540. Continue to hold for a year, Vishnukant?
Definitely hold the stock, maintain the stop loss below 505.
Suzlon bought at 54.85 Vishnukant by a viewer Manish, and he's holding 1,000 shares. Any view on the counter?
Stay long, and if you haven't bought the counter, please go long on the counter, maintain the stop loss below 5050.
Nalco bought at the levels of 186. 3,000 shares is what Harish from Belgium holding wants to know if they can continue to hold this from a long-term perspective. Nirav?
Well, hold from a long-term perspective, yes.
HAL bought at 5050, and this is Siva from Amravati, and he's holding on to 1,000 shares, Vishnukant. So currently in also very big losses. Asking a strategy in which he can continue holding, or what would you recommend for the next 3 to 6 months?
I mean, the entire defense space is, just consolidating. So I would say one can get a 50% position, exit from the HAL and put the money in PEL in the same defense counter space.
Okay, Texmaco Rail, what could be the target price, Vishnukant? Continue to hold, exit is what our viewer wants to know.
Which is stock?
Texmaco Rail.
Achha, good.
Stock is up 5% today.
Yes. So yes, the stock is looking quite good and likely to approach towards a 200-day exponential moving average 124. So maintain the position.
Got CleanMax Enviro, recent stock listing, and Srikanth from Bengaluru wants to enter this counter. Nirav, would you recommend that?
Yes, from a medium-term perspective.
Hitachi Energy, is this a good time to enter, Vishnukant?
Well, so definitely one can go long. It's a high ticket size counter. One can go long, but stock can come down towards 33,500. So that's a good building area to go long with.
Got it. Okay. With that, we're completely out of time on this edition of Ask Profit. Nirav as well as Mr. Khan, thank you so much for helping us answer all those stock-related queries. But viewers, completely out of time on Ask Profit, but do stay tuned. India Market Close comes up next.
Investments in specialized investment fund involves relatively higher risk, including potential loss of capital, liquidity risk, and market volatility. Please read all investment strategy related documents carefully before making the investment decision.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
When the headlines move fast, perspective matters. On Editor's Cut, our editors come together with experts to distill the week's information blitz into clear perspective. Down the stories shaping the world, from markets and the economy to global conflicts and what lies ahead. This is where experience meets insight. No noise, no hype, just sharp takes on what to watch next. Editor's Cut, every Friday, 3:30 p.m. only on NDTV Profit.
Economy, business, world, technology. Noise filtered, numbers decoded. Insights that rewire your worldview. From governance to growth, we connect the dots. Your daily edge, your global advantage. India Business Report with me, Gauri Dwivedi, weeknights on NDTV Profit.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet. New year, new power panel, India market opening, now in its boldest lineup. This is where the trends get tested and stocks get conviction.
I'll recommend a buy call on a stock only when I'm fully convinced on the stock. With a table thumping buy.
And when the street wants the levels, he brings the chart.
Charts speak the truth, and I deliver the levels with no frills.
Parag Thakkar and Kush Bohra are now part of the morning crew with Tamanna, Neeraj and Alex. Same show, sharper voices. Every morning on India Market Open, your favorite market show just got better. On NDTV Profit, for your profit.
Welcome, you're watching India Market Close, and it's turning out to be quite a delightful day simply because, I know we didn't hit 24,000, but simply because we've stayed on, Alex, 250 points up, about 1% up, and if you pull up the intraday for the Nifty, you will see that we have steadily stayed in the positive territory and not given up too much of gain, which is quite heartening. It may be because of Brent prices being below $100 a barrel after nearly 80 days, but definitely some strength being seen in the market.
You know, it's been pointed out very interestingly by technical analysts and watchers of commodities as well, is that when a commodity moves up, it generally moves up in a very fast and furious fashion, and when it gives up those gains, then it is conclusive. It's not like the equity markets that keep moving within certain ranges. So it'll be interesting to see whether that break below $100 to the barrel is durable and stays. But your point is well made. I think, and there you go. So it's dropped below the $100 per barrel mark. But the breadth looks incredible today. It's beyond just the Nifty 50. The broader markets also look great. And so just before we get into several other aspects, let's talk about the mid-cap index. It's up 0.75%. Pull up the small cap index. It's at very close to the high point of the day, 1.1% or thereabouts. And the advanced decline ratios holding may have narrowed just a tad bit, but it's still pretty wide.
You know, if we can, we should pull up the micro cap. The Nifty micro cap has been absolutely stellar today. So there is, again, which is reflective in the advanced decline ratio. But here you've seen the most strength here, about 1.5% up. PSU banks have been zooming. Let's pull up the Nifty heat map and then we'll go to the sectoral action as well, because the Nifty has behaved well today. Max Health is the top loser, about 2% down, not too much. ONGC to be expected, I suppose, when crude comes off. Hindalco, you know, the commentary and the results were okay, but the street seems to not have too much excitement about Hindalco. Maybe it's also risen up. But Eicher Motors is the exciting one. And look at an Adani Enterprises, 5% up right now. Eicher Motors about 6% up. Tata Motors PV also flying. L&T, Bajaj Finance, Wipro. So you have some heavyweights coming in there. Eternal also has been quite steady throughout. So even on the Nifty, and we'll pull up the Nifty contributors just for a second. You've had quite a few of the heavyweights coming in, and the gain is also broad-based. Many a times, Alex, the commentary is that the Nifty is what? It's essentially 3 large banks, 2 large banks, 1 RIL and a couple of IT majors, and that's the heavyweight of it. But in HDFC Bank, ICICI and RIL also pulling up today.
Certainly, and just the point on Eicher Motors and the reason why it's up and about, I think a lot of people were worrying about the implications of the higher crude oil prices. Some of that worry is dissipating with crude below 100 once again. So if you pull up the likes of SEAT or you pull up the likes of JK Tyre, Apollo Tyre, the tyre companies are up and about, right? So they're holding on with gains of about 2%. And I would think that there you go. So JK Tyre up as much as 5%. So some of those stocks that see a major impact on account of crude are also gaining in trade.
So the crude story is very much there, but the champions are PSU banks today. Pull up the sectoral indices for us and you'll see banks and financials right on top. PSU Bank Index, the Nifty PSU Bank Index 2% up. Financial services doing well. Look at it. It's pretty much all banks and then realty and defense, which is ruling the roost. FMCG taking a beat. Maybe Colgate Palmolive not as exciting as people thought, and we were discussing this in the morning. But overall, it's a great screen.
Even the IT index, which in the morning was the one loser sectorally, has actually bounced back. It's tremendous gains last week, you must say.
And carrying on.
And carrying on, 0.5%. So it's looking good.
Yeah, so this is what's happening in the markets right now. What's leading to gains? Lower crude and strength in the rupee coming back. Hopes of the Iran-US settlement now gaining credence. So you've seen the Nifty gaining for a second consecutive day. Of course, it's the first day of this week. But if I look at Friday and today, it's the second consecutive day. 24,000 is clearly that key resistance, and we need a decisive close above this to open the door to 24,200 and 24,300. So key support levels 23,900, 23,800. Bank Nifty meanwhile has been a stark outperformer, showing stronger momentum than frontline indices. Gains have been led by both private and PSU names, and 55,000 is acting as a resistance on the Bank Nifty. A definitive daily close above this will confirm that structural macro recovery. Let's go across to Himen Kapadi of DR Choksi FinServe this afternoon. Avinash Gorakshakar, founder and head research at Avinash Mentor Services, also with us. Himen, I'm going to come to you first. Why is 24,000 proving to be such a steep hill to climb?
A very good afternoon to you, Tamanna. Thank you for having me on the show. It's always a pleasure. Well, frankly speaking, even I agree with you. 23,800, I believe, was a headache, a bigger headache. But yes, 24,001 is a psychological number. And secondly, if you see, Tamanna, on 24th April and 30th April, we've taken support around 24,000. So frankly speaking, there's a whole range between 23,300, 24,600. If you sort of compartmentalize it further, it's 23,400 to 800 and 23,800 to 24,200. So it's almost 400, 200 points. There's a bullish gap, Tamanna. I think that's a positive. If it doesn't get covered up for the next 10 days, I think I'd be even more happy. And well, yeah, things are looking hunky-dory. The daily oscillators have turned positive. The VIX has finally come below 18, which is okay. We need to go some more below 15, but yeah, things are beginning to look better. I think, like Alex mentioned, the AD line is good. So fingers crossed, unless these people do a flip-flop again, things are looking better. But 24,150 is important, above which we'll see even more green shoots.
Himen, I'm not sure if you look at the crude charts, but I was reading a social media post by somebody who used to be a commodity trader. And what he was suggesting was that there's an old school nugget that is said, where how many bull markets in commodities continue after a close below the 50-day moving average. And the crude market has seen that play out. Do you have insights that would suggest that that is indeed the case, and the possibility that we'll see, notwithstanding any change on the geopolitics, a lower crude oil price?
Okay, yeah, I track crude, Alex. I track anything which has a shelf life, including crypto. But yeah, coming back to crude, Alex. See, we've been, frankly speaking, 115, 119 was an area above which we would have gone to 135, 147. Okay, that is would have, if, when, why, what. That's not happened. As of now, as long as we are, I'm talking about Brent, as long as we are 104, it's better. 96 is support. I'd say, yeah, lower crude prices are possible. We are at crucial levels, frankly speaking. Below 96, Alex, I think I was basically bullish on crude because I felt there was one bullish move left on the upside. Now, evidently, geopolitics supersedes all this. So, as of now, if 96 holds, I'm seeing for a good bullish crude, a Brent, then it's fine. But if 96 breaks in terms of closing, Alex, I'd say that whatever positives or impending positives that me or anybody would have anticipated would get diluted. So as of now, crude has taken a short-term hit. Does this convert into a medium-term correction? I think it's possible, but 96 should be, I won't say make or break level, but a pretty important level. Alex.
Individual stocks that you're liking on the charts, Himen?
Okay, two stocks which I like. I like Pharma as a whole, but it's more of a slightly longer term call, frankly speaking, Alex. from a slightly shorter term point of view, you have 361. I think that looks quite interesting the way I see it. We've been consolidating over here. The stock is on the verge of breaking out from what is a ascending triangle formation. So I'd say buy 361 at 1135, stop loss 1105, target of 1195, and the easier one is Adani Energy Solutions. One can buy at 1400, stop loss 1325, target 1550. Looks good, fifth wave unfolding on the daily chart. It's woken up after 3 years, Alex. So frankly speaking, there's a very conservative call. I believe there's a lot more upside at the risk of sounding overly positive. I think 1600 and 1800 are coming in this calendar year. Looks great. It's a 3-year breakout. Looks good.
Okay. Adani Energy looks good. Standard disclaimers there, of course, that you're watching this on NDTV Profit is a subsidiary of AMG Media Networks Limited and Adani Group Company. And of course, Hemin giving his own views over there. Just want to get a quick view from Avinash before we get to the stock of the day and the bull versus bear of the day. Avinash, just on the markets right now, is auto looking exciting to you? Apart from an iShares, and iShares also bases its results, of course.
No, I think, Tamanna, the outlook definitely looks promising. I think, the good monsoon is going to percolate into a reasonably good, strong rural demand. And I think, hopefully, if interest rates don't go up, and I think the volume push continues, because typically, April to June quarter is the first push-up quarter. I think there has been some, fears in the industry that steel prices have started going up. So some amount of cost push inflation would affect their margins. But the volume growth continues to be solid. I think if you look at two-wheelers, you look at passenger cars, you look at tractors, commercial vehicles, all these segments have been growing in double digits. So my sense is that, we'll have to wait for the Q1 numbers, but we are quite positive on two-wheeler companies like Hero MotoCorp, who's got a large rural exposure, commercial vehicle players like Tata Motors CV, and obviously Mahindra and Mahindra, because these are companies which are sitting on a reasonably good order book. I think the traction will continue, but I think we'll have to wait and watch how they face the margin pressure. But definitely at these lower levels, if one were to accumulate, the next 12 to 15 months outlook looks positive. Maybe in the short term, there could be a little bit of volatility.
What's your top pick among the OEMs?
I think we continue to be positive on M&M. I think it's one of the most stable players, and I think it definitely qualifies for a re-rating.
Qualifies for a re-rating. M&M is Avinash Gorakshakar's top pick. But let's talk about the bull versus bear candidate today. And we have Blue Jet on our radar. That stock has completely been buzzing, gaining in trade as the company witnesses sequential recovery in their results. However, revenue is still weak. Varsha has both sides of the story. Varsha.
Well, there are some companies where you also have to see how sequentially company is doing better, because that's what management said when it comes to Blue Jet. And hence, if you see, though year on year the number looks bad, but quarter on quarter we are clearly seeing that visible recovery. 22% of growth seen in revenue, EBITDA margin uptick, as said by management, and hence you're seeing that buzz in the stock. Well, on to the bear case, of course, year-on-year basis, if you see revenue is down 31%, core performance has been weak for the company. But pipeline remains strong when, when it comes to this counter. 20 active RFPs has GLP-1 plus contrast media. Now, contrast media itself is, growing in double digit. You have GLP-1, the current hot topic when it comes to pharma, and this company is not behind when it comes to this counter as well. But CDMO success all depends on execution and client timelines, and company has to be successful when it comes to the execution. While talking about the contrast media business has multiple triggers. Number one, and the backward integration plus plus iodinated media launched in FY27 are the core growth prospects when it comes to Blue Jet. But business is heavily dependent on validations and of course approvals, and hence this is one of the key bear case, I would say, when it comes to Blue Jet. If the execution is not on time. Well, moving on, the Mahad Unit 3 backward integration will improve cost structure for the company, but business is heavily, of course, dependent on validations and approvals, and this is still in validation phase, and hence a negative point when it comes to Blue Jet. But overall, when I talk about this counter, the story over here is, if you're seeing the sequentially, company is doing very well, and contrast media, you have GLP-1, which are the next key triggers when it comes to this counter. But yes, you have to keep a watch when it comes to the execution timelines and what is management, walking the talk, I would say, when it comes to this counter. But overall, yes, till now it is looking at recovery, and hence market is rewarding this stock.
Stock is up over 7%. Pull up the chart intraday and see what it's doing right now. And just very quickly, Avinash, let me come across, it's 8% higher right now, and the reaction has come through mid-market today. What do you think about the scenarios that have just been laid out by Varsha? She's laid out the bull case and the bear case. Which, according to you, is the more compelling argument?
No, I think, Alex, the bull case looks pretty attractive because, they have been a large player in the CDMO space. And I think, these validations and approvals are a matter of time. I think in the next, say, 1 or 2 quarters, the market is expecting some good news from the company on these aspects. And I think numbers will definitely improve quite significantly, in FY27. Ever since the company went public, the company has delivered good numbers. But I think the real, trigger has got to be the validation part. So my sense is maybe the first half of FY26-27. After that, you could see a significant amount of, re-rating or maybe some more appetite from the investor. But today's, I think 7-8% move is largely because of the fact that there is some expectation that in the management call, some good news could be announced, and that possibly is a very critical aspect why the stock has, been in the limelight.
Okay, Nifty has hit 24,000. Briefly, but we got there. We got that. 24,000 mark has been reclaimed after 11 sessions. And, we were talking about this, Hemen, about how 24,000 is turning out to be a tough one to crack. Why is this level important, and, what could be next if we manage to sustain?
Tamna, there have been bearish gaps. If you see the charts on 8th May to 11th May, there was a bearish gap between 24,126 and 23,997. So that is, frankly speaking, why you mentioned why 24,000 is turning out to be a headache for the markets. This is one bearish gap, and the other one, Tamanna, is between 24,284 and 24,126. So, 24,253. So you have these 3 gaps. They were bearish. One got covered up. The second is in the process of covered up. That's why we are facing this, actual battle at 24,000 is because of this bullish gap. If the gap gets covered up, we see a small correction coming down. And after that, we see a further upside. We run into the last bearish gap. So plus there's a holiday on Thursday, Tamanna. Plus there's a monthly expiry. Obviously, rollovers are there. OIS obviously.
But Hemen, the argument would be, because of all of the reasons that you have talked about, that there is a holiday on Thursday, there's a monthly expiry. The argument would be that you would not even sustain how we sustained the whole day. The fact is that at least we have sustained.
If we've spent 7 trading sessions between in the spot market, Tamanna, between 23,300 and 23,800, and today we overcome that with a bullish gap. Obviously, things are positive for the market the way I see it. There is strength. There's a mini breakout coming in. So everything seems to point toward a further upside. But yes, now since there is a bullish gap, the overhang remains that we might cover up this bullish gap this week itself. So frankly speaking, it's all about these gap games that we are seeing. But the bias is turning positive. Things are looking up, notwithstanding a daily or an intraday point of view. Tamanna.
What is, Hemen, the role of the banks? Because at this juncture, while the Nifty 50 is now above the 24,000 mark, the Nifty Bank is at the high point, up now close to 2%. And it is the private sector banks that are contributing the most right now to the benchmark's move. What's the contribution of the Nifty Bank in this move upwards?
5 weeks of a downside, Alex, and the private banks, I have clearly more weightage on the Bank Nifty than the PSUs. Here there's a bullish gap, plus we're seeing a breakout of sorts. The daily oscillators, MACD, RSI, stochastic have given a crossover buy. If you're seeing how much is the contribution, I think it was lagging. It was lagging behind. We've seen some relative strength. Hopefully this picks up further. I believe that this 5-week decline has given a time and price retracement of the move from 50,000 to 57,500. The way I see it, ICICI Bank, Axis Bank, HDFC Bank, deeply oversold, downside limit. Even if you say there's a corrective bounce, but a very strong corrective bounce, I won't say strong, but solid corrective bounce is around the corner. So I believe the Bank Nifty contribution to the Nifty is going to increase rather than decrease.
What are the short-term levels, Hemen, for the Nifty Bank that you're seeing?
Okay, if I were to look at short-term levels, spot for the Bank Nifty. Okay, firstly, the resistance, support comes in at 54,467. Resistance comes in at 55,264, 56,161. Resistance levels on the upside, and yeah, there's also the 55-day exponential moving average, Alex, coming in at 55,395. So few resistance levels on the upside and support on the downside.
All right, let's get back into the stocks that we're watching today. And Park Medi World is up and about. Pull up that chart. It's up as much as 7%, one of many actually today, and we'll bring you those as well. But Park Medi is surging on account of an announcement of an acquisition of Medicity Hospital in Uttarakhand in a 177 crore all-cash deal. Varsha joining in to tell you about why the street is bullish on this. Varsha.
Well, this will mark entry into Uttarakhand, which is the 6th state for company, and of course the deal is valued at 177 crore in all cash transaction. And if I were to talk about the target company's financials, well, the financials have grown, revenue have grown at around 14 to 15% of CAGR in the last 2 years. And Medicity has 330-bed multi-speciality hospital. It's the largest hospital in that Kumaon region, and the facility spans around 1.64 lakh square feet. Now, also offers 20 specialities across key medical segments, which includes, cardiac, oncology, IVF, and pediatric, and more. But the strategic rationale for a company entering into this is, of course, this will mark entry into Uttarakhand, its 6th state, and the focus is on expanding into underserved healthcare market, and which is a part of inorganic expansion strategy focused on acquiring established hospitals, and the acquisition will be earning accretive over the medium term, and the growth will come from better utilization and service expansion. So just, and this will mark companies' entries into Uttarakhand, its 6th state, and hence you're seeing a stock going buzz in trade today.
Okay, 7% up on Park Medi World, but buzzing are more than enough stocks to pick up the breadth, the market breadth right now. Something very interesting is happening in the markets right now. Pull up the Nifty intraday, pull up the Brent for us, pull up the Bank Nifty for us. We need to look at some of these indicators and just take a look at what's happening. 24,027. Managing to stay and sustain. I think, Hemen, in a second I'm going to come and ask you whether you'd buy the Nifty right now, because it's a question which needs to be answered. The Brent July futures at 98.76. WTI June futures have dropped even further. All of these days we've seen enough false starts of a hope of the completion of this war, but the key indicators have never seen as strong a move as before. Bank Nifty about 2.5% up. Bank Nifty or Nifty, where is the index called right now, Hemen, if at all?
I'd say buy both with keeping today's low as a stop loss summon now, because both are bullish gaps, both look good. I mean, it's I'd say buy both, split your risk, but they're looking nice.
Buy both. I'm assuming someone has been sitting on cash and has the cash to buy both, but you're saying split the risk, whatever it is, and keep the days low as a stop loss. Okay, time for that moment in the show where we talk about all the chatter from D Street. Soumit Sarkar joining in. Soumit, apart from the specific companies that you're going to talk about and what's buzzing and what's not, what is the chatter on why such a positive mood in the markets? Because the momentum has just increased in the last 20 minutes.
See, if you look at the market, it was consolidating for a very long time, and some of the moves are also technical. It has been sustaining about the 23,900 level throughout the day, so some technical buying must have also triggered this move that we are seeing currently. Also, specifically for Nifty Bank Index, there was some basket buying that was expected. That did happen, some part of it on Friday. Some of it was supposed to happen today, so that could have also led the Nifty Bank Index and the Nifty Index on the higher side. So that basket buying coming in might have aided further up move in the markets. And overall, the sentiments are positive given the fact that crude has slipped, crude has fallen down, rupee has strengthened, and also there is increased optimism over the settlement between Iran and US war. So all these factors might have led to this up move in the market. But few stocks that dealers have highlighted. Firstly, it's Premier Energies. Now, a big block deal that happened in trade today. We did indicate about that on Friday. So that was a khabar confirmed. Plus, what we are understanding from dealers is that Capital Group was one of the large buyers in this block deal that happened in trade today. So keep an eye out for Premier Energies. For Adani Energy Solution, multiple dealing rooms are recommending their clients to buy this counter for June series. And the stock is up nearly 3% currently. For IOCL, dealers indicate that among oil marketing companies, IOCL will be the biggest beneficiary if crude prices continue to slide further down. And this is obviously assuming that things improve from here on. When it comes to True Alt Bioenergy, there are buy flows on the HNI desk. Dealers expect some positive tie-up with the Japanese firm very soon. That could be announced here. So keep an eye out for True Alt Bioenergy as well. And lastly, when it comes to Premier Explosive, the stock has locked in an upper circuit of 20%. Now, there are media reports which indicate that there could be a potential acquisition by another listed company. But what I'm picking up from the street is that there's a buzz of a big order win that could come in that the company might announce from DRDO. So that could also be one of the reasons why the stock has locked in an upper circuit in trade.
Okay. So much to unpack, and I would say the buzz is back. Avinash Gorakshakar, if there is someone who's been sitting on the sidelines, where should they jump in?
No, I think, Tamanna, my guess is that, look at sectors like hospitals and hotels. I think hospitals, you mentioned about Park Medi recently. This is one company which has got a 3,800 bed capacity, and, it did very well in FY26. I think the next year is going to be even much better because more than 1,000 beds are going to be added. This recent acquisition will further augment their bed capacity. I think they are prevalent in most of the large growing markets in northern India like Haryana, Punjab, Rajasthan. And I think clearly, the average realization per bed plus the average, the capital cost per bed is one of the lowest if you compare it with the other new listed players. So my sense is that, despite the stock moving up from around 245, 250 to 277 now, it still presents a good opportunity. And of course, our favorites would be, look at large companies like Mahindra and Mahindra, Tata Motors, CV. I think these are the companies which would move definitely significantly once, we finally get a signal that the war is ended and the ceasefire is announced. Because market sentiment would obviously take the index higher, and these index heavyweights would obviously, get definitely be picked up in the momentum. So we continue to be positive on commercial vehicles, on hospital stocks, and even hotel stocks. Hotel stocks also, I think something like a Chalet Hotel or maybe a Lemon Tree would definitely be looked at.
Okay, so Chalet and Lemon Tree, what about in commercial vehicles and in hospital? Your top picks there?
Within commercial vehicles, Tata Motors CV is a good bet. I think even at these levels.
Okay, and hospitals?
Hospitals, we like Apollo Hospitals and we like Park Medi.
Okay, Apollo and Park Medi. All right, let's just look at what's happening with Hindalco. Hindalco Industries reported record consolidated revenue and EBITDA in both Q4 and FY26, driven by strong performance in its India aluminum and copper business. But the street seems unimpressed. Parth is joining in to tell us why. Parth, what's going on with Hindalco?
Yeah, it's really interesting that even after posting record numbers, the stock is currently in pressure. So this has a variety of reasons. Starting with the first one, the Novelis adjusted EBITDA has declined despite higher shipments and revenue growth. Now, this was mainly because of the Oswego fire disruptions that we saw happening in the last quarter. This has continued impacting the shipments, utilization levels, and profitability of Novelis. This has led to a decline in the consolidated EBITDA margins for Hindalco by 60 basis points year on year to reach 12.7%. The second reason is the heavy ongoing capex cycle which is going on for Hindalco, and the biggest trigger for that is their Bay Minette expansion project. This was their $5 billion worth of expansion, and the delayed ramp up of this project has not given meaningful earnings contribution to Hindalco. So this is the second thing which is going wrong for Hindalco. The third one is the revenue growth. The revenue growth which happened in Novelis has failed to translate into a proportionate EBITDA increase. Now this is because there is a weakness in the European market in their automotive sector. This has impacted the product mix and realizations for Novelis and henceforth for Hindalco as well. So these are the three main reasons why Hindalco is in pressure despite posting record numbers.
All right. Thanks so much for that part. In fact, earlier today we spoke to Satish Pai, who's the managing director at Hindalco Industries, and here's what he said about the outlook going forward.
No, I think that, look, the consolidated entity FY27, we should be having a good year because I think the India business will do well. LME prices are high. And the most positive for us will be Novelis will be coming back. So they started that comeback in Q4, but once Oswego is back up by June and Bay Minette gets commissioned. So the most positive thing for the consolidated Hindalco business will be the comeback of Novelis.
Okay, I'm going to talk about some broader market plays that are buzzing on the back of numbers. Pull up Shriram Properties, please. And it's interesting because right now this is a overall market play. Shriram Properties is what I'm talking about. That spike you're seeing coming off now, but 9.5% up. So a couple of things. Net profit up 64%. Revenues up 57.1%. We can pull those numbers up. They were on our flashes. EBITDA up 80%. Margins also looking good from 11.9 to 13.7%. So Shriram Properties is one that's doing well. Earlier you had Ajmera also that has come in, and that also had a good set of numbers. We'll pull up Ajmera. Pull up Campus Activewear. Campus Activewear, also a good set of numbers. Broadly, you know, the whole trend that you're seeing, okay, there you have Ajmera Realty. We'll like to see the stock as well. For Ajmera Realty, we'll finish that and then we'll go to Campus Active. So a lot of mid-cap companies that are showing a good set of numbers. On Campus, net profit up 26%, revenue up 12.3%, EBITDA has gone up about 14.5%, margins have also improved. You know, so just
for Ajmera, just on that point, it's very interesting because a few real estate companies, it's chalk and cheese.
Yeah.
I'm stealing Neeraj's favorite term, but Kolte Patil, you had horrible execution in the quarter gone by. Ajmera seems to have had a very good execution quarter. 431 crore rupees of revenue versus 151 crore rupees. And so despite a contraction in the margin, you've had a significant improvement, more than doubling of the EBITDA and the PAT number growing quite considerably as well.
Yep. So you have, you know, the reason I bring this up and some of these companies is because of the kind of reaction coming in from the markets. Avinash, once we have this whole West Asia crisis behind us, and it's sooner or later, that's when we have to start looking at what Q4 and this last financial year really brought up. And would you say on balance, you've had quite a few mid-cap companies and small-cap companies with solid performance?
Yeah, exactly. I think, numbers definitely have been much better than what the street expected. And I think if this momentum is maintained, this kind of growth momentum continues even in the coming 1 or 2 quarters, then I think the valuations definitely look attractive. I think the reason why mid-caps were battered down was largely because this was considered to be a more volatile space, inconsistent performances. But I think there have been some few companies where the numbers have been pretty good. Apart from Ajmera, you mentioned Campus. Campus has also done very well in the non-leather category, and I think these are commendable performances. So I think the only thing which markets would like to know is what kind of growth momentum is this going to be sustained? Because Q1, everyone is expecting that some margin pressure could come in, but overall, I think if the volume growth is solid, then I think these margin pressures could be taken care. So definitely a place where some amount of money can be parked. I think hopefully once the sentiment improves, you're going to see a lot of buying coming in these mid-cap category kind of stocks.
Speaking of money being parked and where to deploy funds, we had Vijay Kedia in the studios earlier today for NDTV Profit's town hall. And there were several points that he made. Some of them, of course, with that inimical wit. He was talking about why should you buy a quick commerce company, and he compared it with buying a cutting chai, which is available for 20 rupees, and something that you would have to pay 400 rupees for at a 5-star hotel. But here's where he's talking about his view on the energy sector, a space that he continues to remain positive on.
अभी फिलहाल मेरे को ऐसे लगता है कि जैसे मेरे दिमाग में ऐसे आता है, जैसे बॉडी के लिए ऑक्सीजन जरूरी है, वैसे किसी भी कंट्री के लिए एनर्जी जरूरी है. तो मेरे को लगता है कि एनर्जी सेक्टर ऐसा है जो ऑक्सीजन है कंट्री के लिए, तो उसके बिना अपना गुजारा नहीं है, और हम उसमें ज़्यादातर हम इंपोर्ट पे डिपेंडेंट हैं हम उसमें. तो मैंने एक बार ट्वीट भी किया था कि जैसे प्रकृति ने सनलाइट दिया इंडिया को, ठीक है, गल्फ को उन्होंने क्रूड दिया, उन्होंने तेल दिया, उन्होंने उसका प्रॉस्पेरिटी कितना बड़ा उसका उन्होंने फ़ायदा उठाया. हम सनलाइट का फ़ायदा उठा नहीं पाए, हम उस तरीके से सोलर के अंदर में इस तरीके से हम वो नहीं कर पाए जो अभी हो रहा है, जो पिछले 2-3 सालों में हो रहा है. ये हम 20-30 साल पहले भी कर सकते थे. या रिन्यूएबल में कोई भी रिन्यूएबल, चाहे आप विंड एनर्जी लीजिए या कुछ भी लीजिए, वो हम कर नहीं पाए. चलिए ठीक है, जब आँख खुलती है तभी सवेरा होता है, ऐसा समझना चाहिए.
Okay, you can watch that entire town hall at 8 p.m. this evening, but let's talk about what else is happening. Government is readying for a strong CPSE, that's public sector enterprise offer for sale pipeline. The government may dilute stake in 3 to 4 of these public sector enterprises through an offer for sale in the first 2 quarters of the current financial year. Earlier today, our colleague Danish caught up with the IRFC CMD Manoj Kumar Dubey and spoke to him about it as well. Listen in.
If we talk about the government's plan to come out with another OFS for IRFC in February, so we saw that there was very diluted response from the investors. What sort of appetite are you expecting this time?
So this is not a question for me, this is for Government of India. But to put facts on record, we sold around 1.77% of share at 104 price of the share, and it was very good response from the institutional side. Going forward, you see, I can assure about the good numbers from the company. As you saw the results of annual year FY26 that we published, my PAT grew by 8%. It crossed the 7,000 crore magical mark. We are doing well in all the aspects, and without any pipeline which was there for the last 2 years, we could sanction more than 75,000 crore asset in last year, and we could disperse more than 35,000 crore. So that momentum that we set in last FY in going forward, you see in the first quarter itself, we have signed an agreement of 13,500 crore, which all will be dispersed in Q1. So this kind of deals which we were really working very hard from the last year are showing the fruits. And going forward, rest be assured, if company is doing well, if its order book is very strong, if its parameters like net interest margin, everything growing fast, so government will have a good time to see if they really want to sell the shares, and the OFS should have good attractive participation also.
Earnings coming through thick and fast. The bottom is where you should keep an eye, and that's where the news breaks first. And we've got Nifty 50 and Nifty Bank at all-time highs heading into the last half hour of trade. We'll get you the top buy today, sell tomorrow calls and everything that you should watch out for as we're closing today's session. Stay tuned.
Investments in specialized investment fund involves relatively higher risk, including potential loss of capital, liquidity risk, and market volatility. Please read all investment strategy related documents carefully before making the investment decision.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
When the headlines move fast, perspective matters. On Editor's Cut, our editors come together with experts to distill the week's information blitz into clear perspective. Down the stories shaping the world, from markets and the economy to global conflicts and what lies ahead. This is where experience meets insight. No noise, no hype, just sharp takes on what to watch next. Editor's Cut, every Friday, 3:30 p.m. only on NDTV Profit.
Economy, business, world, technology. Noise filtered, numbers decoded. Insights that rewire your worldview. From governance to growth, we connect the dots. Your daily edge, your global advantage. India Business Report with me, Gauri Dwivedi, weeknights on NDTV Profit.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen.
All right, welcome back. Let's pull up the Nifty before we move ahead. 24,000 has been conquered and we are managing to stay above. That's the important bit, right? Because a couple of attempts were made in the afternoon session of trade and now we're managing to stay up above the 300 mark. In this leg of India Market Close, we're speaking with Ajit Mishra. He's SVP Research, Religare Broking, and Sudeep Bandyopadhyay, Group Chairman at IndiTrade Capital. Welcome to both of you. Ajit, what's the next stop after 24,000 and would you wait and see if we sustain? Because remember, we also have monthly expiry this week. We also have a truncated market week because you have a market holiday on Thursday.
Yeah, good afternoon, Tamanna. So yes, Tamanna, we have like back-to-back expiries and finally, like we are seeing after this immense struggle that Nifty is crossing 24,000 mark barrier. It's the last hour of the trade and as of now, it seems like that we are going to sustain these levels thanks to banking index, which is showing noticeable resilience. And overall also, we are seeing that participation is broad-based. It's not that only the banking, but in fact, the other sectors are also participating on the rotational basis. So this gives us comfort that probably, yes, we are inching towards the next area of hurdle, which is close to around 24,400 mark, which is the 100 EMA, and then probably around the long-term averages around 24,600. So 23,800 now is the support zone, which was earlier acting as a resistance. So with that as a stop loss, one can continue to look for continuing with their long position. But instead of carrying the naked longs, the ideal approach is to go through spreads, options spreads instead of carrying the naked long position in the index.
Holding at the high point of the day, but specifically on the Nifty Bank, where well above the 55,200 mark, at 2.2% higher, specific levels that you would watch out for on closing basis?
In fact, Alex, banking looks comparatively better. The private banking wages, in fact, the PSUs are also witnessing a bit of attraction now. We feel that the averages where both medium to long-term moving average converge close to around 56,000, 56,200. So which is roughly around 1,000 points away from the current area is what banking can test in this recovery. Downside, the 20 EMA mark close to around 54,400 is the new base for us. So it's basically banking looks comparatively better with the decent upside potential from the current levels.
Sudeep Bandyopadhyay is joining us as well. Sudeep, good afternoon to you. And if you were sitting on a little bit of cash, which some people had suggested would be an appropriate strategy, should you deploy that with markets seeming to look at the start of the week positively, everything that came over the weekend positively?
Well, Alex, my strategy had been to slowly deploy cash, and I've been recommending people for the last few weeks, and I think we should stick to that strategy. It doesn't mean that the deal is done. It doesn't mean that we are out of the woods, but it definitely means that you should start slowly picking up fundamentally good quality stocks, because there is definitely traction and momentum in Indian capital market and Indian economy. We have our own set of challenges, which is beyond the West Asia crisis. Even after the dust has settled on the West Asia crisis, oil prices have come down. We have to live with a little bit of inflation. We have to think of the El Nino impact on monsoon and corporate performances, which we'll have to kind of navigate for the next couple of quarters, is what I believe. But I think it's a good time to start accumulating good quality stocks, because you can never predict the bottom or the peak.
Okay. Sudeep, we'll come back to you in a second. I just want to pull up the Suzlon numbers that you're seeing on your screen. Net profit down 6% at 1,114 crores. Revenues, though, are up 45% at 5,494 crores for the quarter. This is Q4 consolidated numbers coming in for Suzlon. Stock about 2% up right now. Let's pull up the intraday chart as well if we can. We have those two figures right now. We'll pull up the EBITDA figure also, because that's looking robust for Suzlon. So you're seeing that spike there. Sudeep, I wonder if this is something that you're tracking closely. Are you looking at Suzlon? It's a 39% uptick on EBITDA.
We have been looking at the entire wind and solar space. Obviously, alternate energy, green energy is getting a lot of boost all over the world, and particularly the West Asia crisis has opened new avenues. Suzlon, of course, is a turnaround story. There are challenges which are inherent to wind energy projects and wind energy assets, but I think Suzlon has performed exceedingly well. One can look at Suzlon, but right now may not be the time, because the price has really shot up post the numbers came up. But keep it in the radar and pick up at an appropriate time.
You know, one of the buzzers today has been HFCL. And it's not just today, it's been a stock that has gained quite considerably. So pull up the, of course, it's at upper circuit even as we speak, but pull up the 3-month or the year-to-date chart for HFCL, you'll see what I'm talking about. It's up as much as 132% in 3 months. But why is it buzzing in trade today? Let's go across to Somit to find out and put a spotlight on the stock. Somit?
Well, yes, the stock has hit an all-time high. In fact, since the start of April till now, the stock is up nearly 140% in trade. So there are multiple factors what has led to this kind of a move in the share prices of HFCL. Firstly, the strong fourth quarter numbers, the revenue, EBITDA, net profit on a sequential basis were up anywhere between 37 to 81 odd %. Order book stood at close to 21,200 crore rupees, which is nearly 4 times its FY26 revenue, which gives a good revenue visibility for the company. And the growth was supported purely on the back of volume and increase in prices of optical fiber cable. Moreover, the management has also given a strong guidance. They are looking at 20 to 25% revenue growth, and they have also given a long-term revenue guidance of 10,000 crore rupees over the next 4 to 5 years, as against 4,950 crore revenue that they generated in FY26. Now, for margin expansion, they are looking at 3 to 4 percentage points of margin expansion in FY27 alone, and they're also targeting more revenue coming in from the export market going forward. Apart from that, what are the other factors that have aided the share price move for HFCL? Firstly, the company has clearly shifted towards more private orders from government orders earlier, which has also led to a positive sentiment in the market. Also, the company is diversifying towards defense orders now, which also increases the total addressable market for the company. And apart from that, when it comes to the telecom business or the fiber business of the company, data center, 5G, last mile fiber connectivity, all of these factors have led to higher demand coming in for the company for the optical fiber business. And recently the company had also won an order of around 10,000 crore rupees for optical fiber cable. And the company has done fund infusion, not once but twice in the last 6 months, and this will support the future capital expenditure requirement and also the debt concerns that are there for HFCL. So these are broadly the factors what have led to this move in the share prices of HFCL. But there are some concerns as well. Now OFC prices, now they are on an uptrend and hence the company has been benefiting. But if there is a decline that comes in, then that could be the biggest risk for HFCL. Also, the global competition for fiber is too intense. So if there is some changes or more capacity addition coming in from a global player, that could also be negative for the counter, and any delay in defense related approvals could also be negative. Now if you look at the analyst view, Arihant has a target price of 227, which suggests an upside of 39% from the current market price, while Sunidhi Securities on the other hand has a target price of 155, which suggests a downside of around 5%. Valuations are also now on the expensive side post the up move that we have seen in the last couple of months. The 12-month forward valuation stands at close to 21.6 times. That is the EV to EBITDA valuation I'm talking about, while the 5-year average was close to 15 times. So expensive valuation is something that we should keep an eye out for when it comes to HFCL.
Got it. All right. Thanks so much, Somit, for that. The stock is up at about as much as 10%. By the way, Suzlon doing okay. It's up over 1% and seemingly on the back of not just revenues, but also it's on the back of net volumes, which has seen a pretty substantial jump. 830 megawatts is what they managed in the quarter gone by, compared with 617 in the sequential quarter, that is Q3, and 573 megawatts in the year-ago quarter. But let's go to the stock of the day, and this is the top performer on the Nifty 50, and quite a few buzzing, but Eicher Motors stands out for good reason, because it had good volumes, the revenue uptick was substantial, there was a margin improvement as well. Let's go across to Puneet to tell you why this is the stock of the day. Puneet?
Well, thank you for that. It's not just good results, it's also what's expected in FY27. They have all the right triggers for now. And when you look at the key takeaways from the results, ones, of course, that the numbers have beaten Q4 estimates. There was a good growth of 12% in terms of revenues, but the overall revenue growth has come in at 16%. So other key factors also contributed well or revenue growth. When you look at the VECV, that as well as Royal Enfield has seen capex announcements over the last 2 quarters, which have been substantial. So you're seeing that impact for the forward momentum to continue. And the fourth key one of demand momentum expected to be good in FY27 as well. But when you look at the last 2 quarters, for a size of Eicher Motors, they've announced a 4,000 crore capex between Q3 and Q4. The first key one being 953 crores to increase capex in the existing Chennai plant for Royal Enfield. They've also announced land parcels in Andhra Pradesh, 2,500 crores that will be over and above the 20 lakh volume capacity that will be done in Chennai, and hence a very important announcement by the company, the first plant outside Chennai. The third one will be their new joint venture announced in this quarter of 750 crore capex, which will be invested in the joint venture with Volvo on the financial arm side as well. And finally, what you see as the capacity going from 1.4 to 1.6 million just in the next 1 month, and then incrementally to 2 million by Q2 of FY28. I also want to highlight 3 key very important things that the management has said. First will be that the replacement cycle is yet to kick in. What this means is someone who bought Royal Enfield 5 to 6 years ago has still not replaced it. So that demand is yet to come in FY27. Very importantly, on inventory days, just 1 week of inventory that they have, both for what they've produced as well as for the dealers. So capacity is a real constraint, and hence the huge capex announced by the company. And the third important one on new launches, they already have the C6 Flying Flea on the roads. S6 expected to come in this year. Bullet 650 will be a major name, as well as more announcements expected in FY27. And finally, we've picked 3 brokerages that have either raised prices or upgraded the stock today as well. First one is HSBC 8,200, where they mentioned that they believe that the strong Q4 was led by better average selling prices, but they are confident, and so is the management, on demand outlook. UBS has actually upgraded the stock to a buy today, and with a target price of 8,550. They believe that the current street consensus estimates underappreciates the inventory filling model, which will be a big demand booster for the company. And finally, CLSA with an outperform rating, of course, with 7651. Target price has been raised as well, and they feel Q4 beat expectations largely on estimates as well. Finally, in terms of valuation, if we can pull that chart up versus peers as well as we highlight, stocks at 28 times. There's been correction on TVS, hence now slipped below 30. But despite the momentum, there's a lot to watch out for the company in the next year itself.
Got it.
Okay, Aisha, definitely exciting. Sudeep, you like this company and on terms of valuations as well, going strong.
Oh, absolutely, Tamanna. I've been liking this company for a very long time. Apart from whatever reasons were cited, I will add a couple of more. One is the currency depreciation definitely helps the company because they have a significant export business, and every bit of depreciation straight away helps the bottom line. The raw material costs haven't gone up that much, so I think the margin. That's why we did see the margin improvement. Also, I think the new model launches will help the company take the business forward in a meaningful way, and volumes will keep moving up. Overall, the capacity expansion indicates towards the demand expectation. So again, that's good from an investor's point of view. Valuation, yes, it was never cheap. It will not be cheap, but it's not over expensive as well. So from a long-term point of view, I think it's a great investment.
Okay, all right. Eicher Motors on the charts, Ajit, while we're at it, 7,414 and 6% higher, would you venture out right now and buy?
So Alex, after this sharp move today, I would rather wait and let the stock stabilize, because last, in two occasions, around 7,500 mark, the stock witnessed a bit of a consolidation in profit taking also and retraced towards its long-term averages. So once, let's say, we surpass this hurdle of 7,500, then, or maybe a dip or consolidation within this 7,300 to 7,500 zone, it's a good area to look to accumulate. Once we surpass this level, then we are set for the new record highs before, we take a breather around 7,800 mark or 7,900 mark. So overall, the texture looks good, but for fresh buying, one should wait.
On the technicals, I just want to pull up a few stocks from the broader markets that are doing incredibly well. We've already spoken about HFCL, but there's Titagarh that is buzzing and has been buzzing since morning. This is on account of the higher spend that is anticipated to come through. Quite a large amount of money. Amara Raja Batteries is up as much as 7.3%. Jupiter Wagons moving for the same reason that Titagarh is moving. And you have a few of these stocks in the railway wagon space that are up and about on account of the expectation of a higher spend. Maharashtra Scooters is up and about 7.2%. Adani Power is up and about, so is Adani Enterprises. You saw that for the benchmark Nifty 50. Engineers India is up as much as 6%. And the entire PSU banking pack, led forward by Union Bank of India, is doing particularly well. So from the list of stocks that I have just spoken about, Ajit, which of them would you venture out and buy?
So Alex, the Adani group of stocks still looks promising after this sharp up move also, because we were seeing a bit of a consolidation time-wise correction from last 4-5 trading session. And as a disclosure, we have recommended to our clients Adani Power in the morning, and I guess we are still holding that position. Adani Enterprise is another stock from that list wherein we see potential of further up move. Means after this 4-5 days of tight range consolidation around 2750 mark, the stock is set for the next leg of the up move. So we are eyeing close to around 3200 mark in the near future. With stop at 2700, one can accumulate Adani Enterprise stock. And then apart from that, yes, we are seeing recovery in the railway related counters, but the trend is still down. So I would rather suggest to utilize this recovery to reduce your position, especially if the view is short term and you are stuck at the higher levels.
Okay, Jupiter Wagons is exciting. So is Premier Explosives, another one which is buzzing right now. We also have the entire PSU bank, which is looking very, very exciting right now. What would be, Ajit, your top PSU bank pick?
Tamanna, based on the recent price action, Union Bank did comparatively well during the declining phase also, means it could manage to hold its long-term averages. And today also during the rebound, we are seeing that stock is up roughly around 5% and set to break the next hurdle at around 170 mark also. So expect this momentum to further carry once, let's say, we cross this 170 barrier, and close to around 180-85 is something that stock might test. So with stop at 160, one can definitely look to accumulate Union Bank at current levels.
Got it. All right, Gurmeet Chadda, Managing Partner and CIO Complete Circle, joins us on the phone line. Gurmeet, thanks so much for taking the time. Nifty 50 comfortably above 24,000. and holding at this point, 24,030. What's the view? Because the market seems to be sensing that the worst may just be over.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, both the rupee, and our markets have been slightly on the oversold zone for a while. I think today's move also probably would have seen some short covering. If you see the movement in select large caps which have been under pressure, I think technical guys would tell you better, but 24,000 call option sellers, would have to cover. Also, I think the broader market breadth has been one savior because of earnings being better, whether those are the energy space, defense also because of ordering activity picking up, guidance being good, first from Solar, then from BEL, and then we saw the host of other names. So I think the earning growth in mid and small cap is one part of the market has been a little heartening. But I sense if this deal really goes through, we should not really jump the gun. But if there is something really happens over this week, then I think probably you will see some more short coming.
Gurmeet, what do you think is the underlying excitement? I know it's on the face of it very simple to say that yes, Brent finally under 100. You are seeing maybe the signs of a US-Iran agreement come to fore. But we've seen this playbook before and it hasn't really lasted. What feels different this time to you?
No, I think one thing which is good for India is that A, the crude has cooled off, and second, we have done almost 4 price hikes now. So the one reason rupee was also falling other than foreign outflows was, the stress on the CAD. And OMC is losing, a few thousand crores every day. Now that gap is getting bridged, so I think fiscal health is getting a little better. Earnings have been a little good, and as I said, there's some bit of short covering, so you should not get, you should not celebrate till there is a deal. And I think India has very badly underperformed. Been in markets for so long, not seen India underperforming MSCI Emerging Market Index by more than 50%. So one thing which has always happens in market is the reversion to mean. And I think all this plays out. Oil cools off, deal happen, fiscal situation improves. I think some mean reversion will happen. And also if you see, just 15, 20 stocks in the world have $30, $40 trillion riding on them. I think some cool off in AI also eventually, if that happens, and provided the deal happens, I think would be some good news for India.
Okay, Gurmeet, specifically on beaten down sectors today, relatively speaking, the last couple of weeks have been not so good for the Nifty Bank and for the PSU banks. They're bouncing back today. Any reason that you would suggest that an investor should now venture out and pick selectively?
No, absolutely. And, valuations are very reasonable. The entire bank Nifty is, probably 12, 13 times earnings, less than 2 book. Some of the private banks are less than 2 book, including HDFC, Axis. ICICI has been pretty stagnant, and I think there's a lot of FDI coming in some of the tier 2 banks like Federal, RBL. There's a lot of interest. I've been speaking to a lot of PE funds. Housing finance is one space which I think there's a lot of catch-up due. Look at a Bajaj Housing Finance and some of the PSU names there. I think it has corrected significantly and valuations have become reasonable. And in this pocket, you will see the yields improving and credit costs also coming off. So operating metrics improving, flows getting hopefully better. I think this pocket looks good.
Gurmeet, what would be your war reversal plays? A lot of stocks beaten down. No, just broadly defining it. A lot of stocks beaten down because crude at 100 is a pain point. There's a hit on consumption. There's a hit for input costs. West Asia crisis means freight was not moving. And they were the big losers there. What are the prime candidates for a reversal?
I think auto is one pocket where earnings have been good and correction has been severe. Look at the movement today in Sandhar Technology. One good set of numbers. Stock is up some, like last 2 days, I think 20-25%. So there is earning momentum there, and a war reversal would mean softening of even commodity, logistics, better supply chains. I think then auto and auto ranks, I think, are the number one play. I think second could be fertilizers. And third could be, some of the packaging firms, because again, crude derivative has played a very big role in, the packaging costs going up. So these three, in my view, and of course, banking, because as I said, that's indirectly linked to it. So I think these would be my play in case, I hope that, things cool off.
Okay, Gurmeet, banking, auto in focus. Thank you so much for that. I just want to, as we're getting into the closing bell, I just want to pull up Polymedicure and its numbers, 5% down on that stock. This has become a market which punishes you for numbers which are below expectations and really, really rewards you if the numbers are good. As far as Polymedicure is concerned, net profit down 28%. Revenues have gone up 21.3% at 535 crores. But look at that intraday chart, about 5% down right now. EBITDA has also come down about 7.5%. So you've seen a bit of a dip there on a Polymedicure. And that's across the board, isn't it, Alex? Even as we get into the closing, that you've had. Gurmeet spoke about Sandhar Tech, but the way that you've had a response coming into some of the results that have been good has been phenomenal today.
Oh, absolutely. And it's across the board. It's not just the mid and small caps where we've seen very substantial moves, because obviously the market capitalization, the float will determine the kind of outsized move on either side. But an Eicher Motors moving up as much as 6% in trade on the back of a substantial or a very good performance, and also the outlook being positive is very significant. Pull up the heat map for the Nifty 50 as we draw to a close, and just about 10 seconds to go for the closing, and we are ending very close to the high point of the day. So this is heartening to see. In fact, if anything, we've climbed a little further in the last few minutes of trade, and we're ending at 24,050 or very close to that mark, 1.4% higher. For me, the Nifty Bank, the move there is something to keep a very close eye on, because here too we're ending very close to the high point of the day, 2.5% higher. The broader markets are looking good. The mid-cap index ending with gains of 0.9%. The small-cap index up about 1.2% or thereabouts. Pull up the heat map for the Nifty 50 and you have 40 stocks out of 50 that have gained ground. And the top gainers are Eicher Motors, Adani Enterprises, Bajaj Finance, Tata Motors, Larsen & Toubro. But the telling sign there, the big movers will be showcased on the contributors chart, because you will see an HDFC Bank rank very highly over there, ICICI Bank, Larsen & Toubro and State Bank of India. 3 out of the 4 top contributors are banks, State Bank of India and the PSU Banking Pack among them. Pull up the PSU Banking Pack constituents and you will see a Bank of India, Union Bank of India move up very substantially, Canara Bank up and about. In fact, Central Bank is the only one that ends more or less flat, but a State Bank of India gaining about 2.4% and Bank of Baroda as well moving higher, 3.7% higher for PNB as well.
Okay, just want to go to what has really worked today, and I want to pull up the sectoral heat map if we can before we move ahead. The Nifty PSU Bank Index about 3% up, and that really is the big winner of the day. You know what is marked about the markets today, Alex, is the fact that apart from Nifty FMCG, everything is in the green. This has been completely broad-based, and you have the financials which are ruling the roost. Also the fact that you've closed near the day's high. Of course, you've had some hits and some misses over there, and because we just spoke about Polymedicure before the markets close, I want to go to Varsha, who's joining us with the first cut of what's happened with Polymedicure. Varsha, go ahead.
Well, you know, overall, if you see, Tamanna, the revenue, we are seeing the growth in revenue, but it's EBITDA and net profit where the problem lies, and the EBITDA degrowth or the decrease in margin that you're seeing, that EBITDA margin is led by the higher other expenses, number one, and of course the operating deleverage that the company is seeing. Now, onto the net profit, if you see, net profit is also down, you know, 28% now because of the higher interest costs and higher other expenses, and hence we are seeing, and of course the lower other income has also impacted net profit. So all of this contribution, operating deleverage, other expenses, and you know, higher interest costs has led to pressure when it comes to bottom line. But altogether, revenue was good, but we also need to see how management is expanding when it comes to CDMO and when it comes to the dialyzer business as well. And the key commentary for all of these areas is which investors should monitor.
Okay, so that's why Polymedicure has not ended too well. I want to see where Polymedicure has ended, about 5% down. You've seen that sharp, dip there. But that's not been the case for companies that are in the business of building materials. Stocks like Green Lamb, Century Ply and Green panel are surging in Greenply are surging in trade today. Strong revenue and margin growth in Q4, among other factors, are some of the reasons. Puneet joining in with more details.
Well, thank you for that. It's definitely, across companies that we've seen in the laminates as well as in the plywood space as well. And as you rightly said, Greenlam, Green Panel, Century Ply, all have done well today in today's trading session. What's working is, the strong revenue growth that's been reported for the first time in essentially this year, as well as what we've seen a painful FY25 for these companies. So they're starting to see action just at the fag end of FY26. Century Plyboards reported 24% revenue growth, Greenlam at 25%, Green Panel at a 16% revenue growth, and we're still awaiting some more results in the sector. We've also seen commentary also being very strong. So I just want to pick out Greenlam because Green Panel specifically because the con call happened just a few days ago where they had said that they showed double-digit growth in volume, especially in the MDF segment, where in the same time last year you had new standards coming into the country under BIS, and hence local players getting a big boost. Expecting FY27 to also show double-digit growth rate as well, they had said. And Anand Rathi had a very strong view on the stock as well, where they mentioned that expecting the company's earning to show sharp growth over the next 3 years itself, and they had a target price of 320. Finally, what to watch out for, because you're awaiting con call for Century Ply as well as from what we are seeing in Greenlam as well, and you'll watch out for raw material prices as well as what's the key commentary there as well. You also have to see on guidance of volume versus value growth, but it's been a strong quarter for all these companies, and the next leg of growth could be very key in FY27 for the building material space.
Okay. Thanks so much, Puneet, for that. And those stocks buzzing in trade today. But Tamanna, one of the factors that has been playing, I think, as a tailwind, at least over the last couple of sessions, is the clawing back of a little bit of ground for the currency, right? We've plumbed those levels and we come back just a tad bit, even in trade today.
I think the reason is because you have now a very cogent or a very clear view of what could happen, and there's a bit of give and take. If you look at what news wires are putting out, and of course you don't actually see the agreement, you don't know what's happening between between Iran and the United States. But part of the draft agreement that is being reported, Alex, is that instead of a toll that Iran wants to levy on the Strait of Hormuz, they will levy a fee. So maybe they'll call it something else, and this could be for a variety of reasons. But a version which makes it palatable to the US and the rest of the world, which doesn't display that Iran got its way in any form or fashion. Iran will also have a bit of a give and take. But for the first time, it seems like there could be some kind of movement ahead. 95.23 for the rupee is one of the better levels that we have seen in days. Also, think about what's happening with the fourth time of a fuel hike since this started, and since the whole series
over
of fuel
7 rupees
hikes have started, about 7 rupees. The market is looking at it positively because it needs to come through, and this is something that the finance minister has also talked about. She said that she signaled a possible 1 lakh crore rupee hit in FY27 after excise cuts on petrol and diesel. Listen in.
To shield citizens, therefore, and businesses from the steep rise in global crude prices, central excise duty on petrol and diesel was reduced by 10 rupees per litre. The government is estimated to take a revenue impact of over 1 lakh crore on this one score in the year 26-27 because of this one decision. So the burden for a considerable period because of that reduction in excise duty had been taken away from the shoulders of the common people because government has foregone or taken the burden of 1 lakh crore rupees on its shoulders. To ensure domestic availability of fuel, export duty or cess was imposed on exports of petrol, diesel, and aviation turbine fuel. So we're not allowing export because it's earning foreign exchange without attending to the domestic market's needs. In order to ensure that, we have imposed a duty on exports. This was done so that domestic consumers transporters, airlines, and businesses get supply stability to protect manufacturing supply chains. Customs duty exemption was granted on specified critical petrochemical products till June 2026, 30th June 2026. This supports sector such as plastic.
Okay. As we wrap up the show today, the fact is that after that fourth fuel hike, OMCs, that's oil marketing companies, have ended well in trade. Just pull up before we wrap up what BPCL, HPCL and IOC have done, all between 3 and 4.5% up. But what was interesting, Alex, was Vijay Kedia's comments in the town hall today. And I think that question came from Somit to him on what he thinks about OMCs.
Yeah, because he mentioned that he's positive on energy, and Somit, I think, asked a pretty good question, which is that OMCs have been beaten down for obvious reasons. Are you looking at those as your energy play, or are you looking at your wind energy and solar? And here's what he had to say, isn't it?
वो मालूम नहीं, वो कभी पैसा कमा के देता नहीं है, कभी कभार आपको दे देता है। वो गवर्नमेंट का उसमें इतना कंट्रोल रहता है उनके अंदर में, तो वो तो मैं तो उसमें इन्वेस्ट नहीं करूंगा। वो एक बार पहले किया था टेम्परेरी थोड़े दिन के लिए। उसके अलावा मेरे को लगता हो सकता है कमोडिटीज़ का जो साइकिल जो है ना, वो जैसा हम सुनते हैं वो पूरा टर्न अराउंड हुआ है। जैसे चाहे वो एल्यूमिनियम हो, कॉपर हो, जिंक हो, स्टील हो, वॉट एवर इट इज़, ये कमोडिटी साइकिल जब चलता है तो 3, 4, 5 साल चलता है और कमोडिटी बहुत तेजी से आगे बढ़ती है। लेकिन उसके अंदर में निकलना भी पड़ता है उसके अंदर में। और इसके कमोडिटी में एक सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट बात होती है, ये जब लेना चाहिए जब हाईएस्ट पी पे मिलता हो, और जब बेचना चाहिए जब लोवेस्ट पी का भाव होता हो। इसमें उल्टा साइकिल चलता है।
Okay, watch that entire town hall at 8 p.m. this evening. That's all the time we have on India Market Close. From Alex, me and the team that put the show together, thank you so much for watching. Market Express up next.
Investments in specialized investment fund involves relatively higher risk, including potential loss of capital, liquidity risk, and market volatility. Please read all investment strategy related documents carefully before making the investment decision.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversation.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
When the headlines move fast, perspective matters. On Editor's Cut, our editors come together with experts to distill the week's information plates into clear perspective. Down the stories shaping the world, from markets and the economy to global conflicts and what lies ahead. This is where experience meets insight. No noise, no hype, just sharp
Hello, and you're watching Market Express, and I'm Himakshi Bhogna. Let's get straight into the show and see how the markets have really fared today. So, viewers, optimism is back on the Lal Street, and the bulls are charging hard. Nifty reclaims 24,000 levels, Sensex surges 1,000 points. Deal hopes are clearly back in the driver's seat. Broader markets have mirrored the benchmarks today. And talking about the sectors, so most of the sectors have ended the day in green, barring the FMCG. PSU banks, financial services and the auto have led the gains. And now let's look at rupee. So it is strengthening, hitting a 2-week high against the dollar. The move is driven by easing the global tensions and also a sharp drop in the crude prices, which is easing pressure on India's import bill. Support from the RBI and improved market sentiment are also helping the currency recover after the recent record lows. Here's fresh signals from Washington and Tehran have raised hopes of a possible breakthrough on the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, and this is triggering a sharp fall in the global crude prices. And while traders are unwinding part of the geopolitical risk premium built into oil markets, key disagreements over sanctions and also Iran's nuclear program continue to keep the markets on edge. India's state-run oil companies have raised petrol and diesel prices for the 4th time in just 11 days as surging crude costs and also the West Asia conflict continue to squeeze their margins. And after absorbing heavy losses for 4 days, OMCs are now passing part of that burden to the consumers through steady fuel price hikes and also in a clear sign that global energy volatility is beginning to hit the Indian households again. Now let's look at key stocks. First up, we have Hindalco. So it may have delivered, record revenues and also EBITDA for the year, but underneath the headline growth, several pressure points continue emerging. And profitability has remained, it has been impacted by the weakness at Novelis, where the Oswego disruption, softer European automotive demand, and also an ongoing heavy capex cycle weighed on the margins as well as the cash flow improvement. Investors are also closely watching when the Bay Minette project begins making, a meaningful earnings contribution to the company. Next, Counter End focuses Divi's Labs, which has reported an operationally stable quarter with growth driven largely by the custom synthesis business. However, rising input costs weighed on margins even as lower taxes and also higher other income has supported the profitability, and the company continues betting on peptides and even contrast media for future growth. Next counter to look at is Rainbow Children's, which has delivered a strong quarterly performance, and this has been helped by resilient occupancy trends, healthy realization growth, and also better than expected margins. While occupancy pressures, from new hospital additions persisted, mature hospitals continued improving steadily, also reinforcing confidence that the core healthcare business remains firmly on track. Next counter to look at is Colgate Developers, which has reported a weak quarter on the surface with revenue and profitability sharply impacted by one-time adjustments. But resilient collections and also improving realization suggest underlying demand in the housing market. It remains stable despite headline weakness. Next counter to look at is Texmaco Rail and Engineering, which has secured a fresh order from Vedanta Aluminium for the supply of alumina wagons and also brake vans. And the contract, valued at nearly 29 crores, is expected to be executed within 6 months and also further strengthens the company's railway equipment order pipeline at a time when the industrial freight and also logistic investments continue witnessing steady momentum. Via state-run construction major, NBCC has secured fresh work orders worth over 42 crores, including an Indian bank office project in Amravati and also infrastructure development work for Navodaya Vidyalaya Samiti. So the latest wins further strengthen NBCC's government-focused order pipeline and also reinforce its strong positioning in the public sector infrastructure execution, even as the centre continues accelerating spending across housing, urban development and also institutional projects. Sterlite Technologies has received a major boost to its global business ambitions after its subsidiary secured a multi-year product award with a potential contract value of nearly $1.1 billion. Now, the deal involves the supply of optical connectivity products and is also expected to significantly strengthen the long-term revenue visibility for the company. Now, the award also highlights rising global demand for high-speed digital infrastructure as telecom operators and data center players continue accelerating network expansion and also fiber connectivity investments worldwide.
Here's next counter to look at is HPL Engineering, which has said that quarterly profitability came under pressure due to the mix of Kavach railway contracts and also additional cost provisions taken during the period. Now, despite the near-term impact, management remains optimistic on the broader outlook and also expects FY27 sales and profitability to improve significantly as railway execution gathers pace and also order opportunities continue expanding. Next counter to look at is Park MediWorld, which is on the move and the stock is reacting. The company has announced the acquisition of Medicity Hospital in Uttarakhand in a 177 crores all-cash deal, marking a significant push into undeserved northern markets. This move strengthens its regional footprint even as the focus clearly shifts towards inorganic expansion. Medicity Hospital itself brings strong operating momentum with steady double-digit growth in recent years, adding to Park Medi's growth visibility. With this deal, the company is not just adding capacity, it's also sharpening its strategy of scaling through targeted acquisitions in high-potential geographies. Next counter to look at is Premier Explosive, which has surged 20% and has also hit a fresh 52-week high amid strong buying interest in the defense and explosive segment. The rally comes as investor sentiment remains positive around defense manufacturing and also ammunition-related companies. Market participants are tracking order inflows, execution visibility, and government focus on domestic defense production. The sharp move also reflects continued momentum in the defense-linked mid-cap stocks. Here's next counter is GAIL India. So the shares have surged after its fourth quarter numbers. The earnings are mixed, but the street is focusing on strong outlook and also improving margins. Brokerages remain positive and are seeing a meaningful upside from the current levels. And the stock responds sharply with investors betting on the growth momentum ahead. In fact, LTM is expanding its global footprint with the acquisition of Randstad's technology and also consulting businesses in a 160 million euro deal. The transaction is expected to strengthen LTM's capabilities in digital and consulting services while also widening its international presence. The move comes as companies continue to scale up their tech-focused offerings amid rising demand for transformation services. Next key counter is Sun Pharma. So the shares of the company have slipped after its fourth quarter numbers. Now the results show healthy growth, but margins remain under pressure and miss the street expectations. Now analysts are turning cautious in the near term, citing softer, US business and also rising cost. And even as long-term views stay positive, the immediate outlook looks measured, and the stock is reacting with mild weakness after the earnings print. And viewers, extreme heat is now hitting the India's factory floors very hard. So rising temperatures are pushing up power bills and even the cooling costs, even as worker productivity has taken a hit. Now small and medium businesses are feeling the strain the most with limited capacity to adapt. The result is a widening divide between large factories and also the MSMEs. Next stock to look at is Eicher Motors. The shares are rallying after the company posted strong fourth quarter results, boosting the investor confidence. The automaker has reported healthy earnings growth, and this has been supported by steady demand and also improved operating performance. The upbeat numbers are driving fresh buying interest, with the stock climbing sharply in trade. And here's a strong warning from the Vatican on artificial intelligence. In the first major document, Pope Leo has urged governments to really slow down the AI development, cautioning that the technology could really spread misinformation, fuel conflict, and even push the world towards a prolonged instability. Now, in the encyclical titled, Magnifica Humanitas, the first American Pope calls for stricter global oversight, including robust legal frameworks. Now, independent regulation and also greater political accountability is warned against leaving AI power concentrated in private hands, and also stressing the need to protect the workers, safeguard children, and also ensure technology, really serves to humanity and not the other way around. And as the global AI race accelerates, the Vatican is clearly stepping in with a call for caution and also control. Vias Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has struck a confident note on the economy amid global tensions. Speaking at SIDBI's 37th Foundation Day, she said that India remains positive and even resilient despite the ongoing West Asian conflict, also cautioning against any sort of pessimistic narrative that fuels fear-mongering. And she's emphasized that economic fundamentals remain pretty strong, with GST collections continuing to, really, reflecting robust activity even after rate rationalization. In fact, gross GST collections have crossed 22 lakh crores in FY26 with healthy annual growth. So this is signaling sustained demand momentum. The message from the finance minister is very clear that policy support and strong domestic trends are really helping India navigate the global uncertainty with confidence. And India's defense manufacturing push could see a major boost, with DRDO likely to bring private players into the production of the Astra air-to-air missile system. Now, the move is aimed at increasing manufacturing capacity and also speeding up deployment of the indigenous weapon platform. It also signals deeper private sector participation in India's defense ecosystem. Viewers, now let's look at some national news. The Supreme Court has stepped in on the Twisha Sharma death case, ordering a CBI probe amid growing concerns over the investigation. Hearing a suo motu matter, the top court has flagged alleged procedural lapses and also institutional bias and said that the probe must remain fair and impartial. The Solicitor General has informed the court that the CBI will take over the case immediately, with administrative steps expected to be completed today. Importantly, the court also urged the media to exercise restraint, warning against amplifying statements from either victims or the accused families during the ongoing investigation. And the case has drawn nationwide attention, with serious questions being raised over delays, forensic inconsistencies, and even the handling of the evidence in the initial probe. And a major security scare in Bengaluru has put VIP protection protocols in focus. 6 police personnel have been suspended after gelatin sticks were found near Prime Minister Modi's convoy route during his May 10 visit. Now, the explosive material was detected during routine security sanitization checks ahead of the Prime Minister's arrival. And officials are saying that 2 gelatin sticks were found on a footpath on the city's outskirts, roughly about 3 kilometers from the main venue. And this incident has triggered an inquiry into a possible security lapse, with agencies now probing how explosive material reached a high security zone in the very first place. And a major policy move in Assam is set to trigger a wider debate on personal laws. The state government has tabled the Uniform Civil Code Bill 2026 in the Assembly, proposing a ban on polygamy and also mandatory registration of live-in relationships. Now, the bill, introduced by Parliamentary Affairs Minister Atul Bora on behalf of Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma, aims to simplify and unify laws governing marriage, divorce, succession, and even live-in relationships. While the government pitches it as a reform towards legal clarity and protection, opposition parties have strongly objected, demanding wider consultation before any such legislation is taken forward. Now, the bill is expected to come up for discussion on May 27, setting the stage for a heated political showdown in the Assembly. And here's a high-stakes diplomatic visit already in motion. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is in India on his first official trip after wrapping up talks in Sweden. And also the visit is now shifting focus back to the New Delhi. And having already covered Delhi engagements and also cultural stops in Agra and Jaipur, Rubio is now headed into the final leg, where strategic conversations will take center stage. At the heart of the visit, energy, security, defense ties, and even trade, all against the backdrop of the ongoing tensions in West Asia impacting the global markets. With India-US ties deepening and even the Quad meeting ahead, this visit is not just symbolic, but it's about aligning strategies in an increasingly uncertain world. And the Quad foreign ministers are meeting in New Delhi today, just days after the Trump-Xi summit. And the timing is crucial as the US signals a softer approach to China. And India, the US, Japan, and Australia are now looking to keep the group, grouping relevant, with a focus on security, supply chains, and even stability in the Indo-Pacific. The meet also underlines India's growing role at the center of global diplomacy. And viewers, with that, it's a wrap on this edition of Market Express. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit for more news and updates.
I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
When the headlines move fast, perspective matters. On Editor's Cut, our editors come together with experts to distill the week's information blitz into clear perspective. Down the stories shaping the world, from markets and the economy to global conflicts and what lies ahead. This is where experience meets insight. No noise, no hype, just sharp takes on what to watch next. Editor's Cut, every Friday, 3:30 p.m. only on NDTV Profit.
Economy, business, world, technology. Noise filtered, numbers decoded. Insights that rewire your worldview. From governance to growth, we connect the dots. Your daily edge, your global advantage. India Business Reports with me, Gauri Dwivedi, weeknights on NDTV Profit.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to. Get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company.
Bulls lead the charge on the Wall Street today as Nifty ends above 24,000 after 11 trading sessions. While the benchmarks gain over 1%, volatility index slips 6% in the red. Banking cohort attracts most attention, with Bank Nifty outperforming the benchmark. The rupee extended gains and ends at two-week high of 95 rupees 24 paise against the dollar, amid rising equities and likely RBI intervention. The currency is now up for the third straight session. Oil prices fall over 5% as hopes of a US-Iran deal eased fears around Hormuz supply disruptions. Though nuclear remains the key sticking point, Brent crude hovering around $97 a barrel today. OMC's rally after fuel prices hiked for the fourth time within 12 days, with the latest hike of over 2 rupees. Petrol prices have crossed 100 rupees per litre in Delhi. Petroleum Minister officials say OMC under recovery is cooled from 1,000 crore rupees to less than 600 crores.
These times when there is need for support?
That's right. I mean, their calculation go by a very clear formulation, and a committee had looked into it, and based on that they do their annual calculation and give the dividend to the government. And it is on that basis it has come. And in fact, there are observers who would say, no, they probably could have given you a little more, but they've made additional provision. I fully trust RBI in having made their calculation and given the dividend that they have given. One minute. So I think it has come per their established protocols.
जो छोटे निवेशक है, रिटेल निवेशक है, वो काफी देश के अंदर चिंतित है क्योंकि पिछले एक साल के अंदर शेयर मार्केट ने नेगेटिव रिटर्न दिया है और ये वेस्ट एशिया क्राइसिस और टैरिफ से भी पहले देखा जा रहा था क्योंकि पिछले 2 साल के अंदर एफपीआईज के द्वारा रिकॉर्ड निकासी की गई है भारतीय बाजारों से। तो जो कई सारे दिग्गज लोग हैं उनका यह मानना है कि सरकार को टैक्स सिस्टम पे थोड़ा विचार करना चाहिए, जो एलटीसीजी है या और बाकी जो टैक्स लगाया जाता है उस पर एक बार सुनना चाहिए। तो क्या गवर्नमेंट तैयार है निवेशकों की बात को सुनने के लिए, बड़े निवेशकों की बात को सुनने, क्योंकि एफआईआई बड़ी संख्या में पैसा निकाल रहे हैं और जो मैडम हमने देखा था कि कोविड के बाद जो करीब 4 करोड़ निवेशक थे, डीमेट अकाउंट थे, वो 18 करोड़ हो गए, लेकिन अब उनका भी भरोसा कहीं ना कहीं थोड़ा बहुत हिल रहा है।
मैं किसी भी on this issue and on any other issue, we are always ready to hear, listen to people. We'll take their inputs.
Ma'am, just one thing. Dividend, how does it help the fifth position in terms of, does it, any sort of your expectation on how it will improve the fifth position? And second is on the rupee, ma'am. We have seen, because of extraneous situation, the currency and RBI has also been very actively trying to support the rupee. Any broader movement that the government, can do sovereign bond dollars or anything of that form is on the table right now?
As I said, a lot of inputs, a lot of suggestions on not just on rupee, on investment, and as you said earlier, on the gold bond. Lots of inputs are being gathered. People voluntarily send, some people are collecting from departments. We will look into every one of these suggestions.
Thank you. मैम ब्रेंट क्रूड का जो लेवल है वो 100 से नीचे आ चुका है, लेकिन पेट्रोल के प्राइसेस अभी भी बढ़ रहे हैं, तो इस पे आपका क्या कहना है? और 4 बार बढ़ चुका है।
हाँ जी, गवर्नमेंट के तरफ से शायद अबाउट 80 डेज 76 डेज तक लोगों के ऊपर वजन ना बढ़े, ये बोझ ना पड़े, उसके लिए बजट से आज सुबह भी मेरा भाषण में सिडबी के एड्रेस के समय मैंने उस विषय को जिक्र किया। More than 1 lakh crore annually this year we have given through the excise duty reduction. Had we not given that reduction at that time, even at that time 10 rupees would have been the increase at that time itself. So we have given, and that is almost 1 lakh crore on the budget. But the increases now are coming from the oil marketing companies because they are the ones who are procuring and selling. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, that was Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. That was really taking the questions from the reporters at the event in Mumbai, and some important aspects that she really answered. First, of course, is that she defended the RBI's dividend policy to the government. Remember that India's central bank will be transferring a record 2.87 trillion rupees to the federal government for the last fiscal year. So, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman really defending the RBI's record transfer of dividend to the government. On the other hand, when asked on various tax concessions and also reversing of long-term capital gains tax, for that Finance Minister has really stated and answered the reporters on this particular bit that all industry, suggestions are going to be welcome on any of the tax rationalization, and especially she mentioned that when asked the question of various tax reliefs in the capital market, including long-term capital gains tax. And another aspect was the fuel-led pressure on the economy, and she also mentioned the measures that have been taken by the government so that additional pressure is really not coming on the people of the country, and therefore she also mentioned that 1 lakh crore rupees hit on the budget. OMCs also really were taking the hit, and that's why another increase has really taken place. case when we talk about the fuel prices. But main aspect here, she did also answer the RBI's dividend policy, and that's what she has defended on behalf of the government. All right, let's take it straight to markets today, and optimism really pervaded in the capital markets today as benchmarks really locked the gains of over 1%, while Nifty crossed 24,000 level after, remember, 11 trading sessions. The broader market advanced too, as a matter of fact, barring the FMCG index. All other sectors really rose in trade today. The banking sector especially attracted a lot of buying interest, with the Bank Nifty outperforming the benchmarks. Let's take it across to my colleague Parth, who's joining in with all the market action of today. Parth, tell us.
It was a great day for Nifty after a long time. The index ended up almost 1.3% and finally managed to close above the 23,400 mark. Eicher Motors and Adani Enterprises were the top two gainers in Nifty today, with Eicher Motors gaining almost 6.5% while Adani Enterprises gaining 4.5% today. The broader market underperformed the benchmark today, with Nifty Midcap 150 gaining 0.9%, led by Union Bank and Apollo Tyres, both of which were up by almost 4.5%. Nifty Small Cap 250 also gained around 1%, which was led by Titagarh Rail Systems and Bluejet Healthcare, both of which managed to gain over 9.5% for the day. Now moving on to the sectoral performance, all sectors ended on a green note except Nifty FMCG. Nifty PSU Bank was the best performing sector, up by over 2%. This was led by Canara Bank and Union Bank, both of which gained over 4% today. Nifty FMCG was on the worst performing side, down almost 0.1% today due to Varun Beverages and Colgate losing over 1.5%. And lastly, if we have a look at the sectoral trends, then Nifty FMCG has fallen for the 6th day in a row, while Nifty IT snapped its 3-day losing streak. Also, Nifty Metal has gained for the 4th consecutive day, while Nifty Auto and Nifty PSU Bank have gained for the 5th consecutive day. Also, Nifty Financial Services and Nifty Bank has gained for the 2nd day in a row.
All right, Parth, thank you so much for getting us the full roundup of the market action today. And in fact, it was the lower crude prices which also added to the momentum of overall recovery in the markets. In fact, ace investor Vijay Kedia says that this is not the time to really get overconfident in the market. Speaking as part of NDTV Profit special town hall interview, Kedia warned that it's still very difficult to confidently say whether the market has already hit the bottom. In fact, according to him, several global headwinds continue to keep the investors on the edge, from geopolitical tensions to volatility in the global markets and also concerns around crude oil prices. The risks are far from over. Listen in.
बोलना मुश्किल है कि वर्स्ट इज़ ओवर, क्योंकि वर्स्ट इज़ ओवर मतलब अभी खाली इंडिया को हम आइसोलेशन में नहीं देख सकते हैं, पूरी दुनिया को देखना पड़ेगा कि वर्स्ट इज़ ओवर। और यहाँ पर इंडिविजुअल स्टॉक का अपना सबका अलग अलग अपना चाल रहती है अपनी, तो हम 6,500 शेयरों की बात कर रहे हैं, तो ये बोलना मुश्किल है कि वर्स्ट इज़ ओवर। और जहाँ तक इंडेक्स का सवाल है, ये भी बड़ा डिसेप्टिव है, ये भी कोई आपको सही आंकड़े नहीं देता है मार्केट के, क्योंकि अभी इंडेक्स में समझिए 30 शेयर्स हैं।
निफ्टी की सेंसेक्स की बात करें,
हाँ, सेंसेक्स में 30 है, निफ्टी में 50 है समझिए। हाँ। अब 30 में से अगर आप 10% शेयर्स तो ऐसे हैं जिनका सबसे ज़्यादा वेटेज है। फॉर एग्जांपल समझिए बैंकिंग का, NBFC का, रिलायंस का 5, 7, 10 शेयर निकाल लेंगे तो मालूम पड़ा कि 1/3 तो इंडेक्स ऐसे ही उन्हीं से ज़्यादा इफेक्टेड है, तो वो एक सही पिक्चर देता नहीं है इंडेक्स जो है।
All right, so that was the viewpoint on the market and the volatility as well as uncertainty from Vijay Kedia. Let's also take a look at the money market. Well, rupee today strengthened by 40 paise to 95 rupees 20 paise against the dollar, and also ended at 2-week highs of 95.24. Now, remember that the domestic unit has been appreciating against the greenback for the last 3 trading sessions, and this comes in the backdrop of an active peace talk between US and Iran. Also, take a look at crude oil prices. They fell by around 5% as hopes of easing tensions around the Strait of Hormuz really poses as a big relief for the oil market. Both international benchmark indices, the US WTI and the Brent, have both fallen, and reports do suggest a possible deal could reopen the Strait of Hormuz and also reduce the fears of supply shortages. But analysts are still cautious because several of the issues remain unresolved, including the sanctions, security concerns, and also the future of Iran's nuclear program. All right, let's take it straight across to another important view coming in on the economy. And Professor of Economics at Columbia University, Arvind Panagaria, believes that the Indian rupee could really recover once the global uncertainty eases. But he has also warned the RBI against aggressively defending the currency by burning through the forex reserve. Speaking to NDTV Profit, Panagaria also said that the exchange rate should be allowed to do the job during the periods of global stress. According to him, a weaker rupee can actually help absorb the external shocks more efficiently instead of draining the reserves to defend a psychological level like 100 rupees per dollar level. Listen.
If you let the rupee depreciate today, tomorrow it will recover. Once the problem with the war in West Asia is resolved, then the import bill will come down. Also, if the rupee has gone, depreciated further, it will become cheaper for the dollars to buy rupee, and therefore dollars will come back, meaning the capital flows will come back in large volumes to take advantage of the cheaper rupee. And so therefore, in a way, the appropriate thing is to let the rest of the adjustment take place.
All right, taking it to fuel price hike, which is the big story of the day. Well, petrol and diesel prices have been increased again today by around 2 rupees 71 paise per litre, marking the fourth hike in fuel prices across the country since the last 11 days. Now, the fuel prices have been increased by 7 rupees 50 paise per litre, and my colleague Somit is here to make us understand its impact on the oil marketing company. Somit, tell us.
Yes, fourth hike in the last 11 days and the second biggest one that we have seen. The first biggest hike was the first hike on May 15th, where it was 3 rupees per litre. Then couple of times we have seen a hike of around 0.9 rupees per litre, that was on May 19th and May 23rd. And just after 2 days now, we are seeing another hike coming in of around 2.71 rupees per litre on May 25th. So in the last 11 days, the prices have been hiked by close to around 7.5 rupees per litre. Now, what could be the impact? Why this price hike? Because oil marketing companies were supposed to incur a loss of close to 1 to 1.2 lakh crore rupees in the first quarter of FY27 because of higher crude oil prices, depreciating rupee, and unchanged retail fuel prices, that is petrol and diesel prices. Now, what would be the impact of this price hike coming in on the oil marketing companies, that is IOCL, BPCL and HPCL? For every 0.5 rupees per litre hike in the petrol and diesel prices, the EBITDA of IOCL, BPCL and HPCL lifts by close to around 7 to 11%. Now, Indian oil OMCs have been recouping the losses. Earlier, the loss was expected to be around 1,000 crore rupees per day, which are reduced to around 750 crore after the 3 rupees per litre hike. Then the couple of hikes of 0.9 rupees per litre reduced it to further 670 crore rupees on a per day basis of post the 0.9 rupees per litre hike that we had seen in the last couple of days. And after this 2.71 rupees per litre hike, this will further reduce the losses for the oil marketing companies by close to around 113 crore rupees per day. And this is around 17% of the daily loss that the oil marketing companies have been seeing. Now, these 4 hikes will help oil marketing companies recoup nearly 44% of the losses that they were incurring at start of the quarter, that is close to 1,000 odd crore rupees. Also, another positive point for the oil marketing companies right now is the fact that crude has slipped below $100 per barrel after many days. So that could also come in sentimentally positive for the oil marketing companies in trade today.
All right, thanks Amit for putting all those numbers and oil maths also into the picture. OMC is passing on the price hike to some extent to the consumers to recoup their losses owing to higher crude oil prices. Now we have the first official comment on the fourth fuel price hike from the Petroleum Ministry, and Sujata Sharma, the Joint Secretary at the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, has said that the under-recoveries for the oil marketing companies have come down from around 1,000 odd crore rupees per litre, 1,000 rupees per litre earlier to slightly below 600 crores now. However, she also admitted that imports continue to be impacted because of the ongoing West Asia crisis. Listen in.
हमारी ऑयल मार्केटिंग कंपनीज को घाटा हो रहा था, जैसा हमने आपको बताया वो लगभग 1000 करोड़ प्रतिदिन का था. अब प्राइस राइज के बाद वो घाटा कम हुआ है, बट इट इज स्टिल इन स्लाइटली लेस देन 600 करोड़. उसके अलावा अगर आप एलपीजी देखें तो हमारी सरकार ने वहन किया बोझ को और ऑयल मार्केटिंग कंपनी ने भी उस बोझ को वहन किया हुआ है.
All right, and encapsulating all that the government and the ministry had to say about the price hike as well as the oil math, Sesa, my colleague, is joining in with all the details. Tell us, Sesa.
Right, so India absorbed the global fuel price for 78 days, before allowing for a phased revision of price hikes, which is about 7.5 litre. Now, what we are given to understand is that this is, again, the lowest among all the major economies, and also this particular price hike, the latest round rather, is likely to reduce OMC's losses from rupees 1,000 rupees per litre to 600 rupees per litre. Now, given that the international oil prices remain unstable and the crisis is yet not over, we cannot rule out yet another price hike, in the coming days. So we have to wait and watch and see what holds for the consumers. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Issa, for putting all that together and putting perspective to it. Now, sources tell NDTV Profit that government is really readying for strong CPSE OFS pipeline, that is the PSUs, and offtake from that in the capital market for the government to rake in some money. Now, the government may dilute stake in 3 to 4 of the PSUs through OFS in first 2 quarters of the current financial year. My colleague Shrimi is here with all the details that she's gathering. Shrimi, tell us.
Well, that's right. Government has prepared a strong PSU stake sale pipeline for the current financial year and is likely to pursue offer for sale transaction in at least 3 to 4 public sector companies over the first 2 quarters, including the ongoing one, and that's the indication we are getting. Now, among the key proposal under discussion is a potential dilution of up to 2% stake in Coal India through the OFS route. We are learning that the work is in advanced stage and may soon launch once the market volatility eases. Now, as you're aware, government keep going for these periodic stake sale in, such heavyweights depending on the market appetite, current market volatility to get maximum value realization. And last dilution, if you remember, happened has been some time ago. So in 2 weeks or so, some action is expected to be seen in Coal India. Then possible LIC OFS is also being evaluated in July-September quarter, and that will be equally crucial. As we know, it's been listed through OFS route by government sold 3.5%. And after almost 4 years, government now looking for further round of dilution, likely with a smaller percentage depending on the market move. Further 2 stake sale, Indian Overseas Bank and Railway Finance Corporation also remain under active consideration, and this is mainly the second round of these 2 PSU after divesting 2.17% stake in IOB in December 25, 2% in IRFC earlier this February. Officials said that the government intends to adopt a calibrated and phased approach towards OFS issuances, given the kind of geopolitical dynamics and broader market stability in mind. But do remember the fact that the planned pipeline comes as government pursues an ambitious asset sale and monetization target of 80,000 crore for FY27. More recently, Centre announced 8% stake sale in Central Bank, with non-retail portion of OFS witnessing strong investor demand and getting subscribed 2.35 times on the first day itself, and that is something giving government confidence to action OFS in all these PSUs.
All right, action OFS in several PSUs. Thanks, Shrimi, for all the details. And one of the companies that was really named in that list was also IRFC. In fact, NDTV Profit's Danish Anand spoke to Manoj Kumar Dubey, who's the CMD of IRFC, on this particular matter. Listen in.
If we talk about the government's plan to come out with another OFS for IRFC, in February, so we saw that there was very diluted response from the investors. What sort of appetite are you expecting this time?
So this is not a question for me, this is for Government of India. But to put facts on record, we sold around 1.77% of share at 104 price of the share, and it was very good response from the institutional side. Going forward, you see, I can assure about the good numbers from the company. As you saw the results of annual year FY26 that we published, my PAT grew by 8%. It crossed the 7,000 crore magical mark. We are doing well in all the aspects, and without any pipeline which was there for the last 2 years, we could sanction more than 75,000 crore asset in last year, and we could disperse more than 35,000 crore. So that momentum that we set in last FY in going forward, you see in the first quarter itself, we have signed an agreement of 13,500 crore, which all will be dispersed in Q1. So this kind of deals, which we were really working very hard from the last year, are showing the fruits. And going forward, rest be assured, if company is doing well, if its order book is very strong, if its parameters like net interest margin, everything growing fast, so government will have a good time to see if they really want to sell the shares, and the office should have good attractive participation also.
All right, moving on, US Secretary of State Marco Rubio visited Taj Mahal in Agra with his wife Janet Rubio during his 4-day visit to India. Now, Marco Rubio was also accompanied by US Ambassador to India Sergio Gore. After the Agra visit, he has arrived in Jaipur. Now, Rubio's 4-day visit really concludes on May 26th with the Quad Foreign Ministers meeting in New Delhi. During the first 2 days of his visit, Rubio held a series of high-level discussions in New Delhi with Prime Minister Narendra Modi and also External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar. So that is the visit really coming to an end. Also, US President Donald Trump has struck a cautious note on the ongoing talks with Iran, saying negotiations are progressing, but there is no rush to seal the deal, he says. Now, Trump has instructed US representatives to take their time, even as reports suggest a broad framework may already be in place. If finalized, the agreement could really ease tensions in the Strait of Hormuz and also stabilize global energy supplies. Meanwhile, remember, Iran says that the nuclear issues will be addressed once a formal understanding is reached during his India visit. Now, US Secretary of State Marco Rubio said that Washington still prefers a diplomatic resolution to the conflict. All right, taking it to another important development which has become a big national news. Well, Tuisha Sharma's death case has taken a major turn, with the Supreme Court really ordering a CBI probe amidst growing concerns over the investigations. In fact, the top court has flagged alleged procedural lapses and also institutional bias, stressing that the probe must really remain fair and impartial. And the court has also urged the media to exercise restraint during the ongoing investigation in this particular matter. All right, with that, we've come to the end of this edition of Profit 360, but stay tuned to NDTV Profit for all the news and views on the other side. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
When the headlines move fast, perspective matters. On Editor's Cut, our editors come together with experts to distill the week's information plates into clear perspective. Down the stories shaping the world, from markets and the economy to global conflicts and what lies ahead. This is where experience meets insight. No noise, no hype, just sharp takes on what to watch next. Editor's Cut, every Friday, 3:30 p.m. only on NDTV Profit.
Economy, business, world, technology. Noise filtered, numbers decoded. Insights that rewire your worldview. From governance to growth, we connect the dots. Your daily edge, your global advantage. India Business Report with me, Gauri Dwivedi, weeknights on NDTV Profit.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to. Get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company, weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet. New year, new power panel, India market opening. Now in its boldest lineup. This is where the trends get tested and stocks get conviction.
I'll recommend a buy call on a stock only when I'm fully convinced on the stock. With a table thumping buy.
And when the street wants the levels, he brings the chart.
Charts speak the truth, and I deliver the levels with no frills.
Parag Thakkar and Kush Bohra are now part of the morning crew with Tamanna, Neeraj and Alex. Same show, sharper voices. Every morning on India Market Open. Your favorite market show just got better. On NDTV Profit, for your profit.
When others are warming up, I'm raring to go. The stories that matter, the stories that shape your life.
Hello and welcome to watching Prime 5 with me, Raisha Sehgal. What's happening? How to
The show that sets the prime time agenda.
We'll be deep diving into this topic to tell you what's at stake.
Join me, Raisha Sehgal, on Prime 5 only on NDTV 24/7.
Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened?
Hello and welcome.